Section 32 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 9. The Boon. It was long before Anne slept that night, but yet though restless, she was not wholly miserable. Neither was she perplexed. Her duty lay before her clearly defined, and she meant to fulfill it. Those few words with Lucas Errol had decided her beyond all hesitancy, so completely was she in sympathy with this strong friend of hers. Perhaps her wavering had only been the result of a moment's weakness, following upon sudden strain. But the strain had slackened, and the weakness was over. She knew that even Nap had not the power to move her now. With the memory of his firm hand grip came the conviction that he would not seek to do so. Like herself, he had been momentarily dismayed, it might be, but he had taken his place among her friends, not even asking to be foremost, and remembering this, she resolutely expelled any lingering doubt of him. Had she not already proved that she had but to trust him to find him trustworthy? What tangible reason had he given her for withdrawing her trust even for a moment? She reproached herself for it and determined that she would never doubt him again. But yet sleep was long in coming to her. Once, when it seemed near, the hooting of an owl near the open window drove it away. And once in the vague twilight before the dawn, she started awake to hear the sharp thudding of a horse's hoofs galloping upon the turf not very far away. That last set her heart a-beating. She could not have said wherefore, save that it reminded her vaguely of a day in the hunting field that had ended for her in disaster. She slept at last and dreamed, a wild and fearful dream. She dreamed that she was on horseback, galloping in headlong flight from someone. She knew not whom, but it was someone of whom she was unspeakably afraid. And ever behind her at breakneck speed, gaining upon her, merciless as fate, galloped her pursuer. It was terrible, it was agonizing, yet though in her heart she knew it to be a dream, she could not wake. And then, all suddenly, the race was over. Someone drew abreast of her. A sinewy hand gripped her bridle rein. With a gasping cry, she turned to face her captor and saw a red Indian. His tigerish eyes gazed into hers. He was laughing with a fiendish exultation. The eagle feathers tossed above his swarthy face. It came nearer to her, it glared into her own, and suddenly recognition stabbed her like a sword. It was the face of Nap Errol. He was on the stairs talking to Hudson the valet when she descended to breakfast, but he turned at once to greet her. "I am sorry to say Lucas has had a bad night. He will keep his room today. How have you slept, Lady Carfax?" She answered him conventionally. They went downstairs together. Bertie was in the hall studying a newspaper. He came forward, scowling heavily, shook hands with Anne, and immediately addressed his brother. "I've just come in from the stable. Have you been out all night? You've nearly ridden the mare to death." Anne glanced at Nap instinctively. He was smiling. "Don't vex yourself, my good Bertie," he said. "The mare will be all right after a feed." "Will she?" growled Bertie. "She is half dead from exhaustion anyway." "Oh, Skittles," said Nap, turning to go. The boy's indignation leaped to a blaze. "Skittles to you! I know what I'm saying, and if you're not ashamed of yourself, you damned well ought to be." Nap stopped. "What?" he drawled. Bertie glared at him and subsided. The explosion had been somewhat more violent than he had intended. Very quietly, Nap stepped up to him. "Will you repeat that last remark of yours?" Bertie was silent. "Or do you prefer to withdraw it?" Bertie maintained a dogged silence. He was fidgeting with the paper in a fashion that seemed to indicate embarrassment. "Do you withdraw it?" Nap repeated, still quiet, still slightly drawling. Bertie hunched his shoulders like a schoolboy. "Oh, get away, Nap," he growled. "Yes, sorry I spoke. Now clear out and leave me alone." Anne was already at the further end of the hall, but Nap overtook her before she entered the breakfast room. He opened the door for her, and as she passed him, she saw that he was still faintly smiling. "Pardon the contretemps," he said. "You may have noticed before that I am not particularly good at swallowing insults." "I wonder if there was a cause for it," she said, looking at him steadily. "Remember, I know what your riding is like." He raised his eyebrows for a moment, then laughed. The room they entered was empty. "No one down yet," he observed. "Take a seat by the window. What will you have?" He attended to her wants and his own, and finally sat down facing her. He seemed to be in excellent spirits. "Please don't look so severe," he urged, "just as I am going to ask a favor of you, too." She smiled a little, but not very willingly. "I don't like cruel people," she said. "Cruelty is a thing I can never forget because I abhor it so." "And are you never cruel?" said Nap. I hope not. I hope not too, he rejoined, giving her a hard look. But I sometimes have my doubts. Anne looked out of the window in silence. The sharp rapping of his knuckles on the table recalled her. She turned, slightly startled, and met his imperious eyes. He smiled at her. Queen Anne, I crave a boon. Almost involuntarily she returned his smile. So you said before. And you don't even ask what it is? I am not quite sure that I want to know, Nap, she said. You are not liking me this morning, he observed. She made no answer. What is it? He said. Is it the mare? She hesitated. Perhaps in part. And the other part? He leaned forward, looking at her keenly. Are you afraid of me, Anne? He said. His voice was free from reproach, yet her heart smote her. She reminded herself of how he had once pleaded with her for her trust. I'm sorry I pressed the mare, he said, but it was quite as much her fault as mine. Moreover, the cub exaggerated. I will fetch him in and make him own it if you like. She stayed him with a gesture. No, don't, please. I think Bertie was probably in the right. Do you, though? Nap leaned back again, regarding her with supercilious attention. It's rather daring of you to say so. Do you really think I stand in awe of you? She said. You are such a truly remarkable woman, he made answer, that I scarcely know what to think. But since you are not afraid of me, apparently, perhaps I may venture to come to the point. Do you know I have been laying plans for a surprise picnic for you and one other? It's such a gorgeous day. Don't refuse. The boyish note she liked to hear sounded suddenly in his voice. He discarded his cynicism and leaned towards her again, eager, persuasive. Don't refuse, he reiterated. Look at the sunshine, listen to the birds, think of a whole day in the open. I'll take you to the loveliest place I know in this quaint little island, and I'll be your slave all day long. Oh, I promise you won't find me in the way. Now don't look prudish, be a girl for once, never mind the rest of creation. No one else will know anything about it. We leave Baron Mead this morning in the motor, and who cares what time we reach the manor? It can't matter to you or anyone. Say you'll come, say it. My dear Nap. Anne looked at him dubiously, uncertain whether to take him seriously. Say it, he repeated. There is no earthly reason why you shouldn't, and I'll take such care of you. Why shouldn't you have a real good time for once? You never have had in all your life. True, only too true, but it was not that fact that made her waver. Will you tell me what plans you have made for this picnic? She asked at length. He began to smile. My plans, Lady Carfax, are entirely subject to your approval. About 40 miles from here there is a place called Bromhurst, a place after your own heart, a paradise. With judicious driving, we could be there by 1 or soon after, in time for luncheon. Yes, she said as he stopped. That's all, said Nap. But afterwards, she hazarded. My dear Lady Carfax, if it is to be a surprise picnic, where's the use of settling all the details beforehand? Nap's tone was one of indulgent protest. He was eating and drinking rapidly, as if he had an appointment to keep. My suggestion is that we then follow our inclinations, your inclinations. He smiled at her again. I am your slave until sunset. Could we be back at the manor by then? She asked. Of course we could. Will you promise that we shall be? She looked up at him seriously. He was still smiling. If you ordain it, he said. I must be back by dinner time, she asserted. And you dine? At 8. He pushed back his chair and rose. Very discreet of you. The sun sets at 8:10. At what hour will you deign to be ready? At 11, said Anne. He glanced at his watch. I'm afraid you can't see Lucas to say goodbye. Hudson has just given him morphia. Is he so bad then? She asked quickly. No worse than he has been before. Bad pain all night. He always fights against taking the stuff. I persuaded him. He spoke shortly, as if the subject were distasteful to him. No doubt he is easier by this time, he added. 11 o'clock, then. I will go and get ready. But even then he paused, his hand on the back of her chair. Can you keep a secret? He asked lightly. She glanced up at him. A secret? And it please you, he said. Let this be a secret between yourself and your humble slave. And with the words, he turned with an air of finality and went away. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Chapter 10, A Day in Paradise. It was a day in the very heart of the summer, a day of cloudless skies and wonderful magic breezes, a day for the dreaming and perchance for the fulfillment of dreams. Swift and noiseless as the swoop of a monster bird, the motor glided on its way, now rushing, now slackening, but never halting. Sometimes it seemed to Anne that she sat motionless while the world raced by her. She had often seen herself thus. And then, with a thrill of the pulses, came the exultation of rapid movement, banishing the illusion, while the very heart of her rejoiced in the knowledge thereof. For this one day, she had left the desert behind her. She had yielded half against her judgment, but she knew no regret. On the morrow she would be back in the waste places where, during all her womanhood, she had wandered. But for this one day the roses bloomed for her, and she drank deep of their fragrance. It had come to her so unexpectedly, so dazzlingly, this brief and splendid hour. She marveled at herself that she had hesitated even for a moment to accept it. Perhaps memories of another day came now and again to her as she leaned back on the cushions and opened her soul to the sunshine, memories of a day of sparkling winter which had begun in much the same genial atmosphere and had ended in most hideous disaster. But if they came, she put them resolutely from her. There was no time to waste upon past or future. For this one day she would drink the wine of the gods. She would live. Nap drove in almost unbroken silence. He was wearing a mask, and she had no clue to his thoughts, but she scarcely speculated about him. She did not want to talk. She only desired to give herself up to the pure pleasure of rapid movement. She had complete faith in his driving. If daring, he was never reckless, with her beside him. The meadows were full of hay, and the scent of it lay like a spell upon the senses. The whir of the mowing machine filled the air with a lazy droning. It was like a lullaby. And ever they sped on, through towns and villages and hamlets, through woods and lanes and open country, sure and swift and noiseless save for the cheery humming of the motor, which sang softly to itself like a spinning top. They went through country of which Anne had no knowledge, but Nap seemed fully acquainted with it, for he never paused to ask the way, never raised his eyes to the finger-posts that marked the crossroads. She marveled at his confidence, but asked no questions. It was not a day for questions. Only when they emerged at last upon a wide moor, where the early heather grew in tufts of deepest rose, she cried to him suddenly to stop. "I must get some of it. It is the first I have seen. Look, how exquisite." He drew up at the side of the long white road that zigzagged over the moor, and they went together into the springy heath, wading in it after the waxen flowers. And here Anne sat down in the blazing sunshine and lifted her clear eyes to his. "I won't thank you because we are friends," she said, "but this is the best day I have ever had." He pushed up his goggles and sat down beside her. "So you are not sorry you came," he said. "I could not be sorry today," she answered. "How long have you known this perfect place?" He lay back in the heather with his arms flung wide. "I came here first one day in the spring, a day in May. The place was a blaze of gorse and broom, as if it were on fire. It suited me, for I was on fire too." In the silence that succeeded his words, he turned and leisurely scrutinized her. She was snapping a stalk of heather with minute care. A deep flush rose and spread over her face under his eyes. "Why don't you look at me?" he said. Very slowly her eyes came down to him. He was smiling in a secret fashion, not as if he expected her to smile in return. The sunlight beat down upon his upturned face. He blinked at her lazily and stretched every limb in succession like a cat. "Let me know when you begin to feel bored," he said. "I am quite ready to amuse you." "I thought it was only the bores who were ever bored," she said. He opened his eyes a little. "Did I say that, or did you?" She returned to her heather pulling. "I believe you said it originally." "I remember," he returned composedly. "It was on the night you bestowed upon me the office of court jester, the night you dreamed I was the Knave of Diamonds, the night that—" She interrupted very gently but very resolutely. "The night that we became friends, Nap." "A good many things happened that night," he remarked, pulling off his cap and pitching it from him. "Is that wise?" she said. "The sun is rather strong." He sat up, ignoring the warning. "Anne," he said, "have you ever dreamed about me since that night?" She was silent, all her attention concentrated upon her bunch of heather. His eyes left her face and began to study her hands. After a moment he pulled a bit of string out of his pocket and without a word proceeded to wind it round the stalks she held. As he knotted it, he spoke. "So that is why you were afraid of me today. I knew there was something. I winded it the moment we met. Whenever I hold your hand in mine, I can see into your soul. What was it, Anne? The Knave of Diamonds on a black mare, riding to perdition?" He laughed at her softly as though she had been a child. He was still watching her hands. Suddenly he laid his own upon them and looked into her face. Or was it just a savage? He asked her quietly. Against her will, in spite of the blaze of sunshine, she shivered. Yes, he said, but isn't it better to face him than to run away? Haven't you always found it so? You kissed him once, Anne. Do you remember? It was the greatest thing that ever happened to him. He spoke with a gentleness that amazed her. His eyes held hers, but without compulsion. He was lulling her fear of him to rest, as he alone knew how. She answered him with quivering lips. I have wondered since if I did wrong. Then don't wonder, he said, for I was nearer to the God you worship at that moment than I had ever been before. I never believed in him till then, but that night I wrestled with him and got beaten. He dropped suddenly into his most cynical drawl, so that she wondered if, after all, he were mocking her. It kind of made an impression on me. I thought it might interest you to know. Have you had enough of this yet? Shall we move on? She rose in silence. She was very far from certain, and yet she fancied there had been a ring of sincerity in his words. As they reached the car, she laid her hand for an instant on his arm. If it did that for you, Nap, she said, I do not regret it. He smiled in his faint, cynical fashion. I believe you'll turn me out a good man someday, he said, and I wonder if you will like me any when it's done. I only want you to be your better self, she answered gently. Which is a myth, he returned as he handed her in, which exists only in your most gracious imagination. And with that he pulled the mask over his face once more and turned to the wheel. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 11. The Return to Earth. It was nearly 2 before they reached Bramhurst and drew up before the one ancient inn the place possessed. Upstairs, in a lattice-windowed room with sloping floor and bulging ceiling, a room that was full of the scent of honeysuckle, Anne washed away the dust of the road. Turning to the mirror on the dressing-table when this was over, she stood a moment, wide-eyed, startled. Through her mind there swept again the memory of a day that seemed very far away. A day begun in sunshine and ended in storm. A day when she had looked into the eyes of a white-faced woman in the glass and had shrunk away in fear. It was a very different vision that now met her gaze, and yet she had a feeling that there was something in it that remained unaltered. Was it in the eyes that shone from a face so radiant that it might have been the face of a girl? She could not have said. Only after that one brief glimpse she looked no more. Descending, she found Nap waiting for her in the oak-beamed coffee-room. He made her sit facing the open window, looking forth upon hill and forest and shallow winding river. The stout old English waiter who attended to their wants very speedily withdrew. He thinks we are on our wedding trip, said Nap. She glanced at him sharply. Yes, I let him have it so, he returned. I never destroy a pretty illusion if I can help it. What time do we start back? Said Anne, aware of burning cheeks, which he was studying with undisguised amusement. Would you like some ice? He suggested. She laughed with something of an effort. Don't be ridiculous, Nap. I am sure you have never done anything so improper in all your life before, he went on. What must it feel like? Perhaps you would have preferred me to explain the situation to him in detail? I will have him in and do it now, if you really think it worthwhile. I shouldn't myself, but then I seldom suffer from truthfulness in its most acute form. It's a tiresome disease, isn't it? One might almost call it dashed inconvenient on an occasion such as this. There is only one remedy that I can suggest, and that is to pretend it's true. I am not good at pretending, Anne answered gravely. He laughed. Very true, O Queen, horribly true. But I am, you know, a positive genius in that respect, so I'm going to pretend I'm an Englishman, of the worthy, thick-headed bulldog breed. I'm sure you admire it. You wouldn't be an Englishwoman if you didn't. And you are my devoted and adorable wife. You needn't look shocked. It's all for the sake of that chap's morals. Do you think I can do it? I don't want you to do it, Nap, she said earnestly. He dropped the subject instantly. Your wish is law. There is only one other person in this world who can command my implicit obedience in this fashion, so I hope you appreciate your power. And that other is Lucas, said Anne. He nodded. Luke the Irresistible. Did you ever try to resist him? She shook her head with a smile. Take my advice, then, he said. Never do. He can whip creation with his hands tied behind him. Oh, I know you all think him mild-tempered and easygoing, more like a woman than a man, but you wait till you're hard up against him. Then you'll know what I mean when I tell you he's colossal." There was a queer ring of passion in his voice as he ended. It sounded to Anne like the half-stifled cry of a wounded animal. Because of it, she repressed the impulse to ask him what he meant. Nevertheless, after a moment, as if impelled by some hidden force, he continued, "There was a time when I thought of him much as you do, and then one day there came a reckoning, an almighty big reckoning." He leaned back in his chair and stared upwards, while the grim lines of his mouth tightened. "It was down in Arizona. We fought a duel that lasted a day and a night. He was a worse cripple in those days than he is now, but he won out. He won out." Again came the cynical drawl, covering his actual feelings as with an impenetrable veil. "I've had a kind of respect for him ever since," he said. "One does, you know." "One would," said Anne, and again refrained from asking questions. She was thinking of the complete confidence with which Lucas had spoken of his ascendancy over this man. Finishing luncheon, they went out over the common that stretched from the very door down the hillside of a short, sun-baked grass, passing between masses of scorched broom, whose bursting pods crackled perpetually in the sunshine, till they came to the green shade of forest trees and the gleam of a running stream. The whir of grasshoppers filled the air, and the humming of insects innumerable. Away in the distance sounded the metal clang of a cowbell. It was the only definite sound that broke the stillness. The heat was intense. A dull copper haze had risen and partially obscured the sun. Anne stopped on the edge of the stream. Wonderful dragonflies, such as she had never seen before, peacock, orange, and palest green, darted to and fro above the brown water. Nap leaned against a tree close to her and smoked a cigarette. She spoke at last without turning. "Am I in fairyland, I wonder?" "Or the Garden of Eden," suggested Nap. She laughed a little and stooping tried to reach a forget-me-not that grew on the edge of the water. "Beware of the serpent," he warned. "Anyway, don't tumble in." She stretched back a hand to him. "Don't let me go." His hand closed instantly and firmly upon her wrist. In a moment she drew back with the flower in her hand to find his cigarette smoldering on a tuft of moss. He set his foot upon it without explanation and lighted another. "Ought we not to be starting back?" she asked. "It won't be so hot in half an hour," he said. "But how long will it take?" "It can be done in under 3 hours. If we start at 4:30, you should be home well before sunset." He smiled with the words, and Anne suffered herself to be persuaded. Certainly the shade of the beech trees was infinitely preferable to the glare of the dusty roads, and the slumberous atmosphere made her feel undeniably languorous. She sat down, therefore, on the roots of a tree, still watching the dragonflies flitting above the water. Nap stripped off his coat and made it into a cushion. "Lean back on this. Yes, really, I'm thankful for the excuse to go without it. How is that? Comfortable?" She thanked him with a smile. "I mustn't go to sleep." "Why not?" said Nap. "There is nothing to disturb you. I'm going back to the inn to order tea before we start." He was off with the words with that free, agile gait of his that always made her think of some wild creature of the woods. She leaned back with a sense of complete well-being and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, it was with a guilty feeling of having been asleep at a critical juncture. With a start, she sat up and looked around her. The sun rays were still slanting through the wood, but dully as though they shone through a sheet of smoked glass. The stillness was intense. A sharp sense of nervousness pricked her. There seemed to be something ominous in the atmosphere, or was it only in her own heart that it existed? And where was Nap? Surely he had been gone for a very long time. She rose stiffly and picked up his coat. At the same instant, a shrill whistle sounded through the wood, and in a moment she saw him coming swiftly towards her. Quietly, she moved to meet him. He began to speak before he reached her. "I was afraid you would be tired of waiting and wander about till you got frightened and lost yourself. Do you ever have hysterics?" "Never," said Anne firmly. He took his coat and began to wriggle into it, surveying her meantime with a smile half speculative, half rueful. "Well, that's a weight off my mind, anyway," he remarked at length, "for I have a staggering piece of news for you which I hardly dare to impart. Oh, it's no good looking at your watch. It's hopelessly late, nearly 6 o'clock, and in any case I can't get you home tonight. There's no petrol." "Nap." Anne's voice was a curious compound of consternation and relief. Somehow, doubtless it was the effect of thunder in the atmosphere, she had expected something in the nature of tragedy. Nap put on his most contrite air. "Do be a brick and take it nicely," he pleaded. "I know I was an all-fired fool not to see to it for myself, but I was called away, and so I had to leave it to those dunderheads at the garage. I only made the discovery when I left you a couple of hours ago. There was just enough left to take me to Rotting, so I pelted off at once to some motor works I knew of there, only to find the place was empty. It's a hole of a town. There was some game on, and I couldn't get a conveyance anywhere, so I just put up the motor and came back across country on foot. I don't see what else I could have done, do you?" Anne did not for the moment, but she was considering the situation too rapidly to answer him. "My only consolation," he went on, "is that you have got a chance of raiment, which is more than I have. Oh yes, I had the sense to think of that contingency. Your bag is at the inn here, waiting for you." "You had better have taken me back with you to Rotting," Anne said. "Yes, I know, but I expected to be back in half an hour if all went well. It's easy to be wise after the event, isn't it? I've thought of that myself since." Nap picked up a twig and bit it viciously. "Anyway, there is some tea waiting for us. Shall we go back?" Anne turned beside him. "Then what do you propose to do?" He glanced at her. "Nothing before morning, I'm afraid. There is no vehicle to be had here. I will send someone down to Rotting in the morning for a conveyance. We can take the train from there to Staps, where I can get some petrol. We ought by that means to reach home sometime in the afternoon. It is the only feasible plan, I am afraid, unless you can suggest a better." He looked at her keenly, still biting at the twig between his teeth. Anne walked for several seconds in silence at last. "Would it be quite impossible to walk to Rotting now?" she asked. "Not at all," said Nap. "It's about 8 miles through the woods. We should be benighted, of course. Also, I fancy there is a storm coming up, but if you wish to make the attempt—" "I was only wondering," she said quietly, "if we could get an evening train to Stops. That, I know, is on the main line. You could put up there, and I could take the night train to town." "Oh, quite so," said Nap. "Shall we have tea before we start?" They had emerged from the wood and were beginning to climb the hill. The veiled sunlight gave an unreal effect to the landscape. The broom bushes looked ghostly. Anne gave an uneasy glance around. "I believe you are right about the storm," she said. "I generally am right," observed Nap. They walked on. "I shouldn't like to be benighted in the woods," she said presently. His scoffing smile showed for an instant. "Alone with me, too. Most improper." "I was thinking we might miss the way," Anne returned with dignity. "I wonder, shall we risk it?" She turned to him as if consulting him, but Nap's face was to the sky. "That is for you to decide," he said. "We might do it. The storm won't break at present." "It will be violent when it does," she said. He nodded. "It will." She quickened her steps instinctively, and he lengthened his stride. The smile had ceased to twitch his lips. "Have you decided?" he asked her suddenly, and his voice sounded almost stern. They were nearing the top of the hill. She paused, panting a little. "Yes, I will spend the night here." He gave her a glance of approval. "You are a wise woman." "I hope so," said Anne. "I must telegraph at once to Dimmesdale and tell him not to expect me." Nap's glance fell away from her. He said nothing whatever. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 12, In the Face of the Gods. "Thank the gods, we are the only guests," said Nap that evening as they sat down to dine at the table at which they had lunched. The glare of a lurid sunset streamed across the sky and earth. There was a waiting stillness upon all things. It was the hush before the storm. An unwonted restlessness had taken possession of Anne. She did not echo his thanksgiving, an omission which he did not fail to note, but upon which he made no comment. It was in fact scarcely a place for any but day visitors, being some considerable distance from the beaten track. The dinner placed before them was not of a very tempting description, and Anne's appetite dwindled very rapidly. "You must eat something," urged Nap. "Satisfy your hunger with strawberries and cream." But Anne had no hunger to satisfy, and she presently rose from the table with something like a sigh of relief. They went into the drawing-room, a room smelling strongly of musk and littered largely with furniture of every description. Nap opened wide a door-window that led into a miniature rose garden. Beyond stretched the common, every detail standing out with marvelous vividness in the weird stormlight. "St. Christopher," he murmured softly, "we are going to catch it." Anne sat down in a low chair near him, gazing forth in silence, her chin on her hand. He turned a little and looked down at her, and thus some minutes slipped away, the man as tensely still as the awe-stricken world without, the woman deep in thought. He moved at last with a curious gesture, as if he freed and restrained himself by the same action. "Why don't you think out loud?" he said. She raised her eyes for a moment. "I was thinking of my husband," she said. He made a sharp movement, a movement that was almost fierce, and again seemed to take a fresh grip upon himself. His black brows met above his brooding eyes. "Can't you leave him out of the reckoning for this one night?" he asked. "I think not," she answered quietly. He turned his face to the sinking sun. It shone like a smoldering furnace behind bars of inky cloud. "You told me once," he said, speaking with obvious constraint, "that you did not think you would ever live with him again." She stifled a sigh in her throat. "I thought so then. And what has happened to make you change your mind?" Anne was silent. She could not have seen the fire that leapt and darted in the dusky eyes had she been looking at him. But she was not looking. Her chin was back upon her hand. She was gazing out into the darkening world with the eyes of a woman who sees once more departed visions. "I think," she said slowly at length as he waited immovably for her answer, "that I see my duty more clearly now than then." "Duty? Duty," he said impatiently. "Duty is your fetish. You sacrifice your whole life to it. And what do you get in return? A sense of virtue, perhaps, nothing more. There isn't much warming power in virtue. I've tried it and I know." He broke off to utter a very bitter laugh. "And so I've given it up," he said. "It's a trail that leads to nowhere." Anne's brows drew together for an instant. "I hoped you might come to think otherwise," she said. He shrugged his shoulders. "How can I? I've lived the life of a saint for the past 6 months, and I am no nearer heaven than when I began. It's too slow a process for me. I wasn't made to plow an endless furrow." "We all of us say that," said Anne with her faint smile. "But do we, any of us, really know what we were made for? Are we not all in the making still?" He thrust out his chin. "I can't be abstruse tonight. I know what I was made for, and I know what you were made for. That, anyway, for tonight is all that matters." He spoke almost brutally, yet still he held himself as it were aloof. He was staring unblinking into the sunset. Already the furnace was dying down. The thunder clouds were closing up. The black bars had drawn together into one immense mass, advancing ominous. Only through a single narrow slit the red light still shone. Mutely they watched it pass, Anne with her sad eyes fixed and thoughtful, Nap still with that suggestion of restrained activity as if he watched for a signal. Gradually the rift closed and a breathless darkness came. Anne uttered a little sigh. "I wish the storm would break," she said. "I am tired of waiting." As if in answer, out of the west there rose a long, low rumble. "Ah," she said, and no more. For as if the signal had come, Nap turned with a movement incredibly swift, a movement that was almost a spring, and caught her up into his arms. "Are you tired of waiting, my queen? My queen," he said, and there was a note of fierce laughter in his words. "Then, by heaven, you shall wait no longer." His quick breath scorched her face, and in a moment, almost before she knew what was happening, his lips were on her own. He kissed her as she had never been kissed before, a single fiery kiss that sent all the blood in tumult to her heart. She shrank and quivered under it, but she was powerless to escape. There was sheer, unshackled savagery in the holding of his arms, and dismay thrilled her through and through. Yet as his lips left hers, she managed to speak, though her voice was no more than a gasping whisper. "Nap, are you mad? Let me go." But he only held her faster, faster still. "Yes, I am mad," he said, and the words came quick and passionate, the lips that uttered them still close to her own. "I am mad for you, Anne. I worship you, and I swear that while I live no other man shall ever hold you in his arms again. Anne, goddess, queen, woman, you are mine, you are mine, you are mine." Again his lips pressed hers, and again from head to foot she felt as if a flame had scorched her. Desperately she began to resist him, though terribly conscious that he had her at his mercy. But he quelled her resistance instantly, with a mastery that made her know more thoroughly her utter impotence. "Do you think that you can hold me in check forever?" he said. "I tell you it only makes me worse. I am a savage, and chains of that sort won't hold me. What is the good of fighting against fate? You have done it as long as I have known you, but you are beaten at last. Oh, you may turn your face from me. It makes no difference now. I've played for this and I've won. You have been goddess to me ever since the day I met you. Tonight you shall be woman." He broke into a low, exultant laugh. She could feel the fierce beating of his heart, and her own died within her. The blaze of his passion ringed her round like a forest fire in which all things perish. But even then she knew that somewhere, there was a way of escape, and with the instinct of the hunted creature she sought it. "Tonight," she said, "I shall know whether you have ever really loved me." "What?" he said. "You dare to question that now? Do you want to put me to the proof, then? Shall I show you how much I love you?" "No," she said. "Take your arms away." She did not expect his obedience, but on the instant he spread them wide and released her. "And now?" he said. She almost tottered, so amazing had been his compliance. And then, as swiftly, came the knowledge that he had not really set her free. It had pleased him to humor her, that was all. He stood before her with all the arrogance of a conqueror, and through the gathering darkness his eyes shone like the eyes of a tiger, two flames piercing the gloom. She mustered all her strength to face him, confronting him with that unconscious majesty that first had drawn him to her. "And now," she said, "let us once and for all understand one another." "What?" he said. "Don't you understand me yet? Don't you realize yet that when a man of my stamp wants a woman, he takes her?" Again there throbbed in his voice that deep note of savagery, such savagery as made her quail. But it was no moment for shrinking. She knew instinctively that at the first sign of weakness he would take her back into his arms. She straightened herself, therefore, summoning all her pride. "Do you really think I am the sort of woman to be taken so?" she asked. "Do you really think I am yours for the taking? If so, then you have never known me, nor till this moment have I known you." He heard her without the faintest hint of astonishment or shame, standing before her with that careless animal grace of his that made him in some fashion superb. "Yes," he said, "I really do think you are mine for the taking this time, but you will admit I've been patient, and I've taken the trouble to make things easy for you. I've spirited you away without putting you through any ordeals of hesitation or suspense. I've done it all quite unobtrusively. Tomorrow we go to London, after that to Paris, and after that, whithersoever you will, anywhere under the sun where we can be alone. As to knowing each other," his voice changed subtly, became soft with something of a purring quality. "We have all our lives before us, and we shall be learning every day." His absolute assurance struck her dumb. There was something implacable about it, something unassailable, a stronghold which she felt powerless to attack. "Doesn't that program attract you?" he said, drawing nearer to her. "Can you suggest a better? The whole world is before us. Shall we go exploring, you and I, alone in the wilds, and find some Eden that no man has ever trodden before? Shall we, Anne? Shall we? Right away from everywhere, somewhere in the sun, where I can teach you to be happy, and you can teach me to be good." But at his movement she moved also, drawing back. "No," she said. Her voice was low, but not lacking in strength. Having spoken, she went on almost without effort. "You are building upon a false foundation. If it were not so, I don't think I could possibly forgive you. As it is, I think when you realize your mistake, you will find it hard to forgive yourself. I have treated you as a friend because I thought I could do so with safety. I thought for the sake of my friendship you had given up all thought of anything else. I thought you were to be trusted, and I trusted you. Oh, I admit I ought to have known you better, but I shall never make that mistake again." "No," Knapp said, "I don't think you will." He spoke deliberately. He almost drawled. Yet a sense of danger stabbed her. His sudden coldness was more terrible than his heat. "But why say this to me now?" he said. "Do you think it will make any difference?" He had not moved as he uttered the words, and yet she felt as if he menaced her. He made her think of a crouching tiger, a tiger whose devotion had turned to sudden animosity. She did not shrink from him, but her heart quickened. "It must make a difference," she said. "You have utterly misunderstood me, or you would never have brought me here." "Don't be too sure of that," he returned. "It may be that you can deceive yourself more easily than you can deceive me. Or again, it may be that I have come to the end of my patience and have decided to take by storm what cannot be won by waiting." She drew herself up proudly. "And you call that love?" she said, with a scorn that she had never before turned against him. "You dare to call that love?" "Call it what you will," he flashed back. "It is something that can crush your cold virtue into atoms, something that can turn you from a marble saint into a living woman of flesh and blood. For your sake I've tried, I've agonized to reach your level, and I've failed because I can't breathe there. Tonight you shall come down from your heights to mine. You who have never lived yet shall know life, as I know it, tonight. Fiercely he flung the words, and the breath of his passion was like a fiery blast blown from the heart of a raging furnace. But still she did not shrink before him. Proud and calm she waited, bearing herself with a queenly courage that never faltered. And it was as if she stood in a magic circle, for he raised no hand to touch her. Without word or movement she kept him at bay. Erect, unflinching, regal, she held her own. He caught his breath as he faced her. The beast in him slunk back afraid, but the devil urged him forward. He came close to her, peering into her face, searching for that weak place in every woman's armor, which the devil generally knows how to find. But still he did not offer to touch her. He had let her go out of his arms when he had believed her his own, and now he could not take her again. "Anne," he said suddenly, "where is your love for me? I will swear you loved me once." "I never loved you," she answered, her words clear-cut, cold as steel. "I never loved you. Once, it is true, I fancied that you were such a man as I could have loved. But that passed. I did not know you in those days. I know you now." "Then hate me for what you know," he said. "No," she answered, "I do not even hate you." "What then?" he jibed. "You are sorry for me, perhaps?" "No." Very distinct and steady came her reply. "I only despise you now." "What?" he said. "I despise you," she repeated slowly, "knowing what you might be and knowing what you are." The words passed out in silence, a silence so tense that it seemed as if the world itself had stopped. Through it, after many seconds, came Nap's voice, so softly that it scarcely seemed to break it. "It is not always wise to despise an enemy, Lady Carfax, especially if you chance to be in that enemy's power." She did not deign to answer, but her gaze did not flinch from his, nor did her pride waver. He drew something abruptly from his pocket and held it up before her. "Do you see this?" She stirred then, ever so slightly, a movement wholly involuntary, instantly checked. "Are you going to shoot me?" she asked. "I thought that would make you speak," he remarked. "And you still despise me?" Her breathing had quickened, but her answer was instant. For the first time it held a throb of anger. "I despise you for a coward. You are even viler than I thought." He returned the weapon to his pocket. "It is not for you," he said. "I am more primitive than that. It is for the man who stands between us, for the man who thought he could whip Nap Errol and live. I have never gone unarmed since." He paused a moment, grimly regarding her. Then, "There is only one thing I will take in exchange for that man's life," he said. "Only one thing." But she stood like a statue, uttering no word. A sudden gust of passion swept over him, lashing him to headlong fury. "And that one thing I mean to have," he told her violently. "No power in heaven or hell shall keep you from me. I tell you." His voice rose, and in the darkness those two flames glowed more redly, such flames as had surely never burned before in the face of a man. "Whatever you may say, you are mine, and in your heart you know it. Sooner or later, I will make you own it." His voice sank suddenly to a whisper no longer passionate, only inexpressibly evil. "Will you despise me then, Queen Anne? I wonder. She moved at last, raised her hand stiffly pointed. "Go," she said. "Go." Yet for a space he still stood in the doorway, menacing her. A vital figure, lithe, erect, dominant. The tension was terrible. It seemed to be strained to snapping point, and yet it held. It was the fiercest battle she had ever known, a battle in which his will grappled with hers in a mighty, all-mastering grip, increasing every instant till she felt crushed, impotent, lost, as if all the powers of evil were let loose and seething around her, dragging her down. Her resolution began to falter at last. She became conscious of a numbing sense of physical weakness, an oppression so overwhelming that she thought her heart would never beat again. Once more she seemed to totter on the edge of a depth too immense to contemplate, to hover above the very pit of destruction. And then suddenly the ordeal was over. A blinding flash of lightning lit the room, glimmered weirdly, splitting the gloom as a sword rending a curtain, and was gone. There came a sound like the snarl of a startled animal, and the next instant a frightful crash of thunder. Anne reeled back, dazed, stunned, utterly unnerved, and sank into a chair. When she came to herself, she was alone. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Chapter 13, An Appeal and Its Answer. A puff of rain-washed air wandered in through the wide-flung window, and Lucas Errol turned his head languidly upon the pillow to feel it on his face. He sighed as he moved, as if even that slight exertion cost him some resolution. His eyes had a heavy, drugged look. They seemed more deeply sunken than usual, but there was no sleep in them, only the utter weariness that follows the sleep of morphia. At the soft opening of the door, a faint frown drew his forehead, but it turned to a smile as Bertie came forward with cautious tread. "That you, dear fellow? I am awake." Bertie came to his side, his brown face full of concern. "Are you better, old chap?" "Yes, better, thanks, only so dog-tired. Sit down. Have you brought the budget?" "There's nothing much today, only that chap Craddock writing again for instructions about the Arizona ranch, and a few Wall Street tips from Marsh by cable. Say, Luke, I don't think Craddock is overweighted with spunk, never have thought so. Guess that ranch wants a bigger man." "I'll see his letter," said Lucas. "Presently will do. What about Marsh?" "Oh, he's behind the scenes as usual. You'd better read him now. The rest we'll keep. When you've done that, I want to talk to you." "So I gathered. Stuff in another pillow behind me, will you? I can think better sitting up." "I shouldn't, old chap, really. You're always easier lying down." "Oh, shucks, Bertie, do as you're told, and don't look at me like that, you old duffer. It's a mean advantage to take of a sick man. Steady now, steady. Go slow. You mustn't slam a creaking gate. It's bad for the hinges." But notwithstanding Bertie's utmost care, there were heavy drops on his brother's forehead as he sank again upon his pillows. Bertie wiped them away with a hand that trembled a little, and Lucas smiled up at him with twitching lips. "Thanks, boy. It was only a twinge. Sit down again and give me Marsh's cipher and the morning papers. The letters you shall read to me presently." He straightway immersed himself in business matters with the shrewdness and concentration that ever aroused his young brother's deepest admiration. "What a marvelous grip you've got on things, Luke," he exclaimed at the end of it. "No wonder you are always on the top. You're great, man, you're great." "I guess it's just my specialty," the millionaire said with his weary smile. "I must be getting another secretary soon, boy. It's a shame to eat up your time like this. What is it you want to talk to me about? Going to get married?" Bertie shook his head. "The padre won't hear of it yet, and Dot herself, well, you know, I said I'd wait." "Don't wait too long," said Lucas quietly. "You shall have the old dower house to live in. Tell the padre that. It's only a stone's throw from the rectory. We'll build a garage too, eh, Bertie? The wife must have her motor, and presently, when you are called to the bar, you will want a flat in town." "You're a brick, Luke," the boy declared with shining eyes. "Between ourselves, I don't expect to do much at the bar, but I'm sticking to it just to show 'em I can work like the rest of creation. I'd sooner be your secretary for all time, and you know it." "That's so." Lucas stretched a hand towards him. "But I guess you're right. I don't want you to depend on me for employment. If I were to go out one of these days, you'd feel rather left. It's better you should have other resources." "Luke! I say, Luke!" But the quick distress of the words was checked by the gentle restraint of Lucas's hand. I know, but we've all got to die sooner or later, and one doesn't want to tear a larger hole than one need. That's all right, Bertie boy. We'll shunt the subject. Only, if you want to please me, get that nice little girl to marry you soon. Now what was it you wanted to say? Something about Nap?" "Yes, how did you know? It's an infernal shame to worry you when you're not fit for it, but the mother and I both think you ought to know." "Go ahead, dear fellow, I'm tougher than you think. What has become of Nap?" "That's just the question. You know he went off in the car with Lady Carfax yesterday morning?" "I didn't know," murmured Lucas. "That's a detail. Go on." "Late last night the car had not returned, and the mother began to wonder. Of course, if Lady Carfax hadn't been there, it wouldn't have mattered much, but as it was, we got anxious, and in the end I posted off to the manor to know if she had arrived. She had not. But while I was there, a wire came for the butler from a place called Bromhurst, which is about 50 miles away, to say that the car had broken down and they couldn't return before today. Well, that looked to me deuced queer. I'm convinced that Nap is up to some devilry. What on earth induced her to go there with him anyway? The mother was real bothered about it, and so was I. We couldn't rest, either of us, and in the end she ordered the big Daimler and went off to Bromhurst herself. I wanted to go with her, but she wouldn't have me at any price. You know the mother. So I stopped to look after things here. Everyone cleared off this morning, thank the gods. I don't think anyone smelt a rat. I told them the mother had gone to nurse a sick friend, and it seemed to go down all right." Lucas had listened to the recital with closed eyes and a perfectly expressionless face. He did not speak for a few moments when Bertie ended. At length, "And the mother is not back yet?" he asked. "No, but I'm not afraid for her. She knows how to hold her own." "That's so," Lucas conceded, and fell silent again. He was frowning a little as if in contemplation of some difficulty, but his composure was absolute. "There may be nothing in it," he said at last. Bertie grunted. "I knew he was in a wild beast mood before they started. He nearly rode the black mare to death in the early morning." "Why wasn't I told of that?" Lucas opened his eyes with a question and looked directly at his brother's worried countenance. "My dear fellow, you were too sick to be bothered. Besides, you were taking morphia. He saw to that." Lucas closed his eyes again without comment. A long pause ensued before he spoke again. Then, "Bertie," he said, "go down to the garage and leave word that as soon as Nap returns I want to speak to him." "He won't return," said Bertie with conviction. "I think he will. It is even possible that he has returned already. In any case, go and tell them. Ah, Tawny, what is it?" The valet came to his master's side. His hideous features wore an expression that made them almost benign. The dumb devotion of an animal looked out of his eyes. "A note, sir, from the manor." "Who brought it?" asked Lucas. "A groom, sir." "Waiting for an answer?" "Yes, sir." Lucas opened the note. It was from Anne. He read a few lines, then glanced at Bertie. "It's all right, Bertie. Go and give that message, will you? Say it's important, an urgent matter of business." Bertie departed, and Lucas's eyes returned to the sheet he held. Tawny Hudson stood motionless beside him, and several silent seconds ticked away. His master spoke at length. "Pen and paper, Tawny. Yes, that's right. Now put your arm behind the pillows and give me a hoist. Slowly now, slowly." And then, as the man supported him very slowly and unsteadily, he traced a few words. "Don't worry, all's well. Lucas." Abruptly the pen fell from his fingers, his head dropped back, his face was drawn and ghastly as he uttered a few gasping whispers. "Tawny, give me something, quick! This pain is killing me." The man lowered him again and took a bottle from a side table. As he measured some drops into a glass, the only sound in the room was his master's agonized breathing. Yet he knew without turning that someone had entered, and he betrayed no surprise when Nap's hand suddenly whisked the glass from his hold and held it to the panting lips. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 14, The Irresistible. The first words Lucas uttered when utterance became possible to him were, "No morphia." Nap was deftly drawing away the pillows to ease his position. "All right, old fellow," he made answer, "but you know you can't sit up when you are like this. What possessed you to try?" "Business," murmured Lucas. "Don't go again, Boney. I want you." "So I've been told. I am quite at your service. Don't speak till you feel better." "Ah, I am better now. There's magic about you, I believe. Or is it electricity?" Lucas's eyes rested on the grim face above him with a certain wistfulness. Nap only smiled cynically. "Is Hudson to take this note? Can I address it for you?" If he expected to cause any discomfiture by the suggestion, he was disappointed. Lucas answered him with absolute composure. "Yes, to Lady Carfax at the Manor. It is to go at once." Nap thrust it into an envelope with a perfectly inscrutable countenance, scrawled the address, and handed it to the valet. "You needn't come back till you are rung for," he said. And with that he calmly seated himself by his brother's side with the air of a man with ample leisure at his disposal. As the door closed, he spoke. "Hadn't you better have a smoke?" "No, I must talk first. I wish you would sit where I can see you." Nap pulled his chair round at once and sat in the full glare of the noonday sun. "Is that enough limelight for you? Now what ails the great chief? Does he think his brother will run away while he sleeps?" There was a hint of tenderness underlying the banter in his voice. He stooped with the words and picked up a letter that lay on the floor. "This yours?" Lucas's half-extended hand fell. "And you may read it," he said. "Many thanks. I don't read women's letters unless they chance to be addressed to me. No, not even if they concern me very nearly." Nap's teeth gleamed for a moment. I'm afraid you must play off your own bat, my worthy brother, though if you take my advice you'll postpone it. You're about used up and I'm deuced thirsty. It's not a peaceful combination." Again, despite the nonchalance of his speech, it was not without a certain gentleness. He laid the letter on the bed within reach of his brother's hand. "I won't leave the premises till you have had your turn," he said. "I guess that's a fair offer anyway. Now curl up and rest." But Lucas negatived the suggestion instantly, though very quietly. "I'll take my turn now, if you've no objection. That ranch in Arizona, Boney, is beginning to worry me some. I want you to take it in hand. It's a little job peculiarly suited to your abilities." Nap jerked up his head with an odd gesture, not solely indicative of surprise. "What do you know of my abilities?" "More than most." Very steadily Lucas made answer. "I depend on you in a fashion you little dream of, and I guess you won't fail me." Nap's jaw slowly hardened. "I'm not very likely to disappoint you," he observed, "more especially as I have no intention of removing to Arizona at present." "No?" "No." "Not if I make a point of it?" Lucas spoke heavily, as if the effort of speech were great. His hand had clenched upon Anne's letter. Nap leaned forward without replying, the sunlight still shining upon his face, and looked at him attentively. "Yes," said Lucas very wearily. "It has come to that. I can't have you here disturbing the public peace. I won't have my own brother arraigned as a murderer, nor will I have Anne Carfax pilloried by you for all England to throw mud at. I've stood a good deal from you, Boney, but I'm damned if I'm going to stand this." "The only question is, can you prevent it?" said Nap, without the faintest change of countenance. "I am going to prevent it." "If you can." "I am going to prevent it," Lucas repeated. "Before we go any further, give me that shooter of yours." Nap hesitated for a single instant, then, with a gesture openly contemptuous, he took the revolver from his pocket and tossed it on the bed. Lucas laid his hand upon it. He was looking full into Nap's face. "Now, I want you to tell me something," he said. "I seem to remember your saying to me once in this very room that you and Lady Carfax were friends, no more, no less. You were mighty anxious that I shouldn't misunderstand. Remember that episode?" "Perfectly," said Nap. "I surmised that you told me that because you honestly cared for her as a friend. Was that so?" Nap made a slight movement, such a movement as a man makes when he catches sight of a stone to his path too late to avoid it. "You may say so if you wish," he said. "Meaning that things have changed since then?" questioned Lucas in his tired drawl. Nap threw up his head with the action of a jibbing horse. "You can put it how you like. You can say, if you like, that I am a bigger blackguard now than I was then. It makes no difference how you put it." "But I want to know," said Lucas quietly. "Are you a blackguard, Boney?" His eyes were fixed steadily upon the dusky face with its prominent cheekbones and mocking mouth. Perhaps he knew what Anne had discovered long before, that those sensitive lips might easily reveal what the fierce eyes hid. "A matter of opinion," threw back Nap. "If I am, Anne Carfax has made me so." "Anne Carfax," said Lucas very deliberately, "has done her best to make a man of you. It is not her fault if she has failed. It is not her fault that you have chosen to drag her friendship through the mire." "Friendship!" broke in Nap. "She gave me more than that." Lucas's brows contracted as if at a sudden dart of pain, but his voice was perfectly level as he made reply. "Whatever she gave you was the gift of a good woman of which you have proved yourself utterly unworthy." Nap sprang to his feet. "Be it so," he exclaimed harshly. "I am unworthy. What of it? She always knew I was." "Yet she trusted you." "She trusted me, yes. Having cast out the devil she found in possession, she thought there was nothing more to me. She thought that I should be content to wander empty all my days through dry places, seeking rest. She forgot the sequel, forgot what was bound to happen when I found none. You seem to have forgotten that too, or do you think that I am indeed that interesting vacuum that you are pleased to call a gentleman?" He flung his arms wide with a sudden passionate laugh. "Why, my good fellow, I'd sooner rank myself with the beasts that perish. And I'd sooner perish too, yes, die with a rope round my throat in the good old English fashion. There's nothing in that. I'd as soon die that way as any other. It may not be so artistic as our method, but it's quite a clean process, and the ultimate result is the same." "Do you mind sitting down?" said Lucas. Nap looked at him sharply. "In pain again?" "Sit down," Lucas reiterated. "You can't do anything more than that. Now will you take the trouble to make me understand what exactly are your present intentions and why?" "Doesn't that letter tell you?" said Nap. "This letter," Lucas answered, "is the desperate appeal of a very unhappy woman who is in mortal dread of your murdering her husband." "That all?" said Nap. The red glare of savagery flickered for an instant in his eyes. "She has no fears on her own account, then?" "Will you explain?" "Oh, certainly, if you need explanation. I mean that the death of Sir Giles Carfax is no more than a stepping stone, a means to an end. So long as he lives, he will stand in my way. Therefore Sir Giles will go, and mark me, any other man who attempts to come between us, I will kill also. Heaven knows what there is in her that attracts me, but there is something I have never seen in any other woman, something that goes to my head. Oh, I'm not in love with her, I'm long past that stage. One can't be in love forever, and she is as cold as the North Star anyway. But she has driven me mad, and I warn you, you had better not interfere with me." He flung the words like a challenge. His lower jaw was thrust forward. He looked like a savage animal menacing his keeper. But Lucas lay without moving a muscle, lay still and quiet, without tension and without emotion of any description, simply watching, as a disinterested spectator might watch, the fiery rebellion that had kindled against him. At length, very deliberately, he held out the revolver. "Well," he drawled, "my life isn't worth much, it's true, and you are quite welcome to take your gun and end it here and now if you feel so disposed, for I warn you, Nap Errol, that you'll find me considerably more in your way than Sir Giles Carfax or any other man. I stand between you already, and while I live, you won't shunt me." Nap's lips showed their scoffing smile. "Unfortunately or otherwise, you are out of the reckoning," he said. "Am I? And how long have I been that?" Nap was silent. He looked suddenly stubborn. Lucas waited. There was even a hint of humor in his steady eyes. "And that's where you begin to make a mistake," he said presently. "You're a poor sort of blackguard at best, Boney, and that's why you can't break away. Take this thing. I've no use for it, but maybe in Arizona you'll find it advisable to carry arms. Come over here and read Craddock's letter." But Nap swung away with a gesture of fierce unrest. He fell to prowling to and fro, stopping short of the bed at each turn, refusing doggedly to face the quiet eyes of the man who lay there. Minutes passed. Lucas was still watching, but he was no longer at his ease. His brows were drawn heavily. He looked like a man undergoing torture. His hand was still fast closed upon Anne's letter. He spoke at last, seeming to grind out the words through clenched teeth. "I guess there's no help for it, Boney. We've figured it out before, you and I. I'm no great swell at fighting, but I can hold my own against you. And if it comes to a tug of war, you'll lose." Nap came to his side at last and stood there, still not looking at him. "You seem almighty sure of that," he said. "That's so," said Lucas simply, "and if you care to know why, I'll tell you. It's just because your heart isn't in it. One half of you is on my side. You're just not blackguard enough." "And so you want to send me to Arizona to mature," suggested Nap grimly. "Or to find yourself," Lucas substituted. "Say, Boney, if you don't give in pretty soon, I'll make you take me along." "You?" Nap's eyes came down at last to the drawn face. He gave a slight start and the next moment stooped to lift the tortured frame to another position. "If Capper were here, he'd say I was killing you," he said. "For heaven's sake, man, rest." "No," gasped Lucas. "No, I haven't finished yet. Boney, you've got to listen. There's no quarrel between us. Only if you will be so damned headstrong, I must be headstrong too. I mean what I say. If you won't go to Arizona alone, you will go with me, and we'll start tonight." Nap's thin lips twitched, but with no impulse to ridicule. He rearranged the pillows with his usual dexterous rapidity, then deliberately laid his hand upon the lined forehead and stood, so in utter silence, staring unblinking straight before him. For many seconds Lucas also lay passive. His eyelids drooped heavily, but he would not suffer them to close. He was yet watching narrowly, the flame that still smoldered and might blaze afresh at any moment. "Give it up, Boney," he said at last. "I'll go with you to the ends of the earth sooner than let you do this thing, and you'll find me a very considerable encumbrance. Do you honestly believe yourself capable of shunting me at will?" "I honestly believe you'll kill yourself if you don't rest," Nap said. He looked down suddenly into the tired eyes. The fierce glare had gone utterly out of his own. His very pose had altered. "Then I shall die in a good cause," Lucas murmured with the ghost of a smile. "You needn't say any more, Boney. I guess I shall rest now. "Because you think you've beaten me," Nap said curtly. "Guess it's your victory, dear fellow, not mine," Lucas answered very gently. A gleam that was not a smile crossed the harsh face, softening but not gladdening. "It's a mighty hollow one anyway, and I'm not going for nothing, not even to please you." "Anything, to the half of my kingdom," Lucas said. Nap sat down on the edge of the bed. The madness had passed, or he had thrust it back out of sight in the darkest recesses of his soul. He laid a hand upon his brother's arm and felt it speculatively. "No sinew, no flesh, and scarcely any blood," he said. "And yet," his mouth twisted a little, "my master. Luke, you're a genius." "Oh, shucks, Boney. What's brute strength anyway?" "Not much," Nap admitted, "but you haven't the force of a day-old puppy. Maybe, when I'm out of the way fighting my devils in the desert, you'll give Capper a free hand, and let him make of you what you were always intended to be, a human masterpiece. There won't be any obstacles when I'm out of the way." Lucas's hand felt for and closed upon his. "If that's your condition, it's a bargain," he said simply. "And you'll put up a fight for it, eh, Luke? You're rather apt to slack when I'm not by." Was there a hint of wistfulness in the words? It almost seemed so. A very tender look came into the elder man's eyes. "With God's help, Boney," he said, "I'll pull through." Nap rose as if that ended the interview, yet rising, he still gripped the weak hand of the man who was his master. A moment he stood, then suddenly bent very low and touched it with his forehead. "I leave tonight," he said, and turning went very quickly and noiselessly from the room. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 15, On the Edge of the Pit. It was a very cheery Dot Waring who ran across the wet fields that afternoon to the manor to acquaint Lady Carfax with the gratifying intelligence that the proceeds of the great entertainment at which she had so kindly assisted actually amounted to close upon £30. Barrenford had done its humble best towards providing itself with a town hall, had in fact transcended all expectations, and Dot was in high spirits in consequence. It was something of a disappointment to be met by old Dimmesdale with the intelligence that her ladyship was very tired and resting. He added, seeing Dot's face fall, that Mrs. Errol was spending a few days at the manor and would no doubt be very pleased to see her. So Dot entered and was presently embraced by Mrs. Errol and invited to take tea with her in the conservatory. "Yes, dear Anne's in bed," she said. "She and Nap went for a motor ride yesterday and broke down and were benighted. Nap always was sort of reckless. We had a message late last night telling us what had happened, and I went off at once in the big car and brought Anne back. Nap had to wait for his own car, but I guess he's back by this time. And poor Anne was so worn out when we got back that I persuaded her to go to bed right away, and I stopped to take care of her." In view of the fact that Mrs. Errol was never happier than when she had someone to take care of, this seemed but natural, and Dot's straightforward mind found nothing unusual in the story. She remained for nearly an hour, chattering gaily upon 1,000 topics. She was always at her ease with Mrs. Errol. At parting, the latter held her for a moment very closely. "Happy, dearie?" she asked. "Oh, ever so happy," said Dot, with warm arms round her friend's neck. Mrs. Errol sighed a little, smiled, and kissed her. "God keep you so, child," she said. And Dot went forth again into the hazy summer sunshine with a vague wonder if dear Mrs. Errol were quite happy too. Somehow she had not liked to ask. Her way lay over the shoulder of a hill, that same hill on which Sir Giles Carfax had once wreaked his mad vengeance upon his enemy. A mist lay along the valley, and Dot kept on the ridge as long as she could. She was essentially a creature of sunshine. She was obliged, however, at last to strike downwards, and with regret she left the sunshine behind. The moment it was out of her eyes, she caught sight of something she had not expected to see in the valley below her. It was not 100 yards away, but the mist rising from the marshy ground partially obscured it. A dark object, curiously shapeless, that yet had the look of an animal, was lying in a hollow, and over it bent the figure of a man. Dot's heart quickened a little. Had there been an accident, she asked herself? She hastened her steps and drew near. As she did so, the man straightened himself suddenly and turned round, and instantly a thrill of recognition and of horror went through the girl. It was Nap Errol, and the thing on the ground was his black mare. She knew in a flash what had happened. Bertie had predicted disaster too often for her not to know. A great wave of repulsion surged through her. She was, for the moment, too horrified for speech. Nap stood, erect, motionless, waiting for her. There was a terrible set smile on his face, like the smile on a death mask. He did not utter a word as she came up. The mare was quite dead. The starting, bloodshot eyes were already glazing. She lay in a huddled heap, mud-stained, froth-splashed, with blood upon her flanks. White-faced and speechless, Dot stood and looked. It was the first time that tragedy had ever touched her gay young life. She stooped at last, and with trembling, pitiful fingers touched the velvet muzzle. Then suddenly indignation, fierce, overwhelming, headlong, swept over her, crowding out even her horror. She stood up and faced Nap in such a tornado of fury as had never before shaken her. "You brute," she said. "You fiend. You... "Devil," said Nap. "Why not say it? I shan't contradict you." He spoke quite quietly, so quietly that even in the wild tempest of her anger she was awed. There was something unfathomable about him, something that nevertheless arrested her at the very height of her fury. His manner was so still, so deadly still, and so utterly free from cynicism. She stood and stared at him, a queer sensation of dread making her very heart feel cold. "I should go if I were you," he said. But Dot stood still, as if struck powerless. "You can't do any good," he went on, his tone quite gentle, even remotely kind. "I had to kill something, but it was a pity you chanced to see it. You had better go home and forget it." Dot's white lips began to move, but it was several seconds before any sound came from them. "What are you going to do?" "That's my affair," said Nap. He was still faintly smiling, but his smile appalled her. It was so cold, so impersonal, so void of all vitality. "Really, you had better go," he said. But Dot's dread had begun to take tangible form. Perhaps the very shock she had undergone had served to awaken in her some of the dormant instincts of her womanhood. She stood her ground, obedient to an inner prompting that she dared not ignore. "Will you walk a little way with me?" she said at last. For the first time, Nap's eyes looked at her intently, searched her closely, unsparingly. She faced the scrutiny bravely, but she trembled under it. At the end of a lengthy pause, he spoke. "Are you going to faint?" "No," she answered quickly. "I never faint. Only, I do feel rather sick." He put his hand under her arm with a suddenness that allowed of no protest and began to march her up the hill. Long before they reached the top, Dot's face was scarlet with exertion and she was gasping painfully for breath, but he would not let her rest till they were over the summit and out of sight of the valley and what lay there. Then, to her relief, he stopped. "Better now?" "Yes," she panted. His hand fell away from her. He turned to go, but swiftly she turned also and caught his arm. "Nap, please," she begged. "Please." He stood still, and again his eyes scanned her. "Yes?" The brief word sounded stern, but Dot was too anxious to take any note of that. "Come a little farther," she urged. It's lonely through the wood." "What are you afraid of?" said Nap. She could not tell him the truth, and she hesitated to lie, but his eyes read her through and through without effort. When he turned and walked beside her, she was quite sure that he had fathomed the unspeakable dread which had been steadily growing within her since the moment of their meeting. He did not say another word, merely paced along with his silent tread till they reached the small wood through which her path lay. Dot's anger had wholly left her, but her fear remained. A terrible sense of responsibility was upon her, and she was utterly at a loss as to how to cope with it. Her influence over this man she believed to be absolutely nil. She had not the faintest notion how to deal with him. Lady Carfax would have known, she reflected, and she wished with all her heart that Lady Carfax had been there. He vaulted the stile into the wood and held up his hand to her. As she placed hers within it, she summoned her resolution and spoke. "Nap, I'm sorry I said what I did just now." He raised his brows for the fraction of a second. "I forget what you said." She flushed a little. "Because you don't choose to remember. But I am sorry I spoke all the same. I lost my temper, and I suppose I had no right to." "Pray, don't apologize," he said. "It made no difference, I assure you." But this was not what Dot wanted. She descended to the ground and tried again. It was something at least to have broken the silence. "Nap," she said, standing still with her hands nervously clasped behind her. "Please don't think me impertinent or anything of that sort, but I can't help knowing that you are feeling pretty bad about it, and, she began to falter. "I know you are not a brute, really. You didn't mean to do it." A curious little smile came into Nap's face. "It's good of you to make excuses for me," he observed. "You happen to know me rather well, don't you?" "I know you are in trouble," she answered rather piteously, "and I'm sorry." "Thanks," he said. "Do we part here?" She thrust out her hand impulsively. "I thought we decided to be friends," she said, a sharp quiver in her voice. "Well?" said Nap. He did not touch her hand. His fingers were wound in the thong of his riding crop, and strained at it incessantly as if seeking to snap it asunder. Dot was on the verge of tears. She choked them back desperately. "You might behave as if we were," she said. He continued to tug grimly at the whiplash. "I'm not friends with anyone at the present moment," he said. "But it isn't worth crying over anyway. Why don't you run home and play drafts with Bertie?" "Because I'm not what you take me for." Dot suddenly laid trembling hands on the creaking leather and faced him with all her courage. "I can't help what you think of me," she said rather breathlessly. "But I'm not going to leave you here by yourself. You may be as furious as you like. I simply won't." He pulled the whip sharply from her grasp. She thought for the moment that he actually was furious and braced herself to meet the tempest of his wrath. And then, to her amazement, he spoke in a tone that held neither sarcasm nor resentment, only a detached sort of curiosity. "Are you quite sure I'm worth all this trouble?" "Quite sure," she answered emphatically. "And I wonder how you arrived at that conclusion," he said with a twist of the mouth that was scarcely humorous. She did not answer, for she felt utterly unequal to the discussion. They began to walk on down the mossy pathway. Suddenly an idea came to Dot. "I only wish Lady Carfax were here," she exclaimed impetuously. "She would know how to convince you of that." "Would she?" said Nap. He shot a swift look at the girl beside him. Then, "You see, Lady Carfax has thrown me over," he told her very deliberately. Dot gave a great start. "Oh, surely not. She would never throw over anyone. And you have always been such friends." "Till I offended her," said Nap. "Oh, but couldn't you go and apologize?" urged Dot eagerly. "She is so sweet. I know she would forgive anybody." He jerked up his head. "I don't happen to want her forgiveness, and even if I did, I shouldn't ask for it. I'm not particularly great at humbling myself." "Isn't that rather a mistake?" said Dot. "No," he rejoined briefly, "not when I'm despised already for a savage and the descendant of savages." "I am afraid I don't understand," she said. He uttered a sudden harsh laugh. "I see you don't, or you would be despising me too." "I shall never do that," she said quickly. He looked at her again still, with a mocking smile upon his lips. He bore himself with a certain royal pride that made her feel decidedly small. "You will never say that again," he remarked. "Why not?" she demanded. "Because," he answered with a drawling sneer, "you are like the rest of creation. You put breed before everything. Unless a man has what you are pleased to term pure blood in his veins, he is beyond the pale." "Whatever are you talking about?" said Dot, frankly mystified. He stopped dead and faced her. "I am talking of myself, if you want to know," he told her very bitterly. "I am beyond the pale, an illegitimate son with a strain of Red Indian in my veins to complete my damnation." "Good gracious," said Dot. She stared at him for a few seconds mutely, as if the sudden announcement had taken her breath away. At last, Then Mrs. Errol," she stammered. "Is not my mother," he informed her grimly. "Did you ever seriously think she was?" He flung back his shoulders arrogantly. "You're almighty blind, you English." Dot continued to contemplate him with her frank eyes, as if viewing for the first time a specimen of some rarity. "Well, I don't see that it makes any difference," she said at length. "You are you just the same. I really don't see quite why you told me." "No," said Nap, staring back at her with eyes that told her nothing. "Perhaps I just wanted to show you that you are wasting your solicitude on an object of no value." "How funny of you," said Dot. She paused a moment, still looking at him, then with a quick, childish movement she slipped her hand through his arm. Quite suddenly she knew how to deal with him. "You seem to forget," she said with a little smile, "that I'm going to be your sister one day." He stiffened at her action, and for a single moment she wondered if she could have made a mistake. And then as suddenly he relaxed. He took the hand that rested on his arm and squeezed it hard. And Dot knew that in some fashion, by a means which she scarcely understood, she had gained a victory. They went on together along the mossy winding path. A fleeting shower was falling, and the patter of it sounded on the leaves. Nap walked with his face turned up to the raindrops, sure-footed with the gait of a panther. He did not speak a word to the girl beside him, but his silence did not disconcert her. There was even something in it that reassured her. They were approaching the farther end of the wood when he abruptly spoke. "So you think it makes no difference?" Was there a touch of pathos in the question? She could not have said, but she answered it swiftly with all the confidence and ignorance of youth. "Of course I do. How could it make a difference? Do you suppose if it had been Bertie I should have cared?" "Bertie," he said. "Bertie is a law-abiding citizen, and you, pardon me for saying so, are young." "Oh, yes, I know," she admitted. "But I've got some sense all the same, and, Nap, may I say something rather straight?" The flicker of a smile shone and died in his eyes. "Don't mind me," he said. "The role of an evangelist becomes you better than some." "Don't," said Dot, turning very red. "I didn't," said Nap. "I'm only being brotherly. Hit as straight as you like." "I was going to say," she said, taking him at his word, "that if a man is a good sort and does his duty, I don't believe one person in a million cares a rap about what his parents were. I don't, indeed." She spoke with great earnestness. It was quite obvious that she meant every word. It was Dot's straightforward way to speak from her heart. "And I'm sure Lady Carfax doesn't either," she added. But at that Nap set his teeth. "My child, you don't chance to know Lady Carfax as I do. Moreover, suppose the man doesn't chance to be a good sort and loathes the very word duty. It brings down the house of cards rather fast, eh?" An older woman might have been discouraged. Experience would probably have sadly acquiesced. But Dot possessed neither age nor experience, and so she only lost her patience. "Oh, but you are absurd," she exclaimed, shaking his arm with characteristic vigor. "How can you be so disgustingly flabby? You're worse than old Squinny, who sends for Dad or me every other day to see him die. He's fearfully keen on going to heaven, but that's all he ever does to get there." Nap broke into a brief laugh. They had reached the stile, and he faced round with extended hand. "After that, good-bye," he said. "With your permission, we'll keep this encounter to ourselves. But you certainly are a rousing evangelist. When you mount the Padre's pulpit, I'll come and sit under it." Dot's fingers held fast for a moment. "It'll be all right, will it?" she asked bluntly. "I mean, you'll be sensible?" He smiled at her in a way she did not wholly understand yet, which went straight to her quick heart. "So long, little sister," he said. "Yes, it will be quite all right. I'll continue to cumber the ground a little longer if you call that being sensible. And if you think my chances of heaven are likely to be improved by your kind intervention, perhaps you'll put up a prayer now and then on my behalf to the power that casts out devils, for we are many." "I will, Nap, I will," she said very earnestly. When he was gone, she mounted the stile and paused with her face to the sky. "Take care of him, please, God," she said. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 16, Deliverance. Notwithstanding her largeness of heart, Mrs. Errol was something of a despot, and when once she had assumed command, she was slow to relinquish it. "I guess you must let me have my own way, dear Anne," she said, "for I've never had a daughter." And Anne, to whom the burden of life just then was more than ordinarily heavy, was fain to submit to the kindly tyranny. Mrs. Errol had found her alone at the inn at Bramhurst on the night of the storm, and in response to her earnest request had taken her without delay straight back to her home. Very little had passed between them on the circumstances that had resulted in this development. Scarcely had Nap's name been mentioned by either. Mrs. Errol seemed to know him too well to need an explanation, and Anne had noted this fact with a sick heart. It meant to her the confirmation of what had already become a practical conviction, that the man she had once dreamed that she loved was no more than a myth of her own imagination. Again and yet again she had been deceived, but her eyes were open at last, finally and for all time. No devil's craft, however wily, however convincing, could ever close them again. Lying in her darkened room with her stretched nerves yet quivering at every sound, she told herself over and over that she knew Nap Errol now as others knew him, as he knew himself, a man cruel, merciless, unscrupulous, in whose dark soul no germ of love had ever stirred. Why he had ever desired her she could not determine. Possibly her very faith in him, that faith that he had so rudely shattered, had been the attraction. Possibly only her aloofness, her pride, had kindled in him the determination to conquer, but that he had ever loved her as she interpreted love, she now told herself was an utter impossibility. She even questioned in the bitterness of her disillusionment if love, that true romance to which she had offered sacrifice, were not also a myth, the piteous creation of a woman's fond imagination, a thing non-existent save in the realms of fancy, a dream goal to which no man might attain and very few aspire. All through the long day she lay alone with her problem, perpetually turning it in her mind, perpetually asking by what tragic influence she had ever been brought to fancy that this man, with his violent, unrestrained nature, his fierce egoism, his murderous impulses, had ever been worthy of the halo her love had fashioned for him. No man was worthy. No man was worthy. This man least of all. Had not he himself warned her over and over again, and she had not listened? Perhaps he had not meant her to listen. Perhaps it had only been another of his devilish artifices for ensnaring her, that attitude of humility, half scoffing, half persuasive, with which he had masked his inner vileness. Oh, she was sick at heart that day, sick with disappointment, sick with humiliation, sick with a terrible foreboding that gave her no rest. Slowly the hours dragged away. She had dispatched her urgent message to Lucas immediately upon her arrival at the manor, and his prompt reply had in a measure reassured her. But she knew that he was ill, and she could not drive from her mind the dread that he might fail her. How could he, in his utter physical weakness, hope to master the demons that tore Nap Errol's turbulent soul? And if Lucas failed her, what then? What then? She had no city of refuge to flee unto. She and her husband were at the mercy of a murderer. For that he would keep his word she did not for a moment doubt. Nap Errol was not as other men. No second thoughts would deter him from his purpose. Unless Lucas by some miracle withheld him, no other influence would serve. He would wreak his vengeance with no hesitating hand. The fire of his savagery was an all-consuming flame, and it was too strongly kindled to be lightly quenched. Her thoughts went back to her husband. The date of his return had not been definitely fixed. The letter had suggested that it should take place sometime in the following week. She had not yet replied to the suggestion. She put her hand to her head. Actually, she had forgotten. Ought she not to send a message of warning? But in what terms could she couch it? Lucas might even yet succeed. It might be that even now he was fighting the desperate battle. Inaction became intolerable. She had promised Mrs. Errol that she would take a long rest, but there was no rest for her. She knew that she would hear from Lucas the moment he had anything definite to report, but a new and ghastly fear now assailed her. What if Nap had not returned to Barrenmead? What if he had gone direct to the asylum, there to snatch his opportunity while his fury was at its height? The thought turned her sick. She rose, scarcely knowing what she did, and moved across the room to her escritoire. The vague idea of penning some sort of warning was in her mind, but before she reached it, the conviction stabbed her that it would be too late. No warning would be of any avail. If that had been Nap Errol's intention, by this time the deed was done, and if that were so, she was in part guilty of her husband's murder. Powerless, she sank upon her knees by the open window, striving painfully, piteously, vainly to pray. But no words came to her, no prayer rose from her wrung heart. It was as though she knelt in outer darkness before a locked door. In that hour, Anne Carfax went down into the place of desolation, which some call hell, and some the bitter school of sorrow, that place in which each soul is alone with its agony and its sin, that place where no light shines and no voice is heard, where, groping along the edge of destruction, the wanderer seeks its Maker and finds him not, where even the Son of God himself once lost his faith. And in that hour she knew why her love lay wounded unto death, though not then did she recognize the revelation as a crowning mercy. She saw herself bruised and abased, humbled beyond belief. She saw her proud purity brought low, brought down to the very mire which all her life she had resolutely ignored, from the very thought of which she had always withdrawn herself as from an evil miasma that bred corruption. She saw herself a sinner, sunk incredibly low, a woman who had worshipped love indeed, but at a forbidden shrine, a woman moreover bereft of all things, who had seen her sacrifice crumble to ashes and had no more to offer. Through her mind flashed a single sentence that had often and often set her wondering. From him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he seemeth to have. She knew its meaning now. It scorched her inmost soul. Such an one was she. No effort had she ever made to possess her husband's love. No love had she ever offered to him. Duty and submission indeed, but love never. Her heart had been unwarmed, nor had she ever sought to kindle within it the faintest spark. She had hated him always. She knew it now. Or perhaps her feeling for him had been something too cold for even hatred. If he had made her drink the waters of bitterness, she had given him in return the icy draught of contempt. There had been a time when his passion for her might have turned to love, but she had let it slide. She had not wanted love, or else, like so many fevered souls, she had yearned for the full blossom thereof, neglecting to nourish the parched seed under her feet. She had committed sacrilege. That was why love had come to her at last with a flaming sword, devastating her whole life, depriving her of even that which she had seemed to have. That was why she now knelt impotent before a locked door. That was why God was angry. A long, long time passed. She did not hear the rain pattering upon the green earth, nor feel the soft breeze on her neck. She had lost touch with things physical. She was yet groping in outer darkness. A hand very softly turned the handle of her door, and a motherly face looked in. "Why, Anne, dear child, I thought you were asleep," the deep voice said reproachfully. "I've been listening outside for ages, and you were so quiet." She raised her head quickly and in a moment rose. Her eyes were deeply shadowed, but they bore no trace of tears. "I could not sleep," she said, "but you mustn't trouble about me. I am quite well. I will dress and come down." Mrs. Errol came forward, shaking her head disapprovingly. "I have a note from Lucas," she said. "It arrived a quarter of an hour ago, but there was no answer, so I thought it would be real wicked to wake you up to read it." Anne stretched out a hand that shook. "Please," she said almost inarticulately. With the note open in her hand, she turned and sat down suddenly as if incapable of standing. The clumsy, uneven writing danced before her eyes. One sentence only, but it took her many seconds to read. "My brother Nap leaves tonight for Arizona. Lucas." She raised her face with a deep, deep breath. She felt as if she had not breathed for hours. Silently, after a moment, she held out the brief message to Mrs. Errol. "My," said the latter, "we'll thank the Lord for that." And then, very tenderly, she laid her hand upon Anne's shoulder. "My dearie, would it help you any to speak of him?" Anne leaned her weary head against her. "I don't know," she said. "I often wanted to warn you," Mrs. Errol said, "but I hoped it was unnecessary. You were always so kind of frank with him that I thought maybe it would be an impertinence to say anything. It wasn't as if you were an inexperienced girl. If you had been, but to give him his due, Nap never tried to trap an experience. He's got some morals, knave as he is. Say, Anne dear, you know he is no son of mine." "Yes," whispered Anne, gently drawing her friend's hand round her neck. "And I sometimes wonder," Mrs. Errol went on, in her deep sing-song voice that yet somehow held a note of pathos, "if I did wrong to take him as I did. He was the quaintest baby, Anne, the cutest morsel you ever saw. His dying mother brought him to me. She was only a girl herself, a broken-hearted girl dying before her time. I couldn't refuse. I felt he had a sort of claim upon us. Maybe I was wrong. My husband didn't view it that way, but at that time I hadn't much faith in his judgment. So I took the boy, his boy, and he was brought up as one of my own. But he was always unaccountable. He had queer lapses. I tried to be kind to him. I guess I always was kind, but I surmised that he always suspected me of resenting his existence. Lucas was the only one who ever had any influence over him. Latterly, I've thought you had some too, but I guess that was where I went wrong. He and Bertie never got on. Perhaps it was my fault. Perhaps he inherited some of my antagonism. The Lord knows I tried to suppress it, but somehow it was always there." "Dear Mrs. Errol," Anne murmured softly, "not one woman in 1,000 would have done as much." "Oh, you mustn't say that, dearie. I'm a very poor specimen. I gave him what advantages I could, but I never loved him. Perhaps, if I had, he'd have been a better boy. It's only love that counts for anything in God's sight, and I never gave him any. Lucas did. That's how it is he knows how to manage him. It isn't personal magnetism or anything of that sort. It's just love. He can't help answering to that because it's divine." "Ah," breathed Anne, "you think him capable of love, then?" "I guess so, dear. He's raw and undeveloped, but like the rest of creation, he has his possibilities. You've seen him in his better moods yourself. I always thought he kept his best side for you." "I know," Anne said. She leaned slowly back, looking up into the kindly eyes above her. "But it was only a mask. I see it now. I think there are many men like that. Perhaps all are to a certain extent. They are only themselves to one another. No woman would ever love a man if she saw him as he is." My dear," Mrs. Errol said. "That's a bitter thing to say, and it isn't true either. You'll see better by and by. Men are contemptible, I own, the very best of them, but they've all got possibilities, and it's just our part to draw them out. It's the divine foolishness of women's love that serves their need, that makes them feel after better things. No woman ever won a man by despising him. He may be inferior, he is, but he wants real love to bolster him up. I guess the dear Lord thought of that when he fashioned women." But Anne only smiled very sadly and shook her head. It might be true, but she was in no state to judge. She was blinded by present pain. She felt she had given her love to the wrong man, and though it had flourished like a tropical flower in the fiery atmosphere of his passion, it had been burnt away at last by the very sun that had called it into being, and she would love in that way no more forever. There was only duty left down all the long, gray vista of her life. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Part 3, Chapter 1, The Power Divine. Well, if this isn't a pleasure. Thus Lucas Errol, sitting on the terrace on a certain hot afternoon early in August, greeted Dot, whose multifarious duties did not permit her to be a very frequent visitor. He smiled at her with that cordiality which even on his worst days was never absent, but she thought him looking very ill. "Are you sure I shan't tire you too much?" she asked him, as he invited her to sit down. "Quite sure, my dear Dot," he answered. "It does me good to see people. Lady Carfax is coming presently. The mother has gone to fetch her. It will be her last appearance, I am afraid, for the present. She is expecting her husband home tomorrow, but I'm glad you were here first. I was just wishing I could see you." "Were you really?" said Dot. "Yes, really. No, you needn't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. I always do, to the best of my ability. Is that chair quite comfortable? Do you mind if I smoke?" "I don't mind anything," Dot said, "and I'm so comfortable that I want to take off my hat and go to sleep." "You may do the first," said Lucas, "but not the second, because I want to talk, and it's sort of uninteresting not to have an audience, especially when there is something important to be said." "Something important?" echoed Dot. "I hope it's something nice." "Oh, quite nice," he assured her. "It's to do with Bertie." He was smiling in his own peculiarly kindly fashion. "By the way, he's stewing indoors, studying for that exam, which he isn't going to pass." "Not going to pass?" Dot looked up in swift anxiety. "Oh, don't you think he will?" Lucas shook his head. "What's success, anyway? I guess the Creator finds the failures just as useful to him in the long run." "But I don't want him to fail," she protested. "In my opinion," Lucas said slowly, "it doesn't matter a single red cent so long as a man does his best. Believe me, it isn't success that counts. We're apt to think it's everything when we're young. I did myself once, before I began to realize that I hadn't come to stay." The shrewd blue eyes smiled at her under their heavy lids. "Now, I don't want to distress you any," he said, "but I'm going to say something that perhaps you'll take to heart, though you mustn't let it grieve you. Capper is coming here next month to perform an operation on me. It may be successful, and on the other hand it may not. The uncertainty worries me some. I'm trying to leave my affairs in good order, but there are some things beyond my scope that I'd like unspeakably to see settled before I take my chances. You can understand that." Dot's hand, warm, throbbing with life, slipped impulsively into his. "Dear Lucas, of course I understand." "Thanks, that's real nice of you. I always knew you were a woman of sense. I wonder if you can guess what it is I've set my heart on, eh, Dot?" "Tell me," murmured Dot. His eyes still rested upon her, but they seemed to be looking at something beyond. "Perhaps I'm overfond of regulating other folks' affairs," he said. "It's a habit that easily grows on the head of a family. But I've a sort of fancy for seeing you and Bertie married before I go out. If you tell me it's quite impossible, I won't say any more. But if you could see your way to it, well, it would be a real kindness, and I needn't say any more than that." The weary, rather droning voice ceased to speak. The eyelids drooped more heavily. It seemed to Dot that a gray shadow lay upon the worn face. He looked so unutterably tired, so ready for the long, long sleep. She sat quite still beside him, turning the matter in her mind. After a little he went on speaking with eyes half closed. "It would hit him hard if I went under, but he wouldn't feel so badly if you were there. The mother, too, she wants someone to lean on. There's Lady Carfax, but she has her own burden, and there'd be a lot for Bertie to see to, Nap being away. Besides—" "Oh, Luke," Dot broke in, her eyes full of tears. I can't imagine this place without you." "No? Well, you mustn't let it distress you any." We've all got to go sooner or later. There isn't anything in that. The main thing is to get it over when it comes, with as little fuss as possible. Life isn't long enough for grieving. It's just a mortal waste of time, and what is death anyway? He raised his eyes with what seemed an effort. You won't blame me, he said, for wanting to close up the ranks a bit before I go. Of course I may live as long as any of you. God knows I shall do my best. I want to pull through for several reasons, but if I've got to go, I'd like to feel I've left things as shipshape as possible. Bertie will tell you what provision I desire to make for you. Perhaps you and he will talk it over, and if you're willing, I'll see the Padre about it. But I kind of felt the first word ought to be with you. Bertie didn't like to speak because he'd promised to wait. You'll find he's a man of his word. That's why I've butted in. Say, child, I didn't mean to make you cry. That was clumsy of me. He patted her hand gently while Dot blinked away her tears. Don't let us talk about it any more now, she besought him. Oh, Lucas, I do want you to live more than anything. That's real kind of you, he said. I'll do my best, you may be sure. I can hear Lady Carfax talking in the drawing-room. Won't you go and bring her out? He made no effort to rise when Anne came onto the terrace, but he gave her so vivid a smile of welcome that she scarcely noted the omission. It was their first meeting since Nap's departure, for Lucas had been confined to his bed for days. But that smile of his banished any sense of embarrassment from her mind. He was so candidly, so unaffectedly pleased to see her. She sat down in the riotous sunshine and gave herself up unreservedly to the pleasure of being with her friends. They were all congenial to her, Mrs. Errol, Dot, Lucas, but most especially Lucas, who occupied a unique position in her heart and in her thoughts. He had always been so perfectly her friend in need. As the long sunny afternoon wore away, she found herself watching him and in silence marveling. How was it that this man, in his utter, piteous weakness, accomplished so much, ruled thus supreme? Wherein lay that potent charm of his which neither devil nor brute could effectively resist? Whence came it, this power of the soul, this deliberate and conscious mastery? She watched Bertie waiting on him, hovering about him, ready to spring up at his lightest word to execute his scarcely uttered wish. Other men, even great men, did not command this personal homage, this complete, incessant devotion. Undoubtedly there was something kingly about him, but wherein did it lie? Not in the impotent, unwieldy figure, not in the pleasant, emotionless drawl, not even in the friendly quiet of his eyes, the kindly sympathy of his smile. In none of these lay his power, and yet in all of them it was in some fashion apparent. No great force of personality characterized him, and yet his monarchy was absolute. No splendor of intellect, no keenness of wit, no smartness of repartee were his, only a shrewdness of understanding that was never cruel, a humor that had no edge. And presently Anne remembered that his own mother had given her the key to the problem, and she doubted not that it solved the whole. It isn't personal magnetism, Mrs. Errol had said, nor anything of that sort. It's just love. That was the magic to which even Nap, the fierce, the passionate, the treacherous, had been forced to bow. In the midst of his weakness, this man wielded an all-potent power, a power before which they all instinctively did homage, before which even devils humbled themselves, because it was divine. That was the secret of his strength. That was the weapon by which he conquered. She wondered if it had always been so, or if his physical weakness had tended to develop in him a greatness of heart of which more active men were quite incapable. It might be true, as Mrs. Errol had contended, that all men had their possibilities, but this was the only man she had ever met who had turned them to account. All unconsciously, perhaps in response to a reaction which had been necessarily violent, Anne yielded herself that day for the first time in her life to a species of hero worship that could not but beautify her own sad life. When later she found herself alone with him, they talked for a space upon indifferent things, and then they did not talk at all. The intimacy between them made conversation unnecessary, and Lucas Errol's silence was as easy as his speech. "You'll take care of yourself," he said once, "or I shan't be easy about you." And when she had promised that, "And you'll look us up as often as you find you can. Perhaps if you can't come very often, you'll manage to write." But he made no direct reference to her husband's return. His sympathy neither sought nor needed expression in words. Neither did he speak of himself. He only at parting held her hand very closely for several silent seconds, and Anne went away with a hushed feeling at her heart as if he had invoked a benediction. Back to her home she went, strangely quiet and at peace. She had thought that visit to Barrenmead would have been painful to her. She had expected to suffer afresh. But it was instead as if a healing hand had been laid upon her, and as she went she thought no more of Nap, the savage, the sudden, the terrible, but of Lucas, the gentle, the patient, the chivalrous, who had won and would forever keep her perfect trust. The light of a golden evening lay upon the manor as she entered. It was wonderfully quiet. She went in by the French windows that led into the drawing-room, and here, tempted by an impulse that had not moved her for long, she sat down at the piano and began very softly to play. She had not touched the keys since her last visit to Barrenmead. She wondered, as idly she suffered her fingers to wander, how long it would be before she played again. Yet it was hard to believe, sitting there in the quiet evening light, that the next day would witness her return to bondage, that bondage that had so cruelly galled her, the very thought of which had at one time filled her with repulsion. But her feelings had undergone a change of late. She could not feel that the old burden would ever return upon her. She had been emancipated too long. Her womanhood had developed too much during these months of liberty. No, it could never be the same. Patient and faithful wife she would still be. She was ready to devote herself ungrudgingly, without reservation, to her invalid husband, but his slave she would never be again. She had overcome her repugnance. She was willing to serve, but never again would he compel. The days of his tyranny were forever gone. It was no easy path that lay before her, but she had not forgotten how narrowly she had escaped the precipice. Even yet she still trembled when she remembered the all-engulfing pit of destruction that had opened before her, and the anguish of fear that had possessed her until deliverance had come. Lucas Errol had been her deliverer. She remembered that also, and a faint, sad smile touched her lips. Lucas Errol, king and cripple, ruler and weakling. Softly the sunset faded. Anne's fingers ceased to roam over the keys. She clasped them in her lap and sat still. All at once a quiet voice spoke. "My lady." With a start she turned. "Dimmesdale, how you startled me." "I beg your ladyship's pardon," the old man said. He was standing close behind her. There was an air of subdued importance about him. He was grave to severity. But Anne did not look at him very critically. "I shall not want any tea," she said. "I will dine at 8 in my sitting-room as usual. Is everything in readiness, Dimmesdale? Is Sir Giles's room just as it should be?" "Yes, my lady." Anne rose and quietly closed the piano. She wondered why Dimmesdale lingered, and after a moment it struck her that he had something to say. She took up her gloves and turned round to him. "No one has been, I suppose?" "No one, my lady." "Are there any letters?" "No letters, my lady." Then Anne paused, and for the first time looked at the old servant attentively. "Is anything the matter, Dimmesdale?" she asked. He hesitated, the fingers of one hand working a little, an unusual sign of agitation with him. With an effort at last he spoke. "Your ladyship instructed me to open any telegram that might arrive." Her heart gave a great throb of foreboding. "Certainly," she said. "Has there been a telegram, then?" Dimmesdale's hand clenched. He looked at her anxiously, rather piteously. "My lady," he said, and stopped. Anne stood like a statue. She felt as if her vitality were suddenly arrested, as if every pulse had ceased to beat. "Please go on," she said in a whisper. "There has been a telegram. Either give it to me, or tell me what was in it." Dimmesdale made a jerky movement, as if pulling himself together. He put an unsteady hand into his breast pocket. "It came this afternoon, my lady, about an hour ago. I am afraid it's bad news, very bad news. Yes, my lady, I'm telling you. I regret to say Sir Giles has been took very sudden-like, and... He is dead," Anne said very clearly, very steadily, in a tone that was neither of question nor of exclamation. Dimmesdale bent his head. "He died at 3:30, my lady." He had the telegram in his hand. Anne took it from him and moved very quietly to the window. Mutely the old man stood and watched her in the silence, thankful for her composure. He was himself severely shaken, and the ordeal of telling her had been no light one. But as the silence still continued, he began to grow uneasy again. He wondered if he ought to go, if she had forgotten to dismiss him. Her stately head was bent over the paper, which never crackled or stirred in her hand. There began to be something terrible, something fateful in her passivity. Old Dimmesdale shivered, and took the liberty of breaking the silence. "Would your ladyship wish a message to be sent to Barrenmead?" She stirred at that, moved sharply as one suddenly awakened. Her face was quite white, but her eyes were alight, curiously vital, with a glitter that was almost of horror. "To Baronmead," she said, a queer note of sharpness in her voice. "No, certainly not, most certainly not." And there she stopped dead, as though struck dumb. In the garden behind her, down among the lilac trees, a bird had begun to sing, eagerly, voluptuously, thrillingly, with a rapture as of the full springtide of life. Anne stood for a space of many seconds and listened, her white face upraised, her eyes wide and shining. And then suddenly her attitude changed. She put her hands over her face and tottered blindly from the open window. Dimmesdale started to support her, but she needed no support. In a moment she was looking at him again, but with eyes from which all light had faded. "I must write some messages at once," she said. "One of the grooms must take them. No, I shall not send to Mrs. Errol tonight. I wish to be alone, quite alone. Please admit no one, and yes, tell them to pull down the blinds and shut all the windows." Her voice quivered and sank. She stood a moment collecting herself, then walked quietly to the door. "Come to me in 10 minutes for those telegrams," she said. "And after that, remember, Dimmesdale, I am not to be disturbed by anyone." And with that she passed out, erect and calm, and went up to her room. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 2. The Worker of Miracles. "I want to know," said Capper. He had said it several times during a muddy 2-mile tramp from Barrenford Station, and he said it again as he turned up the hill that was crowned by the old grey church, whose 2 cracked bells had just burst into as cheerful a marriage peal as they could compass. "Sounds frisky," he commented to himself as he trudged up the steep lane. "My, what an all-fired fuss. Guess these muddy boots aren't exactly wedding-guesty, but that's their lookout for monopolizing every vehicle in the place. I wonder if I'll have the audacity to show after all, or shall I carry this almighty thirst of mine back to the Carfax Arms and quench it in British ale?" But this latter idea did not apparently greatly lure him, for he continued to plod upwards, even while considering it, to the tune of the clamouring bells. Arriving finally at the top of the hill and finding there a crowd of vehicles of all descriptions, he paused to breathe and to search for the Baronmead motors. He found them eventually, but there was no one in attendance. The servants were all herded in the churchyard for a view of the bridal procession, for which a passage across the road to the rectory grounds was being kept. Capper stationed himself with another rueful glance at his boots, as near as he could get to the open lych gate, and there stood grimly conspicuous, watching the scene with his alert green eyes that held the glint of a tolerant smile, and cracking his thin yellow fingers one by one. No one gave him a second glance, or dreamed for an instant that one of the greatest men in the Western Hemisphere was standing on the edge of the crowd. They came at last, bride and bridegroom, flushed and hastening through a shower of rose petals. Bertie was laughing all over his brown face. He was holding Dot's hand very fast, and as they descended the red-carpeted steps into the road, he leaned to her, whispering. She laughed back at him with shining eyes, her round face radiant beneath the orange blossom. Neither of them glanced to the right or left. Swiftly through the fallen rose leaves they crossed to the rectory gateway and were lost to view. A bevy of bridesmaids ran laughing after them, and then came a pause. Capper edged a little nearer to the churchyard steps and waited. The clamour of bells was incessant, wholly drowning the clamour of voices. Everyone was craning forward to see the crowd of guests. The long procession had already begun to issue from the church porch. It moved very slowly, for at the head of it, his hand on his mother's arm, came Lucas Errol. He walked with extreme difficulty, leaning on a crutch. His head was uncovered, and the glare of the September sunlight smote full upon it. The hair was turning very grey. He was smiling as he came, but his brows were slightly drawn, his eyes sunk in deep hollows. Swiftly and comprehensively the man at the foot of the steps scanned every detail, marked the halting, painful progress, the lined forehead. And the next moment, as Lucas paused, preparatory to descending, he pushed forward with characteristic decision of movement, and moved upwards to his side. "I guess you'll find me useful at this juncture," he said. Lucas's start of surprise was instantly followed by a smile of welcome. He gripped Capper's hand warmly. "The very man I want. But how, in wonder, did you get here? You never walked all the way from the station?" "I did," said Capper. "You don't say. Why didn't you let me know? I guess we must move on. We are blocking the gangway." "Easy does it," said Capper. "It won't hurt 'em any to wait. Get your arm over my shoulder, that's the way. These steps are the very devil for you." He bent his wiry frame to Lucas Errol's need and helped him to descend. At the foot he paused a moment and looked at him keenly. "All serene," smiled Lucas. "I'll take your arm now, if it's all the same to the mother. You didn't expect to find us plunged in wedding gaieties, I guess." "Wish it had been your own," said Capper. At which Lucas turned up his face to the sky and laughed. They crossed the flag-decked garden and entered by the conservatory door. People were beginning to crowd about them. "We must find you a seat somehow," said Capper. "I must have a word with the bride and bridegroom first," Lucas declared. But the bride and bridegroom were for the moment inaccessible, being completely surrounded by well-wishers. Capper seized upon the first chair he came upon and put Lucas into it. "I seem to have come in the nick of time," he observed dryly. "Why is no one detailed to look after you? Where is that tiger's whelp Nap?" "Nap's in America, been gone 2 months or more." "That's so." There was keen satisfaction in Capper's tone. "That clears the ground for action. And Lady Carfax, is she here?" "No." There was a hint of reserve in the quiet reply. "Lady Carfax is in deep mourning for her husband." "That's so," said Capper again. He seemed to take but casual note of the information. He was pulling absently at his pointed yellow beard. Lucas lay back in his chair and suffered himself to relax with a sigh. Capper's eyes darted lizard-like over him, taking in every line of him, keenly alive to each detail. "If I were you, I should shunt as soon as possible," he said. "Since it isn't your own show, unfortunately, I should imagine you are not indispensable." But at this point the throng parted, and Dot, looking very young in her bridal white and supremely happy, burst eagerly through. "Oh, here you are!" she cried. "Your mother said you were close by, but I couldn't see you anywhere. It's been too much for you. You're tired." She bent over him in quick solicitude, then, as he smiled and drew her down to him, stooped and kissed him, whispering a few words for his ear alone. Bertie was close behind her, but he had caught sight of Capper and had stopped short with a queer expression on his boyish face, a look that was a curious blend of consternation and relief. A moment, and he stepped up to the great doctor and took him by the elbow. "You here already?" he said. "I didn't expect you so soon." "I've only run down to have a look at things," said Capper. "I seem to have pitched on a busy day. I hope you are enjoying yourself." "Thanks," said Bertie with a brief laugh. "Say, Doctor, you'll let me know your plans?" "Certainly, when they are ripe." The green eyes gleamed humorously. "Aren't you thinking of introducing me to Mrs. Bertie?" he suggested. Yes, of course, but you won't do anything without me," urged Bertie. "I should greatly like a talk with you, but I'm afraid it can't be managed." "I mightily doubt if you could tell me anything that I don't know already," said Capper, "on any subject." "It's about Luke," said Bertie anxiously. "Just so. Well, I guess I know more about Luke than any other person on this merry little planet." "Do you think he looks worse?" whispered Bertie. Capper's long yellow hand fastened very unobtrusively and very forcibly upon his shoulder. "One thing at a time, good Bertie," he said. "Weren't you going to present me to your wife?" End of section 41. Section 42 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 3, The Woman's Part. It was on a day of wild autumnal weather, when the wind moaned like a living thing in torture about the house, and the leaves eddied and drifted before the scudding rain, that they turned Tawny Hudson out of his master's room, and left him crouched and whimpering like a dog against the locked door. Save for his master's express command, no power on earth would have driven him away, not even Capper of the curt speech and magnetic will. But the master had spoken very definitely and distinctly, and it was Tawny Hudson's to obey. Therefore he huddled on the mat, rocking to and fro, shivering like some monstrous animal in pain, while within the room Capper wrought his miracles. Downstairs, Mrs. Errol sat holding Anne's hand very tightly and talking incessantly lest her ears should be constrained to listen, and Anne, pale and still, answered her as a woman talking in her sleep. Bertie and his young bride were still absent on their honeymoon, this also by Lucas's express desire. "It won't help me any to have you here, boy," he had said at parting. "A certain fuss is inevitable, but I want you out of it. I am looking to Anne Carfax to help the dear mother." He had known even then that he would not look in vain, and he had not been disappointed. So, sorely against his will, Bertie had submitted, with the proviso that if things went wrong he should be sent for immediately. And thus Anne Carfax, who had lived in almost unbroken seclusion since her husband's death, now sat with Mrs. Errol's hand clasped in hers, and listened as one listens in a nightmare to the wailing of the wind about the garden and house, and the beat, beat, beat of her heart when the wind was still. "Could you say a prayer, dear?" Mrs. Errol asked her once. And she knelt and prayed, scarcely knowing what she said, but with a passion of earnestness that left her weak, quivering in every limb. The wind was rising. It roared in the trees and howled against the panes. Sometimes a wild gust of rain lashed the windows. It made her think of an unquiet spirit clamoring for admittance. "Anne, dear, play to me, besought Mrs. Errol. "If I listen, I shall go mad. No one will hear you. We are right away from his part of the house." And though every nerve shrank at the bare suggestion, Anne rose without a single protest and went to the piano. She sat down before it, and blindly, her eyes wide, fixed, unseeing, she began to play. What she played she knew not. Her fingers found notes, chords, melodies, mechanically. Once she paused, but, "Ah, go on, dear child, go on," urged Mrs. Errol. And she went on, feeling vaguely through the maze of suspense that surrounded them, longing inarticulately to cease all effort, but spurred onward because she knew she must not fail. And gradually, as she played, there came to her a curious sense of duality, of something happening that had happened before, of a record repeating itself. She turned her head, almost expecting to hear a voice speak softly behind her, almost expecting to hear a mocking echo of the words unspoken. Has the queen no further use for her jester? No further use, no further use. Oh, why was she tortured thus? Why, when her whole soul yearned to forget, was she thus compelled to remember the man whose brutal passion and insatiable thirst for vengeance had caught and crushed her heart? And still she played on as one beneath a spell, while the memory of him forced the gates of her consciousness and took arrogant possession. She saw again the swarthy face with its fierce eyes, the haughty smile which for her was ever tinged with tenderness. Surely, oh surely, he had loved her once. She recalled his fiery love-making and thrilled again to the eager insistence of his voice, the mastery of his touch. And then she remembered what they said of him, that women were his slaves, his playthings, the toys he broke in wantonness and carelessly tossed aside. She remembered how once in his actual presence she had overheard words that had made her shrink, a wonder as to who was his latest conquest, the cynical remark, "Anyone for a change and no one for long" is his motto. What was he doing now, she asked herself, and trembled. He had gone without word or message of any sort. Her last glimpse of him had been in that violet glare of lightning, inexpressibly terrible, with tigerish eyes that threatened her and snarling lips drawn back. Thus she had seen him many a time, since in the long night watches when she had lain sleepless and restless, waiting for the dawn. Some such vision came to her now, forcing itself upon her shrinking imagination. Vividly there rose before her his harsh face, alert, cruel, cynical, and the sinewy hands that gripped and crushed. And suddenly a shuddering sense of nausea overcame her. She left the piano as one seeking refuge from a horror unutterable. Surely this man had never loved her, was incapable of love, and she had almost wished him back. "There is someone in the entry, dear child," whispered Mrs. Errol. "Go and see. Go and see." She went, moving as one stricken blind, but before she reached the door it opened and someone entered. She saw Capper as through a mist in which bodily weakness and anguished fear combined to overwhelm her. And then very steadily his arm encircled her, drew her tottering to a chair. "It's all right," he said in his expressionless drawl. "The patient has regained consciousness and is doing okay. Are you ladies thinking of lunch? Because if so, I guess I'll join you. No, Mrs. Errol, you can't see him before tonight at the earliest. Lady Carfax, I have a message for you, the first words he spoke when he came to. He was hardly conscious when he uttered them, but I guess you'll be kind of interested to hear what they were. 'Tell Anne,' he said, 'I'm going to get well.'" The intense deliberation with which he spoke gave her time to collect herself, but the words affected her oddly. After a moment she rose, went to Mrs. Errol, who had covered her face with both hands while he was speaking, and knelt beside her. Neither of them uttered a sound. Capper strolled to the window, his hands deep in his pockets, and looked out upon the wind-swept gardens. He whistled very softly to himself, as a man well satisfied. He did not turn his head till at the end of 5 minutes Anne came to his side. She was very pale, but quite self-possessed. "Mrs. Errol has gone to her room," she said. "She wished to be alone." Gone to have a good cry, eh? Said Capper. Healthiest thing she could do. And what about you? She smiled with lips that faintly quivered. I am quite all right, Doctor, and I have ordered luncheon. He turned round fully and looked her up and down with lightning swiftness. You're a very remarkable woman, Lady Carfax, he said after a moment. I hope you may never be disappointed in me, she answered gravely. I hope so too, he said, for there is a good deal dependent upon you. What do you mean? She raised her clear eyes interrogatively. But he baffled her, as he baffled everyone, with a very keenness of his own scrutiny. He began to crack all his fingers in turn. I mean, he said, that even I can't work miracles by myself. I can do the elementary part. I can cut and saw and sew, but I can't heal. I can't give life. That's the woman's part. That's where I count on you, and I don't think you are going to fail me, Lady Carfax. I promise you I will do my utmost, she said very earnestly. He nodded. I believe you will, but even so you can't do too much. It's a serious case, even more serious than I expected. I don't say this to alarm you, but I guess you had better know it. It'll be a tough uphill fight, and he'll need a deal of pushing behind. It may entail more than you dream of, a big sacrifice perhaps, who knows? But you women don't shy at sacrifices, and believe me, he's worth a sacrifice. He deserves the best, she said warmly. Yes, but you don't take me, said Capper. He paused a moment, then suddenly laid a quiet hand on her shoulder. I may be a wise man, he said, and again I may be a meddling fool. You and the gods must decide between you. But I'm old enough to be your father anyway, so perhaps you'll bear with me. Lady Carfax, hasn't it struck you that a time will come, probably pretty soon, when he will begin to reach out for something that you and you alone can give? Anne's quick gesture of protest was his answer. She stood motionless, her eyes still raised, waiting for him to continue. But he felt her tremble under his hand. He knew that inwardly she was not so calm as she would have had him think. He went on in his precise and motionless fashion, as though he perceived nothing. He won't ask for it, anyway, till he feels he can make a fair return. He will never ask a sacrifice of you. He will break his heart sooner. The point is, are you capable of offering the sacrifice unasked? For that is what it amounts to, now that the gods have cleared the way. Ah, Anne said, and if not? She spoke rather as if to gain time than because she desired an answer. But he answered her nevertheless very quietly, without a shade of emotion, as if he were discussing some technical matter of no personal interest to him. Only as he answered he took his hand from her shoulder and thrust it back into his pocket. In that case, he will die, having nothing left to live for. He probably won't suffer much, simply go out like a candle. He hasn't much vitality. He may die either way. There is no responsibility attached, only possibilities. He turned with the words and walked across the room with the air of a man who has said his say. She uttered no word to stop him, nor did she move to follow. She stood alone with her face to the gray storm clouds that drifted perpetually overhead. Somehow she did not for a moment doubt the truth of what Capper had just told her. She even felt subconsciously that she had known it for some time. Neither did she ask herself what she was going to do. For deep in the heart of her she knew already. Deep in the heart of her she knew that when Lucas Errol began to reach out for something which she alone could give, it would not be in vain. He had given of his best to her, and she was ready to give of her best in return. If she could not give him passion, she could give him that which was infinitely greater, a deep, abiding love, a devotion born of complete sympathy. She could give him happiness, and in the giving she might find it for herself. Over in the west the clouds were breaking, and a shaft of pale sunshine streamed upon the distant hills, turning the woods to living gold. Her eyes brightened a little as they caught the radiance. It seemed as if the door before which she had knelt so long in impotence were opening to her at last, as if one more opportunity were to be given her even yet after long and bitter failure of turning her corner of the desert into a garden of flowers and singing birds. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 4. The Message. It was nearly a month after Lucas Errol's operation that Bertie and his bride came home from their honeymoon and began the congenial task of setting their house in order. Dot was thoroughly in her element. The minutest details were to her matters of vital importance. "We must make it comfy," she said to Bertie, and Bertie fully agreed. He had relinquished his study of the law and had resumed his secretarial duties, well aware that Lucas could ill spare him. He was, in fact, Lucas's right hand just then, and the burden that devolved upon him was no light one. But he bore it with a cheerful spirit, for Lucas was making progress. Despite his utter helplessness, despite the inevitable confinement to one room, despite the weariness and the irksomeness which day by day were his portion, Lucas was very gradually gaining ground. Already he suffered less severely and slept more naturally. His last words to Capper at parting had been, "Come again in the spring and complete the cure. I shall be ready for you." And Capper had smiled upon him with something approaching geniality and had answered, "You'll do it, and so shall I. So long, then." But the months that intervened were the chief stumbling block, and Capper knew it. He knew that his patient would have to face difficulties and drawbacks that might well dismay the bravest. He knew of the reaction that must surely come when the vitality was low, and progress became imperceptible, and the long imprisonment almost unendurable. He knew of the fever that would lurk in the quickening blood, of the torturing cramp that would draw the unused muscles, of the depression that was its mental counterpart, of the black despair that would hang like a paralyzing weight upon soul and body, of the ennui, of the weariness of life, of the piteous weakness that nothing could alleviate. He had, to a certain extent, warned Lucas what to expect, but the time for these things had not yet arrived. He was hardly yet past the first stage, and his courage was buoyed up by high hopes as yet undashed. He had faced worse things without blenching, and he had not begun to feel the monotony that Capper had dreaded as his worst enemy. He took a keen interest in the doings of the young couple at the Dower House, and Dot's breezy presence was ever welcome. As for Anne, she went to and fro between Barronmead and the manor, of which her husband's will had left her sole mistress, no longer leading a hermit's life, no longer clinging to her solitude, grave and quiet, but not wholly unhappy. Those few words Capper had spoken on the day of Lucas's operation had made a marvelous difference to her outlook. They had made it possible for her to break down the prison walls that surrounded her. They had given her strength to leave the past behind her, all vain regrets and cruel disillusionments, to put away despair and rise above depression. They had given her courage to go on. Of Knapp, no word was ever spoken in her presence. He might have been dead, so completely had he dropped out of her life. In fact, he was scarcely ever mentioned by anyone, a fact which aroused in Dot a curiously keen indignation, but upon which a certain shyness kept her from commenting. She kept him faithfully in mind, praying for him as regularly as she prayed for old Squinny, who still lingered on with exasperating tenacity and continued to enjoy such help, spiritual or otherwise, as he could extract from the parson's daughter. That Bertie strongly disapproved of his brother she was aware, but she held no very high opinion of Bertie's judgment, though even he could scarcely have forbidden her to pray for the black sheep of the family. She had not been brought up to rely upon anyone's judgment but her own, and deeply as she loved him, she could not help regarding her husband as headlong and inclined to prejudice. He was young, she reflected, and doubtless these small defects would disappear as he grew older. True, he was nearly 4 years her senior, but Dot did not regard years as in any degree a measure of age. It was all a question of development, she would say, and some people, women especially, developed much more quickly than others. She herself, for instance, at which stage of the argument Bertie invariably said or did something rude, and the rest of her logic became somewhat confused. He was a dear boy, and she couldn't possibly be cross with him, but somehow he never seemed to realize when she was in earnest. Another of the deficiencies of youth. Meanwhile, she occupied herself in her new home with all the zest of the young housewife, returned calls with commendable punctuality, and settled down once more to the many parochial duties, which had been her ever-increasing responsibility for almost as long as she could remember. "You are not going to slave like this always," Bertie said to her one evening, when she came in late through a November drizzle to find him waiting for her. "I must do what I've got to do," said Dot practically, suffering him to remove her wet coat. "All very well," said Bertie, whose chin looked somewhat more square than usual, "but I'm not going to have my wife wearing herself out over what, after all, is not her business." "My dear boy," Dot laughed aloud, twining her arm in his, "I think you forget, don't you, that I was the rector's daughter before I was your wife? I must do these things. There is no one else to do them." "Skittles," said Bertie rudely. Yes, dear, but that's no argument. Let's go and have tea, and for goodness sake, don't frown at me like that. It's positively appalling. Put your chin in and be good. She passed her hand over her husband's face and laughed up at him merrily, but Bertie remained grave. You're wet through and as cold as ice. Come to the fire and let's get off your boots. She went with him into the drawing room, where tea awaited them. I'm not wet through, she declared, and I'm not going to let you take off my boots. You may, if you are very anxious, give me some tea. Bertie pulled up a chair to the fire and put her into it, then turned aside and began to make the tea. Dot lay back with her feet in the fender and watched him. She was looking very tired, and now that the smile had faded from her face, this was the more apparent. When he brought her tea, she reached up, caught his hand, and held it for a moment against her cheek. One's own fireside is so much nicer than anyone else's, she said. We'll have a nice cozy talk presently. How was Luke today? Not quite so flourishing. A brute of a dog howled in the night and woke him up. He didn't get his proper sleep afterwards. Poor old Luke, what a shame. Yes, it made a difference. He has been having neuralgia down his spine nearly all day. I believe he's worrying too. I'm going back after dinner to see if I can do anything. I manage to read him to sleep sometimes, you know. Shall I come too? Said Dot. No, Bertie spoke with decision. You had better go to bed yourself. She made a face at him. I shall do nothing of the sort. I shall sit up and do the clothing club accounts. Bertie frowned abruptly. Not tonight, Dot. Yes, tonight. They got to be done, and I can think better at night. You are not to do them tonight, Bertie said with determination. I will do them myself if they must be done. My dear boy, you would never understand my bookkeeping. Just imagine the muddle you would make. No, I must get through them myself, and since I must spend the time somehow till you come home, why shouldn't I do them tonight? Because I forbid it, said Bertie unexpectedly. He was standing on the rug, cup in hand. He looked straight down at her with the words, meeting her surprised eyes with most unwonted sternness. Dot raised her eyebrows as high as they would go, kept them so for several seconds, then very deliberately lowered them and began to stir her tea. You understand me, don't you? He said. She shook her head. Not in the least. I don't think I have ever met you before, have I? He set his cup upon the mantelpiece and went suddenly down on his knees by her side. I haven't been taking proper care of you, he said, but I'm going to begin right now. Do you know when you came in just now you gave me an absolute shock? She laughed faintly, her eyes fixed upon her cup. I didn't know I was looking such a fright. You can never look anything but sweet to me, he said, but it's a fact you're not looking well. I'm sure you are doing too much. I'm not doing any more than usual, said Dot, still intent upon the drain of tea in her cup. Well, it's too much for you anyway, and I'm going to put a stop to it. Do you know how to read your fortune and tea leaves? Said Dot. No, said Bertie. With a very gentle hand he deprived her of this engrossing pastime. I want you to attend to me for a minute, he said. Dot snuggled against him with a very winning gesture. I don't want to, Bertie, unless you can find something more interesting to talk about. Really, there is nothing wrong with me. Tell me about Luke. Why is he worrying? Bertie frowned. He doesn't say so, but I believe he's bothered about Nap. Heaven knows why he should be. He was supposed to go to Arizona, but he didn't turn up there. As a matter of fact, if he never turned up again anywhere, it would be about the best thing that could possibly happen. Oh, don't, Bertie. Dot spoke sharply, almost involuntarily. There was a quick note of pain in her voice. I don't like you to talk like that. It isn't nice of you to be glad he's gone, and it's downright horrid to want him to stay away forever. Good heavens, said Bertie. He was plainly amazed, and she resented his amazement, feeling that in some fashion it placed her in a false position from which she was powerless to extricate herself. The last thing she desired was to take up the cudgels on Nap's behalf. Nevertheless, she prepared herself to do so as in duty bound. For Nap was a friend, and Dot's loyalty to her friends was very stanch. I mean it, she said, sitting up and facing him. I don't think it's right of you, and it certainly isn't kind. He doesn't deserve to be treated as an outcast. He isn't such a bad sort after all. There is a whole lot of good in him, whatever people may say. You at least ought to know him better. Anyhow, he is a friend of mine, and I won't hear him abused. Bertie's face changed while she was speaking, grew stern, grew almost implacable. Look here, he said plainly, if you want to know what Nap is, he's a damned blackguard, not fit for you to speak to. So, if you've no objection, we'll shunt him for good and all. It was Dot's turn to look amazed. She opened her eyes to their widest extent. What has he done? Never mind, said Bertie. But I do mind. Swiftly, indignation swamped her surprise. "Why should I shunt him, as you call it, for no reason at all? I tell you frankly, Bertie, I simply won't." Her eyes were very bright as she ended. She sat bolt upright, obviously girded for battle. Bertie also looked on the verge of an explosion, but with a grim effort he restrained himself. "I have told you he is unworthy of your friendship," he said. "Let that be enough." "That's not enough," said Dot. "I think otherwise." He bit his lip. "Well, if you must have it, so did Lady Carfax till she found out her mistake." "Lady Carfax?" Dot's face changed. "What about Lady Carfax?" "She gave him her friendship," Bertie told her grimly, "and he rewarded her with about as foul a trick as any man could conceive. You heard the story of the motor breaking down that day in the summer when he took her for a ride. It was nothing but an infernal trick. He wanted to get her for himself, and it wasn't his fault that he failed. It was in consequence of that Lucas sent him away." "Oh," said Dot, "he was in love with her then." "If you call it love," said Bertie, "he is always in love with someone." Dot's eyes expressed enlightenment. She seemed to have forgotten their difference of opinion. "So that was why he was so cut up," she said. Of course. I was a donkey not to think of it. What a mercy Sir Giles is dead. Has anyone written to tell him?" "No," said Bertie shortly. "But why not? Surely he has a right to know. Lady Carfax herself might wish it." "Lady Carfax would be thankful to forget his very existence," said Bertie with conviction. "My dear boy, how can you possibly tell? Are you one of those misguided male creatures who profess to understand women?" "I know that Lady Carfax loathes the very thought of him," Bertie maintained. "She is not a woman to forgive and forget very easily. Moreover, as I told you before, no one knows where he is." "I see," said Dot thoughtfully, "but surely he has a club somewhere." "Yes, he belongs to the Phoenix Club, New York, if they haven't kicked him out. But what of that? I'm not going to write to him. I don't want him back, heaven knows." There was a fighting note in Bertie's voice. He spoke as if prepared to resist to the uttermost any sudden attack upon his resolution. But Dot attempted none. She abandoned the argument quite suddenly and nestled against his breast. "Darling, don't let's talk about it any more. It's a subject upon which we can't agree, and I'm sorry I've been so horrid to you. I know it isn't my fault that we haven't quarreled. Forgive me, dear, and keep on loving me. You do love me, don't you, Bertie?" "Sweetheart," he whispered, holding her closely. She uttered a little muffled laugh. "That's my own boy, and I'm going to be so good you'll hardly know me. I won't go out in the rain, and I won't do the clothing club accounts, and I won't overwork, and I won't be cross even if I do look and feel hideous. I'm going to be a perfect saint, Bertie." "Sweetheart," he said again. She turned her face up against his neck. "Shall I tell you why?" she said, clinging to him with hands that trembled. "It's because if I let myself get cross-grained and ugly now, perhaps someone else someday will be cross-grained and ugly too. And I should never forgive myself for that. I should always feel it was my fault. Fancy if it turned out a shrew like me, Bertie. Wouldn't it be dreadful?" She was half laughing, half crying as she whispered the words. Bertie's arms held her so closely that she almost gasped for breath. "My precious girl," he said, "my own precious wife, is it so? You know I wondered." She turned her lips quickly to his. There were tears on her cheeks, though she was laughing. "How bright of you, Bertie. You always get there sooner or later, don't you? And you're not cross with me any more. You don't think me very unreasonable about Nap?" "Oh, damn Nap," said Bertie for the second time with fervor. "Poor Nap," said Dot gently. That evening, when Bertie was at Barrenmead, she scribbled a single sentence on a sheet of paper, thrust it into an envelope, and directed it to the Phoenix Club, New York. This done, she dispatched a servant to the post office with it and sat down before the fire. "I expect it was wrong of me," she said, "but somehow I can't help feeling he ought to know. Anyway," Dot's English was becoming lightly powdered with Americanisms, which possessed a very decided charm on her lips. "Anyway, it's done, and I won't think any more about it. It's the very last wrong thing I'll do for ever so long." Her eyes grew soft as she uttered this praiseworthy resolution. She gazed down into the fire with a little smile and gave herself up to dreams. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 5. The Slough of Despond. "Oh God, give me rest." Painfully the words came through quivering lips, the first they had uttered for hours. Lucas Errol lay, as he had lain for nearly 3 months, with his face to the ceiling, his body stretched straight and rigid, ever in the same position, utterly helpless and weary unto death. Day after day he lay there, never stirring, save when they made him bend his knees, an exercise upon which the doctor daily insisted, but which was agony to him. Night after night, sleepless, he waited the coming of the day. His general health varied but little, but his weakness was telling upon him. His endurance still held, but it was wearing thin. His old cheeriness was gone, though he summoned it back now and again with piteous, spasmodic effort. Hope and despair were fighting together in his soul, and at that time despair was uppermost. He had set out with a brave heart, but the goal was still far off, and he was beginning to falter. He had ceased to make any progress, and the sheer monotony of existence was wearing him out. The keen, shrewd eyes were dull and listless. At the opening of the door, he did not even turn his head. And yet it was Anne who entered, Anne with a flush of exercise on her sweet face, her hands full of Russian violets. "See how busy I have been," she said. "I am not disturbing you. You weren't asleep." "I never sleep," he answered, and he did not look at her or the violets. He kept his eyes upon the ceiling. She came and sat beside him. "I gathered them all myself," she said. "Don't you want to smell them?" He moved his lips without replying, and she leaned down, her eyes full of the utmost compassionate tenderness, and held the violets to him. He raised a hand with evident effort and fumblingly took her wrist. He pressed the wet flowers against his face. "It's a shame to bring them here, Lady Carfax," he said, letting her go. "Take them, wear them. I guess they'll be happier with you." She smiled a little. "Should I have gathered all this quantity for myself? It has taken me nearly an hour." "You should have told the gardener," he said. "You mustn't go tiring yourself out over me. I'm not worth it," he added with that kindly courtesy of which adversity had never deprived him. "But I'm real grateful all the same. You mustn't think me unappreciative." "I don't," she answered gently. "Wouldn't you like them in water?" "Ah, yes," he said. "Put them near me. I shall smell them if I can't see them. Do you mind closing the window? I can't get warm today." She moved to comply, passing across his line of vision. A moment she stood with the keen, sweet air blowing in upon her, a tall, gracious figure in the full flower of comely womanhood, not beautiful, but possessing in every line of her that queenly, indescribable charm which is greater than beauty. The man caught his breath as he watched her, his brows contracted. Softly she closed the window and turned. She came back to her chair by his side, drew forward a little table, and began deftly to arrange her flowers. Several seconds passed before Lucas broke the silence. "It does me good to watch you," he said. "You're always so serene." She smiled at him across the violets. "You place serenity among the higher virtues?" "I do," he said simply. "It's such a restful contrast to the strenuousness of life. You make me feel just by looking at you that everything's all right. You bring a peaceful atmosphere in with you and," his voice sank a little, "you take it away again when you go." The smile went out of her gray eyes at his last words, but the steadfastness remained. "Then," she said gently, "I must come more often and stay longer." But he instantly negatived that. "No, it wouldn't be good for you. It wouldn't be good for me either, to get to lean on you too much. I should grow exacting." She saw a gleam of his old smile as he spoke, but it was gone at once, lost among the countless lines that pain and weariness had drawn of late upon his face. "I don't think that is very likely," Anne said. "I can't imagine it." "Not yet, perhaps. I haven't quite reached that stage. Maybe I shall be down and out before it comes. God grant it." The words were too deliberate to cause her any shock. They were, moreover, not wholly unexpected. There followed a short silence while she finished arranging her violets. Then very quietly she spoke. "You say that because you are tired." "I am more than tired," he answered. "I'm done. I'm beaten. I'm whipped off the field." "You think you are not gaining ground?" she questioned. "My dear Lady Carfax," he said quietly, "it's no use closing one's eyes to the obvious. I'm losing ground every day, every night." "But you are not fighting," she said. "No." He looked at her half wistfully from under his heavy eyelids. "Do you think me quite despicable? I've done my best." She was silent. Perhaps she was not fully prepared to cope with this open admission of failure. "I've done my best," he said again, "but it's outlasted my strength. I'm like a man hanging on to the edge of a precipice. I know every instant that my grip is slackening, and I can't help it. I've got to drop." "You haven't done your best yet," Anne said, her voice very low. "You've got to hold on to the very end. It may be help is nearer than you think." But if I don't want help, he said, if it would be more merciful to let me go? Again she was silent. You know, he said, life hasn't many inducements. I've put up a fight for it because I gave my promise to Nap before he went. But it isn't good enough to keep on. I can't win through. The odds are too great. Do you think Nap would let you stop fighting? She said. He smiled again faintly. I suppose, if he were here, I should subsist on his vitality for a little while, but the end would be the same. Even he can't work miracles. Don't you believe in miracles? Anne said. He looked at her interrogatively. Mr. Errol, she said, I am going to remind you of something that I think you have forgotten. It was Dr. Capper who told me. It was when you were recovering consciousness after the operation. You sent me a message. Tell Anne, you said, I am going to get well. She paused a moment, looking at him very steadily. I don't know why exactly you sent that special message to me, but I have carried it in my heart ever since. She had moved him at last. She saw a faint glow spread slowly over the tired face. The heavy eyes opened wide to meet her look. Did I say that? He said. Yes, I had forgotten. He was silent for a little, gazing full at her with the eyes of one suddenly awakened. She lowered her own and bent her face to the violets. Though she had spoken so quietly, it had not been without effort. She had not found it easy, nor did she find his silence easy, implicitly, though she trusted him. Perhaps he understood, for when he spoke at length, there was in his voice so reassuring a gentleness that on the instant her embarrassment passed. Anne, he said, do you really want me to get well? Would such a miracle make much difference to you? It would make all the difference in the world, she answered earnestly. I want it more than anything else in life. With the words, she raised her eyes, found his fixed upon her with an expression so new, so tender, that her heart stirred within her as a flower that expands in sudden sunshine. And the next moment his hand lay between her own, and all doubt, all hesitation had fled. But my dear, he said, I always thought it was Nap. Surely it was Nap. She felt as if something had stabbed her. No, never, she said passionately. Never. It might have been once, before I knew him, but never since, never since. That so? Said Lucas Errol, and was silent for a little. Then, Anne, and the soft drawl had in it a tremor that was almost a break. I guess I do believe in miracles after all, dear. Anyway, he began to smile. There are some things in life too mighty for explanation. His face was turned towards her. There was something in the look it wore that seemed to her in some fashion superb. He was different from other men. That quiet kingliness of his was so natural to him, so sublimely free from arrogance. He was immeasurably greater than his fellows by reason of the very smallness of his self-esteem. Guess I must take up my burden again and step out, he said. You won't catch me slacking any after this, and if I don't win out, dear, you'll know that it just wasn't possible because God didn't will it so. Oh, but you will, she said, clasping his hand more closely. You will. God knows how badly I want you. His will be done, said Lucas Errol, but I want you too, dearest. I want you too. His fingers stirred in her hold. It was the merest movement, but she knew his meaning. She slipped to her knees by his side, leaned down, and kissed him. End of section 44. Section 45 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 6. A Voice That Called. Christmas came and went, the most peaceful Christmas that Anne had ever known. A wonderful peace had indeed begun to possess her. It was as if after long tossing she had come at last into quiet waters, and a contentment such as she had never known before was hers. Her health had improved in this calm, untroubled atmosphere. She slept without dreaming. She had put all regrets and fears out of her life. Lucas filled all her thoughts. Had he allowed it, she would have devoted herself exclusively to him, but this he would not have. Very slowly, very painfully, he had struggled out of his slough of despond, and what that struggle had meant to him none but himself would ever know. And now that he had made it, and in a measure succeeded, he suffered scarcely less than before. His strength was undoubtedly greater. His spirits were more even. But these were the only visible signs of improvement. The long, sleepless nights with spells of racking pain continued. Perhaps they became less frequent as time went on, but they did not cease. Anne always knew, though the same brave smile greeted her every day when he had been through one of these ordeals. He was always so ready to tell her when the news was good, but when it was otherwise, his lips were sealed upon the subject. He never uttered a desponding word in her presence. But still, gradual, often halting though it was, he did make progress. He went forward more than he slipped back, and ever he carried in his eyes the light of a great hope. She knew that he did not despair, even in his own hidden soul. And day by day her love and admiration for the man grew and spread, filling her life, renewing her youth, transforming her very existence. Day by day she sounded greater depths of a nature that made her feel infinitely small in comparison. Day by day she marveled afresh at the greatness and the simplicity that went to the making of this man's soul. No one save Mrs. Errol knew of what had passed between them. They scarcely referred to it even in private. There was no need, for the understanding between them was complete. By mutual consent they awaited the coming of Capper and the final miracle. Slowly the dark, bitter days of January dragged away. The hunt ball had been postponed till the following month, when the town hall, which had been building all the winter, should be complete. Anne, to her dismay, had been unanimously elected to perform the opening ceremony. Her position as lady of the manor made her prominent, and, no substitute being forthcoming, she had been obliged reluctantly to consent. Her deep mourning enabled her to avoid any succeeding social function, but since she had broken her seclusion, she found it impossible to escape the ceremony itself. She had never enjoyed social prominence, and she was thankful that at the hunt ball at least her presence could not be expected. She never thought of the last that she had attended without a shiver. It had been her birthday, and this fact brought it to mind the more persistently. This year she spent the day in the peaceful atmosphere of Barrenmead, driving home at length through the frosty starlight in the Errol's car. She strove as she went to put away from her the memory of that other ride of a year ago, when she had been borne swiftly through the darkness as though upon wings, when she had lain back exhausted in her corner and dreamed a strange, vivid dream, while Nap had sat upright beside her, alert, silent, inscrutable, plucking the gloves to tatters between his restless hands. The vision would not be excluded, strive though she might. She leaned amongst the cushions and closed her eyes, trying to trick herself to drowsiness, but on the instant he was there beside her again, a ruthless, indomitable presence, which would not be ignored. She was glad when she came to her journey's end. Entering the hall, she gathered up a few letters that lay there and went straight to her room. With a feeling of unwonted fatigue, she dropped into an easy chair and sat for a while inert. On her right hand she wore a ring that Lucas had given her only that day. He had half apologized for his offering. "If you think it premature, don't wear it," he had said, and she had slipped it on her right hand and worn it ever since. She recalled the kindling of his tired eyes at her action and smiled sadly to herself. How little she had to give him after all, and yet he was content. Sitting there, she raised her hand and looked closely at the gift. It was a complete circle of diamonds. She had never seen such a ring before. It must have cost a fortune. She wondered if she ought to wear it. Again memory began to crowd upon her, strive though she would. "Do you like diamonds?" asked a casual voice. Her hand fell into her lap. She sat as one watching a scene upon a stage, rapt and listening. She wanted to rise and move away to break the magic spell that bound her, to flee, but she was powerless. "No," said the voice, "you haven't a passion for anything at present. You will have soon." There fell a silence in her soul, a brief darkness, then again words, no longer casual, but quick, burning, passionate. I am mad for you, Anne. Goddess, queen, woman, you are mine, you are mine, you are mine." And then, less fiery, less vehement, but infinitely more compelling, "Where is your love for me? I will swear that you loved me once." The voice ceased, was lost in the wild throbbing of her heart, and Anne's hands clenched unconsciously. In that moment there came to her the conviction, inexplicable but extraordinarily vivid, that across the world Nap Errol had called to her, and had called in vain. Minutes passed. She sat as one in a trance. Her eyes were wide and fixed. Her face was gray. She rose at last and stood looking down into the red depths of the fire. The coals sank together under her eyes, and a sudden flame flared fiercely for a moment and died. It was like the opening and shutting of a furnace door. A long, long shiver went through her. She turned away. Anne Carfax did not look in her glass again that day. For the third time in her life, she was afraid to meet her own eyes. And all night long her brain thrummed like a vibrating wire to a voice that sometimes pleaded, but more often jibed. Has the Queen no further use for her Jester? End of section 45. Section 46 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 7. The Uninvited Guest. Spring came early that year, and the day fixed for the opening of the Barrenford Town Hall was brilliantly fine and warm. Anne was staying at Barrenmead for the event. The end of February was approaching. Lucas was decidedly better. His sleep was becoming less broken. He suffered considerably less, and he took a keen interest in all that passed. On the morning before the ceremony, he greeted Anne with an eagerness that almost amounted to impatience. Come in, I've something to show you." He was alone. She went to his side and kissed him. His hands caught hers, and she marveled at the strength of his grip. "Sweetheart," he said, "I've had a letter from Capper." She felt the blood ebb suddenly from her face. She stood a moment in silence, then sat down and pressed his hand close against her heart. "What does he say?" she asked. He looked at her oddly for a few seconds. Then, "It's good news, dear," he said. "You mustn't let it scare you." She began to smile, though her lips were trembling. "No, of course not. Tell me what he says." He gave her the letter, and she read. Capper wrote that he had received an excellent report from Dr. Randall of his patient's progress, that he expected to be in England in about a fortnight and would come down himself to ascertain if the time for the second operation had arrived. He wrote in a cheery strain, and at the end of the letter was a postscript. "Have you taken my advice yet with regard to La Femme?" "An ancient joke," explained Lucas with a smile. "He told me long ago that I should need a woman's help to pull me through, and—" his voice dropped. "I guess he was right." The color came back to her face. She pressed his hand without speaking. "I shouldn't be here now, but for you, Anne," he said, his blue eyes watching her. "I sometimes think it must have been a mortal strain upon you. Have you felt it so very badly, I wonder?" She met his look with eyes grown misty. "Luke, my dearest, you have done far greater things for me. You have kept me from starvation. You have no idea what you are to me." The words came brokenly. She checked a sudden sob and, rising, moved to the window. Lucas lay silent, but his eyes watched her with a great tenderness. When she came back to him, she was smiling. "Have you ever begun to think of what you will do when you are well?" she said. "I am thinking of it always," he answered. "I make wonderful pictures for myself sometimes. You are the central figure of them all." She clasped his hand again in hers. "Lucas," she said, "will you take me away?" "Yes, dear," he said. "Far away from anywhere I have ever been before?" Her voice shook a little. "I want to begin life over again where everything is new." A certain shrewdness gleamed in the steady eyes that watched her, but it was mingled with the utmost kindness. "I guess I'd better show you my best picture right now," he said. "It's got a steam yacht in it and a state cabin fit for a queen, and it goes rocking around the world looking for the Happy Islands. I guess we shall find them someday, sweetheart, maybe sooner than we think." "Ah, yes," she said. "We won't stop looking till we do. How soon shall we start, Luke?" He answered her with a smile, but there was a thrill of deep feeling in his words. "Just as soon as I can stand on my feet like any other man, Anne, and hold the woman I love in my arms." She bent her face suddenly, pressing her cheek to the hand she held. "I am ready for you whenever you will," she murmured. "I know it," he said, "and God bless you for telling me so." He was full of kindness to her that day, and she thought him cheerier than he had been all the winter. When she bade him good-bye that afternoon, he seemed in excellent spirits. Yet after she was gone, he lay for a long while staring at the specks of dust that danced in a shaft of sunlight, with the air of a man seeking the solution of a problem that baffled him. And once, very suddenly, he sighed. Anne went through the ordeal of publicity with less embarrassment than she had anticipated. Mrs. Errol was with her, and she was surrounded by friends. Even Major Shirley deigned to look upon her with a favorable eye. Bertie was hunting, but Dot was present to view the final achievement of her favorite scheme. She seized the first opportunity to slip her arm through Anne's. Do come home with me to tea," she whispered very urgently. "I want to show you some things I have been making, and make the dear mater come too if someone else doesn't snap her up first." But the dear mater was already snapped up, and Anne had some difficulty in avoiding a like fate. Eventually, however, she succeeded in making her escape, and she and Dot drove back to the Dower House, congratulating themselves. "I am lucky to get you all to myself," Dot said. "And do you know, dear Lady Carfax, you are looking simply lovely today." Anne smiled a little. She had discarded her widow's veil for the first time, and she felt like a woman emerging from a long imprisonment. People would call it premature, she knew. Doubtless they were already discussing her not too charitably, but after all, why should she consider them? The winter was past and over, and the gold of the coming spring was already dawning. Why should she mourn? Were not all regrets put away forever? "I wish you would call me Anne, Dot," she said. "To be sure I will," said Dot with shining eyes. "I never liked the name before I knew you, and now I love it." There was something wonderfully genuine and childlike about Dot, a youthfulness that would probably cling to her all her life. Anne drew her on to speak of herself and her coming happiness, which she did with that cheery simplicity of hers that had first drawn Bertie to her. "He makes a tremendous fuss," she said, displaying Bertie's favorite dimple at the thought. "I don't, you know. I somehow feel it's going to be all right, but it's rather nice being petted for months together. I haven't had a tantrum for ages. I'm afraid I'm getting spoiled." At which piece of logic Anne could not repress a smile. "He won't be home to tea," said Dot when they finally turned in at the Dower House. "He stables his hunters at Barrenmead, and he is sure to go in and see Luke. So we shall have it all to ourselves. I'm so glad, for I have been wanting your advice for days. I wonder if anyone has been. Hello, Bertie's back after all." A glow of firelight met them from the little square hall as they entered, and a smell of cigarette smoke mingled with the scent from the burning logs. Dot stood back for her guest to precede her, but Anne stood suddenly still. "Hello," said Dot again. A slim, straight figure was standing outlined against the firelight. Dot stared as she stepped forward. "Why, Nap," she said incredulously. He made a swift, elastic movement to meet her, caught her hands, laughed, and kissed her. "Why, Dot," he said. Dot continued to stare. "Good gracious," she said. And in the doorway Anne stood like a statue, the soft spring dusk behind her. "My sister seems surprised," said Nap. "I hope I haven't come at an unlucky moment." He did not even glance towards the silent figure in the doorway. It was as if he had not observed it. "I am surprised," said Dot, "hugely surprised, but I'm very glad to see you," she added. "When did you come?" "I have been here about half an hour," he told her coolly. "I went to the rectory first, where I learned for the first time of your marriage. You forgot to mention that detail when you wrote. Hence my brotherly salute, which you must have missed on your wedding day." At this point Dot remembered her other guest and turned with flushed cheeks. "Lady Carfax, Anne, you know my brother-in-law, Nap." The pleading in her voice was unmistakable. She was evidently agitated, wholly at a loss how to manage a most difficult situation. But Nap hastened to relieve her of the responsibility. He had dealt with difficult situations before. He went straight to Anne and stood before her. "Are you going to know me, Lady Carfax?" he asked. There was no arrogance in voice or bearing as he uttered the question. He looked as if he expected to be dismissed, as if he were ready at a word to turn and go. His eyes were lowered. His foot was already on the threshold. But Anne stood speechless and rigid. For those few seconds she was as one stricken with paralysis. She knew that if she moved or tried to speak, she would faint. She wondered desperately how long it would be before he looked up, if perhaps he would go without looking at her, or if— he was speaking again. His words reached her as from an immense distance. At the same instant his hands came to her out of a surging darkness that hid all things, grasping, sustaining, compelling. She yielded to them, scarcely knowing what she did. "Lady Carfax has been overtiring herself," she heard him say. "Have you any brandy at hand?" "Oh dear, Lady Carfax," cried Dot in distress. "Make her sit down, Nap. Here is a cushion. Yes, I'll go and get some." Guided by those steady hands, Anne sank into a chair, and there the constriction that bound her began to pass. She shivered from head to foot. Nap stooped over her and chafed her icy hands. He did not look at her or speak. When Dot came back, he took the glass from her and held it very quietly to the quivering lips. She drank, responsive to his unspoken insistence, and as she did so, for a single instant she met his eyes. They were darkly inscrutable and gave her no message of any sort. She might have been accepting help from a total stranger. "No more, please," she whispered, and he took the glass away. The front door was still open. He drew it wider, and the evening air blew in across her face. Somewhere, away in the darkness, a thrush was warbling softly. Nap stood against the door and waited. Dot knelt beside her, holding her hand very tightly. "I am better," Anne said at last. "Forgive me, dear child. I suppose it has been too much for me." "My dear, dear Anne," said Dot impulsively, "would you like to come into the drawing-room? There is tea there, but of course we will have it here if you prefer it." "No," Anne said. "No, we will go to the drawing-room." She prepared to rise, and instantly Nap stepped forward, but he did not offer to touch her. He only stood ready. When he saw that she had so far recovered herself as to be able to move with Dot's assistance, he dropped back. "I am going, Dot," he said. "You will do better without me. I will look in again later." And before Dot could agree or protest, he had stepped out into the deepening twilight and was gone. End of section 46. Section 47 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Claire. Chapter 8, The Heart of a Savage. It had certainly been a successful afternoon. Mrs. Errol smiled to herself as she drove back to Barronmead. Everything had gone well. Dear Anne had looked lovely, and she for one was thankful that she had discarded her widow's weeds. Had not her husband been virtually dead to her for nearly a year? Besides, here Mrs. Errol's thoughts merged into a smile again. Dear Anne was young, not much more than a girl in years. Doubtless she would marry again ere long. At this point, Mrs. Errol floated happily away upon a voyage of daydreams that lasted till the car stopped. So engrossed was she that she did not move for a moment even then. Not until the door was opened from outside did she bestir herself. Then, still smiling, she prepared to descend. But the next instant she checked herself with a violent start that nearly threw her backwards. The man at the step who stood waiting to assist her was no servant. "My!" she gasped. "Is it you, Nap, or your ghost?" "It's me," said Nap. Very coolly he reached out a hand and helped her to descend. "We have arrived at the same moment," he said. "I've just walked across the park. How are you, Alma Mater?" She did not answer him or make response of any sort to his greeting. She walked up the steps and into the house with leaden feet. The smile had died utterly from her face. She looked suddenly old. He followed her with the utmost composure, and when she stopped, proceeded to divest her of her furs with the deftness of movement habitual to him. Abruptly she spoke, in her voice a ring of something that was almost ferocity. "What have you come back for, anyway?" He raised his eyebrows slightly without replying. But Mrs. Errol was not to be so silenced. Her hands fastened with determination upon the front of his coat. "You face me, Napoleon Errol," she said, "and answer me honestly. What have you come back for? Weren't there enough women on the other side to keep you amused?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Women in plenty, amusement none. Moreover, I didn't go to be amused. Where is Lucas?" "Don't you go to Lucas till I've done with you," said Mrs. Errol. "You come right along to my room first." "What for?" He stood motionless, suffering her restraining hands, the beginning of a smile about his lips. "There's something I've got to tell you," she said. "Lead the way, then, Alma Mater," he said. "I am very much at your service." Mrs. Errol turned without further words, and he, with her sables flung across his shoulder, prepared to follow. She moved up the stairs as if she were very weary. The man behind her walked with the elasticity of a cat. But there was no lack of resolution about her when in her own room she turned and faced him. There was rather something suggestive of a mother animal at bay. "Nap," she said, and her deep voice quivered. "If there's any right feeling in you, if you are capable of a single spark of affection, of gratitude, you'll turn around right now and go back to the place you came from." Nap deposited his burden on the back of a chair. His dark face was devoid of the faintest shadow of expression. "That's so," he drawled. "I thought you seemed mighty pleased to see me." "Lock that door," said Mrs. Errol. "Now come and sit here where you can see my face and know whether I am telling the truth." He smiled at that. "I don't require ocular evidence, Alma Mater. I have always been able to read you with my eyes shut." "I believe you have, Nap," she said with a touch of wistfulness. "It isn't your fault," he said, "that you weren't made subtle enough. You've done your best." He came and sat down facing her as she desired. The strong electric light beat upon his face also, but it revealed nothing to her anxious eyes. Nothing save that faint, cynical smile that masked so much. She shook her head. She was clasping and unclasping her hands restlessly. "A very poor best, Nap," she said. "I know only too well how badly I've failed. It never seemed to matter till lately, and now I would give the eyes out of my head to have a little influence with you." "That's so," he said again. She made a desperate gesture. "Yes, you sit there and smile. It doesn't matter to you who suffers so long as you can grab what you want." "How do you know what I want?" he said. "I don't know," said Mrs. Errol. "I only surmise." "And you think that wise? You are not afraid of tripping up in the dark?" She stretched out her hands to him in sudden earnest entreaty. "Nap, tell me that it isn't Anne Carfax, and I'll bless you with my dying breath." But he looked at her without emotion. He took her hands after a moment, but it was the merest act of courtesy. He did not hold them. "And if it were," he said slowly, his hard eyes fixed on hers. She choked back her agitation with the tears running down her face. "Then God help Lucas, and me too, for it will be his death blow." "Lucas," said Nap. He did not speak as if vitally interested, yet she answered as if compelled. "He loves her. He can't do without her. She has been his mainstay all through the winter. He would have died without her." Nap passed over the information as though it were of no importance. "He is no better, then?" he asked. "Yes, he is better, but he has been real sick. No one knows what he has come through, and there is that other operation still to be faced. I'm scared to think of it. He hasn't the strength of a mouse. It's only the thought of Anne that makes him able to hold on. I can see it in his eyes day after day, the thought of winning out and making her his wife." Again he passed the matter over. "When does Capper come again?" "Very soon now, in 2 or 3 weeks. There was a letter from him today. Lucas was quite excited about it, but I fancy it upset dear Anne some. You see, she loves him too." There fell a silence. Mrs. Errol wiped her eyes and strove to compose herself. Somehow he had made her aware of the futility of tears. She wondered what was passing in his mind as he sat there sphinx-like, staring straight before him. Had she managed to reach his heart, she wondered? Or was there perchance no heart behind that inscrutable mask to reach? Yet she had always believed that after his own savage fashion he had loved Lucas. Suddenly he rose. "If you have quite done with me, Alma Mater, I'll go." She looked up at him apprehensively. "What are you going to do?" He smiled abruptly. "I am going to get a drink." "And what then?" she asked feverishly. "Nap, oh Nap, she is staying in the house. Won't you go without seeing her?" "I have seen her already," drawled Nap. "You have seen her?" His smile became contemptuous. "What of it? Do you seriously suppose she's the only woman in the world I care to look at?" "I don't know what to think," cried Mrs. Errol. "I only know that you hold Luke's fate between your hands." He was already at the door. He turned and briefly bowed. "You flatter me, Alma Mater," he said, and with the smile still upon his lips, he left her. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 9, The Divine Spark. "Boney, old chap, you're the very man I want." Such was Lucas Errol's greeting to the man who had shot like a thunderbolt into the peaceful atmosphere that surrounded him, to the general disturbance of all others who dwelt therein. "I guess you must have known it," he said, the sinewy hand fast gripped in his. "You've come like an answer to prayer. Where have you been all this time, and why didn't you write? It's worried me some not hearing." "Great Lucifer," said Nap. He sat down, leaving his hand in his brother's grasp. The cynicism had gone utterly from his face, but he did not answer either question. "So you are winning out?" he said. "It's been a long trail, I'll wager." "Oh, damnably long, Boney," Lucas uttered a weary sigh. "I was nearly down and out in the winter. But I'm better, you know, I'm better." He met the open criticism of Nap's eyes with a smile. "What's the verdict?" he asked. "I'll tell you presently. You're not looking overfed anyway." Nap's fingers began to feel along his wrist. "Did Capper say he wanted a skeleton to work on?" "Shucks, dear fellow, there's more than enough of me. Tell me about yourself. What have you been doing? I want to know." "I?" Nap jerked back his head. "I've nothing to tell," he declared. "You know what I went to do. Well, I've done it, and that's all there is to it." "I'm not quite clear as to what you went to do," Lucas answered. "You didn't turn up in Arizona. I was puzzled what to think." "You never expected me to go to Arizona," said Nap with conviction. "You were shrewd enough for that." "Thanks, Boney. Perhaps I was. But I've been hoping all this while, nevertheless, that you might have the grit to keep the devil at arm's length." Nap laughed, stretched his arms above his head, and made a vehement gesture as if flinging something from him, something that writhed and clung. Will it interest you to know that the devil has ceased to provide me with distractions? He asked suddenly. A certain eagerness came into the blue eyes. That's so, Boney. Nap leaped back and stared at the ceiling. It's no virtue of mine, he said. I found I wanted solitude, so I went to the Rockies and stayed there till I was tired. That's all. Again the skeleton hand of the man on the bed sought and pressed his. Old chap, I'm real glad, the tired voice drawled. You found yourself at last. I always felt you would, sooner or later. Nap's lips twitched a little. Don't be too sure of that. Anyway, it doesn't follow that I shall sit at home and practice the domestic virtues. I've got to wander a bit first and find my own level. Not yet, dear fellow. I'm wanting you myself. You? The thin lips began to smile. That's real magnanimous of you, but thanks all the same. I'm not taking any. You have the Mater and Bertie and Anne Carfax to bolster you up. I guess I'm not essential. And I guess you can do more for me than any one of them, Lucas made quiet reply. Perhaps you'll think me a selfish brute to say so, but I need you badly. You're like a stimulating drug to me. You pick me up when I'm down. There is no one can help me in the same way. You wouldn't get Capper to say amen to that, remarked Nap. Capper is no oracle out of his own sphere. Besides, there was almost a note of pleading in Lucas's voice. I know what I want better than he can tell me. True, very true. Nap was smiling somewhat grimly. And doubtless your wish is law, but it doesn't follow that you always desire what is best for yourself. Hadn't you better consult the Queen before you admit the wasp to the hive? You're too fond of talking in parables, my son, protested Lucas, frowning slightly. My intelligence won't stretch to it. We'll try another, said Nap imperturbably. Do you think Anne Carfax would thank you for asking me to pull in the same boat? Do you think she would second that request? Because, if so, I beg to differ. He looked his brother full in the face as he said it, without the flicker of an eyelid. Lucas's frown deepened. He lay in silence. After a moment Nap went on. She may be ready to put up with it for your sake. There's nothing some women won't do for a man they care for, and I take it she has your welfare next her heart. But it's rather much to ask of her. You wouldn't want to run the risk of frightening her away. Lucas was watching him gravely, his brows still drawn. Boney, he said slowly at length, I'd give a good deal to see into your soul. Nap smiled with a faint return of cynicism. Who's talking in parables now? Afraid I can't show you what I haven't got. Lucas passed the rejoinder by. What makes you conclude that I am more to her than any other man? Circumstances, said Nap. What circumstances? Finding her installed here as one of the family for one, finding you pulling off the biggest deal of your life for another, and other signs, crowds of them that I can't explain but that I can't fail to notice when I've got my nose to the trail. You needn't be shy about it. I am just as pleased as you are. But Lucas's face did not clear. There followed a very decided pause. Then, with an effort, very earnestly, he spoke. Nap, I don't believe you'll lie to me when I tell you that I'd rather die than be deceived. I know you cared for her once. I care for most women, said Nap indifferently. What of that? It's the way I'm made, and I must say they don't most of them seem to mind. But Boney, Anne Carfax? Nap threw up his head with a brief laugh. Oh, I'm cured of that, quite cured. The paths of perpetual virtue are not for me. I prefer more rapid traveling and a surer goal. He stood up, his arms stretched up above his head. I make you a present of Anne Carfax, he said lightly. Not that she is mine to give, but I wouldn't keep her if she were. We belong to different spheres. And yet, Lucas said. My dear fellow, that's an old story. Impulsively Nap cut in, almost fierily. Do you think the woman is living who could hold me after all this time? I tell you that fire is burnt out. Why rake over the dead ashes? I am looking for the divine spark, Lucas answered quietly. And if you found it? Nap's words came through smiling lips, and yet they sounded savage. If I found it, very steadily came the answer, I would blow it to a flame, Boney, for your sake and hers. For hers? Something fierce showed in Nap's eyes. It was as if a goaded animal suddenly looked out of them. Lucas must have seen it, for on the instant his manner changed. "We won't go any further," he said. "Only, dear fellow, I can't part with you yet. Let that be understood. I want you." "So be it," said Nap. "I will stay and see you married." And with the words he stooped and grasped his brother's hand for a moment. "Go on and prosper, Luke," he said. "It's high time that you came into your own." End of section 48. Section 49 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 10. The Queen's Pardon. As soon as Anne entered Barronmead that evening, she was aware of a difference. Bertie, with a thunderous countenance, came forward to meet her. She had not seen him wear that look in all the months of Nap's absence. "The prodigal has returned," he told her briefly. "Perhaps you know." She did not pretend to misunderstand him. She had schooled herself to face the situation without shrinking. "Yes, I know," she said. "I met him at your house an hour ago." "At my house?" For a single instant Bertie looked downright murderous, and then the sight of Anne's pale face made him restrain himself. "He didn't stay," she said rather wearily. "What of Luke? Has he seen him?" "Can't understand Luke," muttered Bertie. "He's actually pleased. Say, Lady Carfax, would it help any if I were to stop and dine?" "No," Anne said, smiling a little. "Go back to Dot, won't you? She is expecting you." She saw that he was glad to follow her suggestion, and she was undoubtedly glad to see him go. He was plainly in an explosive mood. Mrs. Errol came to her room while she was dressing, but Mrs. Errol had had ample time to compose herself. She showed no agitation and spoke of Nap's unexpected arrival as if she were quite indifferent to his comings and goings. But she hovered about Anne with a protecting motherliness that did not need to express itself in words. When they went downstairs, she held Anne's arm very closely. But the ordeal that both were mutely dreading did not take place that night. Nap did not present himself at the dinner table, and they dined alone in unspoken relief. Anne went to Lucas as usual when the meal was over, but she thought he seemed tired, and she did not remain with him long. He kept her hand for a moment when she stooped to bid him good night. "Anne," he said gently, "I just want you to know, dear, that Nap will be all right. Don't be anxious any. There is no need." He desired to reassure her, she saw, and she bent and kissed him, and then for a moment a queer gust of passion possessed her, shook her from head to foot. "Oh, Luke," she whispered, "can't you send him away again?" He looked up at her oddly, with eyes that seemed to see beyond her, and then, "Good night, dear," he said, as if he had not heard her. She turned from him in silence. It was the first time she had ever appealed to Lucas Errol in vain. She went to her room early that night. She told herself she must leave on the morrow. She was urged by a deep unrest. She could not remain under the same roof with this man who had once so cruelly tortured her. She could not. Lucas must understand this. He must never ask it of her. Never. Never. She did not in the least understand the latter's attitude. The more she thought of it, the more it troubled her. She felt as if he had suddenly ceased to be on her side, had, as it were, shut off his sympathy, and left her groping and alone. It was not like him to treat her thus. It hurt her subtly, wounding her as she had never expected to be wounded, shaking her faith in what she had ever believed to be immutable. And then she remembered the physical weakness with which he had wrestled so long, and a great pity flooded her heart. She would not let herself be hurt any longer. Was he not reserving his strength for her sake? And could she not, for his, face bravely this sudden obstacle that had arisen in her path? Moreover, had he not told her that all would be well? And he had said it as one who knew. Why, then, was she harboring this wild dismay? Why? Why? She asked the question, but she did not seek the answer. She dared not. And yet in the morning she went down with a calm aspect, resolute and unafraid. Once more she was compelling herself to do simply that which lay nearest to her hand. Nap came out of a room near the foot of the stairs as she descended. He scarcely looked at her, but quite obviously he had been awaiting her coming. "May I have 2 words with you before you join the mater?" he asked. With her whole soul she wanted to refuse, yet without visible hesitation she yielded. She turned aside into the room he had just quitted. He followed and, closing the door, came forward to the table. It was littered with guns and cleaning apparatus. He had evidently been employing himself while he waited, and he at once took up an oily rag and resumed operations, his swarthy face bent over his task, his lips very firmly compressed. Anne waited for a moment or two. His attitude puzzled her. She had become so accustomed to the fierce directness of his stare that its absence disconcerted her. "What is it you wish to say to me?" she asked at length. At the first sound of her voice he ceased to work, but still he did not raise his eyes. "On my own account, nothing," he said, speaking very deliberately. "But as my sojourn here may be an offense to you, I think it advisable to explain at the outset that I am not a free agent. My brother has decreed it, and, as you know," a hint of irony crept into his voice, "his will is my law." "I understand," said Anne gravely, but even as she spoke she was asking herself what possible motive had prompted this explanation. He jerked up his head, and she caught the glint of his fiery eyes for an instant. "You care for Lucas, Lady Carfax?" he asked. Her heart gave a sudden throb that hurt her intolerably. For a moment she could not speak. Then, "Yes," she said, "I love him." Nap was pulling mechanically at the rag he held. It began to tear between his hands. She watched him ripping it to shreds. Suddenly he seemed to realize what he was doing and tossed it from him. He looked her straight in the eyes. "Have you fixed the date for your coronation?" he asked. Her eyes fell instantly. "Will you tell me what you mean?" she said. "Is my meaning obscure?" She compelled herself to answer him steadily. "If you mean our marriage, it will not take place for some time, possibly not this year." "Why not?" said Nap. "Are you a slave to etiquette?" The thing sounded preposterous on his lips. She faintly smiled. "The decision does not lie with me." "Ah," he said shrewdly, "the privilege of kings. You will still be a queen before you are 30, and your first act will be to expel the court jester, if he waits to be expelled." She saw his grim smile for an instant and knew that he was playing his old fencing game with her, but at the same time she knew that there was no antagonism behind his point. How the knowledge came to her she could not have said, but she realized afterwards that it was at that moment that she began to perceive that the devil had gone out of Nap Errol. The conviction was slow in growing, but it was then that it first took root. It was then that her fear of the man began to die away. She raised her eyes. "Why should I do that, Nap?" He made her a deep bow. "Because I have been unfortunate enough to incur your displeasure." There was a moment of silence, then, in obedience to that instinct to which in rare moments she yielded herself and which never played her false, Anne held out her hand to him. "I forgive you," she said. He started. He evidently had not expected that from her. Perhaps he had not wanted it. Later she wondered. But he showed no awkwardness of indecision. Only once had she ever seen him at a loss, and of that once she would never voluntarily think again. He took her hand upon his sleeve and bent over it. She thought he was going to kiss it, and a sharp dread went through her, but he only touched it for a single instant with his forehead. "For Luke's sake," he said, not looking at her. "For your own," she made answer, almost as if she could not help herself. "Because?" he questioned. "Because I know you love him," she said. "Because I know that you will be loyal to him." "Though I may be false to you," he said. She bent her head. "I am only a woman. I am afraid your experience of women has not taught you to respect them." He picked up the gun again and fell to work upon it. "My experience of one woman at least," he said, "has taught me something different, something I am not likely to forget." It was the end of the interview. In silence Anne turned to go. He wheeled round and opened the door for her, but he did not look at her again, nor she at him. When the door closed between them, she felt as if a great silence had fallen in her life. End of section 49. Section 50 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 11. Something Great. On the day succeeding Nap's return, Dot went to tea at Barronmead. She was a very constant visitor there. Lucas always enjoyed her bright presence and welcomed her with warmth. But Dot was not feeling very bright that day. She looked preoccupied, almost worried. She found that Mrs. Errol and Anne had gone out, and, as her custom was when she found the house deserted, she went straight to her brother-in-law's room. Tawny Hudson answered her knock at the outer door, and she was struck by the lowering look the great half-breed wore. His expression was positively villainous, and sharp as a pinprick there darted through her the memory of her first visit to Barronmead, and the hatred of Nap Errol she had that day seen revealed in the man's eyes. She had never given the matter a thought since. Today it awoke to life, stirring within her a vague apprehension. "How is your master, Tawny?" she asked. "He is not so well, madam," said Tawny Hudson, but he opened the door wide, notwithstanding, inviting her to enter. She went in. The room adjoined that in which Lucas lay, and Hudson was always there when not actually in attendance upon his master, except in his off-hours, which were as few as Lucas would permit. "May I see him?" said Dot, "or would he rather not be disturbed?" Hudson stepped to the closed door and listened, his great red head bent almost to the keyhole. After a few moments he stood up and softly turned the handle. He made a brief sign to her and passed noiselessly into the room. Dot remained where she was. She heard Lucas accost him at once and caught the murmur of the man's low-spoken reply. And then, in a moment, Hudson came back to her. "Will you go in, madam?" he said in his careful English that always made her think of an animal that had been taught to speak. She went in, treading lightly, relieved to leave the man's heavy scowling visage behind her. "Come right in," said Lucas hospitably. "It's real good of you to come and see me like this." She took his outstretched hand, looking at him anxiously. She saw that he had not slept for many hours. Though he smiled at her, there was a gray look about his lips that made her wonder if he were in pain. "Sit down," he said gently. "It's nothing. Only another bad night. I can't expect to sleep soundly always." "How disappointing," Dot murmured. "Not surprising, though. I had an exciting day yesterday. You heard of Nap's return?" "Yes." There was a very decided cloud upon Dot's face. "I saw him." "Well?" said Lucas. She turned to him impulsively. "Isn't it horrid when the thing you've been planning for and wanting ever so long happens and everyone else is cross?" The blue eyes looked quizzical. "Very, I should say," said Lucas. "Would it be presumptuous to ask what has been happening and who is cross?" Dot's answering smile held more of a pathos than mirth. Her lips took a quivering downward droop. "It's Nap," she said. He raised his brows a little. "Nap seems the general pivot on which all grievances turn," he remarked. Dot leaned her chin on her hand. "I do so hate making mistakes," she said. "We all do it," said Lucas. "Oh, you don't." She turned and gravely regarded him. "You are always wise," she said, "never headlong." "Which only demonstrates your ignorance and the kindness of your heart," said Lucas. "But go on, won't you? What has Nap been doing?" "Oh, nothing. Nap is all right. It isn't Nap I mind." Again that doleful droop of the lips became apparent, together with a little quiver of the voice undeniably piteous. It's Bertie," whispered Dot. It's very ridiculous, isn't it? I'm a wee bit afraid of Bertie, do you know?" "Saint Christopher!" said Lucas in astonishment. "Yes, but you won't ever tell him, will you?" she pleaded anxiously. If he knew or guessed, all my prestige would be gone. I shouldn't be able to manage him at all. He is rather difficult to manage sometimes, don't you think?" Lucas was frowning slightly. "I guess I can manage him," he said. "No doubt you could. I expect you always have. He respects you," said Dot with unwitting wistfulness. Lucas turned his head and looked at her very steadily. "Will you tell me something, Dot?" he said. She nodded. "Why are you afraid of Bertie?" She hesitated. "Come," he said, "surely you're not afraid of me, too?" The banter in his voice was touched with a tenderness that went straight to Dot's young heart. She leaned down impetuously and held his hand. "No," she said tremulously, "I'm not such a little idiot as that, Luke. I'm afraid of Bertie because I've done something he wouldn't like. It's a very little thing, Luke. It is, really, but it's bothered me off and on all the winter, and now that Nap is home I feel much worse, as if it had been really wrong. And she broke down suddenly. "I know I ought to tell him, but I can't." "Tell me," said Lucas gently. "And you will tell him for me?" "If you wish me to do so." "I don't like it," sobbed Dot. "It's so despicable of me. I've wanted to tell him for ever so long, but he has been so good to me all this time, and and somehow I couldn't face it. We haven't even squabbled for months now. It seemed such a pity to spoil everything when it really didn't make any difference to anyone if he knew or not." "Don't cry," interposed Lucas. "It would hurt Bertie if he knew." "Dear Bertie," whispered Dot. "Isn't it horrid of me to be such a coward? I haven't done anything really wrong either. In fact, at the time it seemed almost right." "Almost," said Lucas, faintly smiling. She smiled also through her tears. "Why don't you call me a humbug? Well, listen, it was like this. One night in the beginning of the winter, Bertie and I had a disagreement about Nap. It wasn't at all important, but I had to stick up for him because I had chance to see him just before he left in the summer. You remember when he was very, very miserable?" "I remember," said Lucas. He spoke rather wearily, but his eyes never left her face. He was listening intently. "And I was frightfully sorry for him," proceeded Dot, "though at the time I didn't know what was the matter, and I couldn't let Bertie say horrid things about him, so I fired up. And then Bertie told me," she faltered a little, "about Nap caring for Lady Carfax. And that was where the trouble began. He didn't give him credit for really loving her, whereas I knew he did." Strong conviction sounded in Dot's voice. The blue eyes that watched her opened a little. "That so?" said Lucas. "Oh, I was sure," she said. "I was sure. There are some things a woman can't help knowing. It was the key to what I knew before. I understood at once." "And then?" said Lucas. "Then, of course, I remembered that Lady Carfax was free, and I asked Bertie if he knew. You see, I thought it possible that in her heart she might be caring for him too. I knew they had always been friends, and Sir Giles was such a brute to her. No woman could ever have loved him. I think most people couldn't help knowing that. And it seemed only fair that Nap should know that Sir Giles was dead. I told Bertie so. He didn't agree with me." Dot paused and vigorously dried her eyes. "I still don't think he was right," she said. "Perhaps not," Lucas spoke meditatively. "There's a good deal to be said for woman's intuition," he said. "It seemed to me a matter of fair play," maintained Dot. "He didn't know where Nap was, only his club address. And he wouldn't write himself, so I just wrote a single line telling Nap that Sir Giles was dead, and sent it off that night. I didn't tell Bertie. It didn't seem to matter much then, and I knew it might be ages before Nap got it. But now that line has brought him back, I feel as if he ought to know, particularly as Bertie is so angry with him for returning. And Anne, too. Anne nearly fainted when she saw him. I felt as if I had landed everybody in a hopeless muddle." Again Dot wiped her eyes. "And I had so wanted him to come," she ended. "Don't fret," said Lucas very kindly. "I wanted him too." She looked at him eagerly. "You think as I do? You think he cares for Anne?" "I guess so," he answered, "since your letter brought him back." And Anne, do you really think?" "I guess so," he said again. He lay silent for a while, his eyes drooping heavily, till she even began to wonder if he were falling asleep. At length, "Dot," he said, "have I your permission to make what use I like of this?" She gave a slight start. "You are going to tell Bertie?" He looked at her. "My dear," he said, "I think Bertie had better know." She nodded. "I know he ought, but he will be furious with me." "Not if I talk to him," said Lucas with his quiet smile. "But it's so mean of me," she protested, "and I'm sure it's bad for you." He reached out his hand to her. "No, it isn't bad for me, Dot. It's just the best thing possible. You've put me in the way of something great." She squeezed his hand. "Do you really think you can make things go right?" "Under God," said Lucas gravely. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 12, A Friendly Understanding. Notwithstanding Lucas's assurance, Dot awaited her husband's coming in undisguised trepidation that night. She had not seen Nap since that brief glimpse of him in the hall when Anne had so nearly swooned. She did not so much as know if Bertie had seen him at all. They had not met on the previous evening, but Bertie's aspect had been so thunderous ever since he had heard of his return that she had been on thorns lest he should present himself again at the Dower House. That he would come sooner or later she knew, but she hoped with all her heart that it might not be when Bertie was at home. She was convinced, moreover, that Bertie was going to be very angry with her, and her heart sank the more she thought of it. Bertie's anger had become a hard thing to face since he had made her know the depths of his tenderness. The night was chilly and her suspense made her cold. She sat very close to the fire in the cozy curtained hall, shivering and straining her ears to catch the sound of his feet on the gravel. She had worked herself into a state of anxiety that made her start at the faintest noise. It was nearing the dinner hour, and she was beginning to wonder if perhaps he were staying at Barrenmead to dine, though he had never done so before without sending her word, when there came a sudden hoot of a motor and the rush of wheels upon the drive. She sat up, every pulse beating. It must be one of the Barrenmead motors, but Bertie always walked. She heard the car stop at the door, and she rose to her feet, scarcely knowing what to expect. The next moment the door opened, and she heard Bertie's voice. "The car will be all right," he said. "It's a fine night. Go in, won't you? I expect Dot is waiting." And with amazement, Dot saw Nap enter the hall in front of her husband. He came straight to her just as he had come on the previous day, and she had a moment of sheer panic lest he should have the effrontery to kiss her. But he spared her this, though the smile with which he greeted her told her that he was quite aware of her embarrassment and its cause. "Bertie has taken upon himself to ask me to dine," he said as he held her hand. "I hope that is quite agreeable to Mrs. Bertie?" "Of course I am delighted," she said, but her eyes sought Bertie's somewhat anxiously notwithstanding. She saw with relief that the cloud had gone from his face. He came forward, bent, and kissed her. His hand lay upon her shoulder for an instant with a quick, reassuring touch, and she knew that all was well. "Heavens, child, how cold you are," he said. "I'll bring you down a shawl, shall I? Come along, Nap, we are late." They went upstairs together, and Dot waited below, listening to their voices in careless converse, and wondering by what means Lucas had wrought so amazing a change. She wondered still more during dinner, for Nap was plainly upon his best behavior. He seemed determined that Bertie should be on easy terms with him, and he was in a great measure successful. Though reticent, Bertie was undoubtedly cordial. At the appearance of dessert, Nap rose. "I must be getting back to Lucas," he said. "Oh, Skittles, he won't be wanting you," Bertie protested. "Sit down again, man. You haven't been here an hour." But Nap was not to be persuaded. "Many thanks, but I'm going all the same. I want to secure him a good night if possible. Goodbye, Mrs. Bertie." He bent and kissed her hand. "I'm going to be pretty busy for the next week or two, but I shall call on you when I have time." He took a cigarette from Bertie's case and went out without stopping to light it. Bertie followed him into the hall. "Shall I come?" he asked. "No," said Nap. He found a paper spill on the mantelpiece and lighted it. As he held it to his cigarette, he looked at Bertie with a smile. "Remember that day I baited you? It must be about a year ago." Bertie looked uncomfortable. "I remember," he said shortly. Abruptly, Nap thrust out his hand. "I've eaten your salt now," he said. "I'll never bait you again." Bertie gave his hand. "Is that what you wanted to dine for?" "Partly." Nap's fingers gripped and held. "Also, I wanted to persuade you that we are fighting for the same thing, only maybe with different weapons. You'll bear it in mind, friend Bertie?" Bertie looked at him hard for an instant. "I will," he said impulsively. "Good," said Nap laconically. "It isn't going to be a walkover, but I guess we'll put it off between us." "Amen," said Bertie fervently. And Nap wrung his hand and departed. For the first time in their lives there was a friendly understanding between them. For the first time Bertie was aware of a human heart throbbing behind that impenetrable mask. End of section 51. Section 52 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 13, The Final Defeat. It was growing late that night when Lucas opened his eyes after a prolonged and fruitless attempt to sleep, and found Nap standing at the foot of the bed watching him. A lamp was burning in the room, but it was turned very low. For a few seconds he lay wondering if the motionless figure he saw had been conjured there by some trick of the shadows. Then as he stirred he saw it move, and at once he spoke. "Hello, dear fellow. I never heard you come in." Nap stepped noiselessly to his side. "Don't talk," he said. "Sleep." "I can't sleep. It's no use. I was only pretending." Lucas stifled a sigh of weariness. "Sit down," he said. But Nap stood over him and laid steady hands upon his wrists. His hold was close and vital. It pressed upon the pulses as if to give them new life. "You can sleep if you try," he said. Lucas shook his head with a smile. "I'm not a good subject, Boney. Thanks all the same." "Try," Nap said insistently. But the blue eyes remained wide. "No, old chap, it's too high a price to pay, even for sleep." "What do you mean?" There was a fierce note in the query. Low as it was almost a challenge. Lucas answered it very quietly. I mean that I'm afraid of you, Boney. Skittles, said Nap. Yes, it may seem so to you, but, you see, I know what you are trying to do. What am I trying to do? Demanded Nap. Lucas paused for a moment. He was looking straight up into the harsh face above his own. Then, I know you, he said. I know that you'll get the whip hand of me if you can, and you'll clap blinkers on me and drive me according to your own judgment. I never had much faith in your judgment, Boney, and it is not my intention to be driven by you. There was no resentment in the tired voice, only unflagging determination. Nap's hold slowly relaxed. You don't trust me, then? It's your methods I don't trust, dear fellow, not your motives. I'd trust them to perdition. But not my honor? Nap's lips twisted over the word. Lucas hesitated. I believe you would be faithful to your own code, he said at length. But you don't consider that to trick a man who trusted me would be against that code? Again Lucas hesitated, and in the silence Nap straightened himself and stood waiting, stern, implacable, hard as granite. Don't do violence to yourself, he said cynically. On the instant Lucas spoke, in his voice a tremor that was almost passionate. Boney, old chap, have I wronged you? God knows I've tried to be just, but are you straight? Are you honest? I'd give my soul to be able to trust you. Only, dear fellow, forgive me, I can't. Nap's hands clenched. Why not, he said. Because, very slowly and painfully, Lucas made reply. I know that you are trying to blind me. I know that you are sacrificing yourself and another in order to deceive me. You are doing it to save me pain, but, before God, Boney, you are torturing me in the doing far more than you realize. I'd sooner die 10 times over than endure it. I can bear most things, but not this. Not this. Silence followed the words, a silence that was vital with many emotions. Nap stood upright against the lamplight. He scarcely seemed to breathe, and yet in his very stillness there was almost a hint of violence. He did not attempt to utter a word. Lucas also lay a while without speaking, as if exhausted. Then at length he braced himself for further effort. It seems to me there's only one way out, Boney, he said gently. It's no matter of use your trying to deceive me any longer. I happen to know what brought you back, and I'm thankful to know it. After all, her happiness comes first with both of us, I guess. That's why I was so almighty pleased to see you in the first place. That's why it won't hurt me any to let her go to you. Nap made a sharp movement and came out of his silence. Luke, you're mad. No, Boney, no. I'm saner than you are. When a fellow spends his life as I do, he has time to look all round things. He can't help knowing. And I'm not a skunk. It never was my intention to stand between her and happiness. Happiness? Harshly, Nap echoed the word. He almost laughed over it. Don't you know that she only tolerates me for your sake? She wouldn't stay within 100 miles of me if it weren't for you. Oh, shucks, Boney. A faint smile touched the worn face on the pillow. I know you hurt her infernally, but she will forgive you that. Women do, you know. Though I guess she would have forgiven you easier if she hadn't loved you. Man, you're wrong. Fiercely, Nap flung the words. I tell you there is no love between us. I killed her love long ago, and as for myself... Love doesn't die, broke in Lucas Errol quietly. I know all about it, Boney. Guess I've always known. And if you tell me that your love for Anne Carfax is dead, I tell you that you lie. Again he faintly smiled. But I don't like insulting you, old chap. It's poor sport anyway. Besides, I'm wanting you. That's why. He stopped abruptly. A curious change had come over Nap, a change so unexpected, so foreign to the man's grim nature that even he, who knew him as did none other, was momentarily taken by surprise. For suddenly, inexplicably, Nap's hardness had gone from him. It was like the crumbling of a rock that had withstood the clash of many tempests and yielded at last to the ripple of a summer tide. With a sudden fierce movement he dropped down upon his knees beside the bed, flinging his arms wide over his brother's body, in such an agony of despair as Lucas had never before witnessed. I wish I were dead, he cried out passionately. I wish to heaven I had never lived. It was a cry wrung from the very depths of the soul, a revelation of suffering of which Lucas had scarcely believed him capable. It opened his eyes to much that he had before but vaguely suspected. He laid a hand instantly and very tenderly upon the bowed head. Shucks, Boney, he remonstrated gently. Just when you were wanted most. A great sob shook Nap. Who wants me? I'm nothing but a blot on the face of creation, an outrage, an abomination, a curse. You are just the biggest thing in that woman's life, dear fellow, answered the tired voice. You hang on to that. It'll hold you up, as God always meant it should. Nap made an inarticulate sound of dissent, but the quiet restraint of his brother's touch seemed to help him. He became still under it, as if some spell were upon him. After a time, Lucas went on in the weary drawl that yet held such an infinite amount of human kindness. Did you think I'd cut you out, Boney? Mighty lot you seem to know of me. It's true that for a time I thought myself necessary to her. Maybe for a time I was. She hadn't much to live for anyway. It's true that when you didn't turn up in Arizona, I left off expecting you to be faithful to yourself or to her, and so it seemed best to take what she gave and to try to make her as happy as circumstances would allow. But I never imagined that I ruled supreme. I know too well what a woman has given once she can never give again. I didn't expect it of her. I never asked it. She gave me what she could, and I did the same for her. But that bargain wouldn't satisfy either of us now. No. We'll play the game like men, like brothers. And you must do your part. Believe me, Boney, I desire nothing so earnestly as her happiness. And if when I come to die I have helped to make this one woman happy, then I shall not have lived in vain. Nap turned his head sharply. Don't talk of dying. You couldn't die. And do you seriously imagine for a single instant that I could ever give her happiness? I imagine so, dear fellow, since she loves you. I tell you she wouldn't have me if I asked her. You don't know. Anyway, she must have the chance. If she doesn't take it, well, she isn't the woman I imagine her to be. She's a saint, Nap said with vehemence. And you, Luke, you're another. You were made for each other. She would be 10 million times happier with you. Why do you want her to marry a blackguard? A shadow touched Lucas Errol's face, but it was only for an instant. The next he smiled. You are not a blackguard, Boney. I always said so. And the love of a good woman will be your salvation. No, you're wrong. I couldn't give her real happiness. There's only one man in the world can give her that, and I am not that man. He paused. His eyelids had begun to droop heavily. Say, Nap, I believe I could sleep now, he said. Yes, old chap, you shall. Nap raised himself abruptly, banishing his weakness in a breath. Only a certain unwonted gentleness remained. You shall, he said again. Guess you won't be afraid now you have got your own way. But just one thing more. You'll be wanting all your strength for yourself for the next few weeks. Will you, for my sake if you like, put all this by till you are winning out on the other side? She would say the same if she knew. Lucas opened his eyes again, opened them wide, and fixed them steadily, searchingly upon his brother's face. You'll play the straight game with me, Boney? He questioned. You won't try to back out? Then in a different tone. No, don't answer. Forgive me for asking. I know you. I guess you do, Nap said, with the ghost of a smile. Better even than I know myself. You know just how little I am to be trusted. I trust you, Boney, absolutely, implicitly, from the bottom of my soul. The words left Lucas Errol's lips with something of the solemnity of an oath. He held out a quiet hand. Now let me sleep, he said. Nap rose. He stood for a moment in silence, holding the friendly hand, as if he wished to speak, but could not. Then suddenly he bent. Good night, dear chap, he said in a whisper, and with the words he stooped and kissed the lined forehead of the man who trusted him. Half an hour later, the door of the adjoining room opened noiselessly, and Tawny Hudson peered in. One brother was sleeping, the quiet, refreshing sleep of a mind at rest. The other sat watching by his side with fixed, inscrutable eyes. The latter did not stir, though in some indefinable way he made Tawny Hudson know that he was aware of his presence, and did not desire his closer proximity. Obedient to the unspoken command, the man did not come beyond the threshold, but he stood there for many seconds, glowering with the eyes of a monstrous, malignant baboon. When at length he retired, he left the door ajar, and a very curious smile flickered across Nap's face. But still he did not turn his head. End of section 52. Section 53 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 14, At the Gate of Death. The second time that Tawny Hudson was driven from his master's side was on a day of splendid spring, English April at its best. Till the very last moment he lingered, and it was Lucas himself with his final "Go, Tawny," who sent him from the room. They would not even let him wait, as Nap was waiting till the anesthetic had done its work. Black hatred gripped the man's heart as he crept away. What was Nap anyway, that he should be thus honored? The cloud that had attended his coming had made a deep impression upon Hudson. He had watched the lines upon his master's face till he knew them by heart. He knew when anxiety kept the weary eyes from closing. He knew when the effort of the mind was more than the body could endure. Of Lucas's pleasure at his brother's return he raised no question, but that it would have been infinitely better for him had Nap remained away he was firmly convinced. And he knew with the sure intuition that unceasing vigilance had developed in him that Capper thought the same. Capper resented as he did the intrusion of the black sheep of the family, but Capper was obviously powerless. Even Capper, who so ruthlessly expelled him from his master's presence, had proved impotent when it came to removing Nap. There was a mysterious force about Nap that no one seemed able to resist. He, Hudson, had felt it 100 times, had bowed to it in spite of himself. He called it black magic in his own dark heart, and because of it his hatred almost amounted to a mania. He regarded him with superstition as a devilish being endowed with hellish powers that might at any moment be directed against his enemies. And he feared his influence over Lucas, even though with all his monstrous imaginings he recognized the fact of Lucas's ascendancy. He had a morbid dread lest some day his master should be taken unawares, for in Nap's devotion he placed not a particle of faith. And mingled with his fears was a burning jealousy that kept hatred perpetually alive. There was not one of the duties that he performed for his master that Nap had not at one time or another performed, more swiftly, more satisfactorily, with that devilish deftness of his that even Capper had to admire, and Hudson could never hope to achieve. And in his inner soul the man knew that the master he idolized preferred Nap's ministrations, Nap's sure and dexterous touch to his. And so on that day of riotous spring he waited with murder in his heart to see his enemy emerge from the closed room. But he waited in vain. No hand touched the door against which he stood. Within the room he heard only vague movements, and now and then Capper's voice, sharp and distinct, giving a curt order. 2 doctors and 2 nurses were there to do his bidding, to aid him in the working of his miracle. 2 doctors, 2 nurses, and Nap. Gradually, as the minutes passed, the truth dawned upon the great half-breed waiting outside. Against Capper's wish, probably in defiance of it, Nap was remaining for the operation itself. Suspicion deepened swiftly to conviction, and a spasm of indignation akin to frenzy took possession of the man. Doubtless Capper had remonstrated without result, but he, Tawny Hudson, could compel. Fiercely he turned and pulled the handle of the door. It resisted him. He had not heard the key turned upon him, yet undeniably the door was locked. Fury entered into him. Doubtless this also was the work of his enemy. He seized the handle, twisted, dragged, wrenched, till it broke in his hand, and he was powerless. No one within the room paid any attention to him. No one came to open, and this fact served to inflame him further. For a few lurid moments Tawny Hudson saw red. He gathered his huge bull frame together and flung the whole weight of it against the resisting wood. He was powerless to force the lock as the door opened toward him, but this fact did not discourage him. It scarcely entered into his reckoning. He was nothing at the moment but a savage beast beyond all reasoning and beyond control. The panels resisted his violent onslaught, but he was undaunted. With scarcely a pause he drew off and prepared for another, but at the very instant that he was about to hurl himself the second time, a voice spoke on the other side of the door. "Tawny!" Tawny stood as if transfixed, his eyes starting, bestial foam upon his lips. "Tawny," said the voice again, the voice of his enemy, curt and imperious. "Go and find Mr. Birdie and tell him he is wanted." Through the closed door the magic reached the frenzied man. He remained motionless for a few seconds, but the order was not repeated. At the end of the interval the magic had done its work. He turned and slunk away. A minute later Birdie, very pale and stern, presented himself at the closed door. "What is it, Nap?" Contemptuously clear came the answer. "Nothing here. Stay where you are, that's all, and keep that all-fired fool Hudson from spoiling his master's chances." Birdie turned to look at the man who had come up behind him, and in turning saw the door-handle at his feet. He pointed to it. "You're doing?" Hudson shrank under the accusing blue eyes so like his master's. He began to whimper like a beaten dog. Birdie picked up the knob. "Poor devil," he muttered, and then aloud, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Do you call this a man's game?" Tawny cringed in abject misery. He was completely subdued. With the smallest encouragement he would have groveled at Birdie's feet. Bertie came away from the door and sat down. His own anxiety was almost insupportable, but he cloaked it with determined resolution. "Sit down there," he said, pointing to a distant chair, "and don't move until I give you leave." Meekly the man obeyed him, sitting crouched, his head between his hands. Bertie regarded him with a severity more assumed than actual. He had not the heart to send him away. He knew it would have been sheer cruelty. A long time passed. Neither of the two watchers stirred. Tawny Hudson did not even seem to breathe. He sat like a human image of despair. Noon came and passed. Somewhere in the distance church bells began to peal. Bertie started a little. He had forgotten it was Sunday. Dot would be just driving home from church. She would not come to Barrenmead, he knew. It had been her original intention, but he had dissuaded her. He knew that she was very anxious, but he would not have her run the risk of a shock. If the operation failed, if Luke were to die, he would tell her, himself. He knew that he could soften the blow as none other could. It was nearly 1 when at last the closed door opened. Bertie was on his feet in an instant. Dr. Randall came quietly out, glanced round, and stopped. "It is over. We have taken him into the inner room, and he is recovering consciousness. No, don't go to him. His man mustn't go either. We want all these doors open wide, the windows too, but no one is to go near. He must have absolute quiet." He propped open the door as he spoke. His face was very grave. "Remember," he said, "that the banging of this door or any sudden sound may mean the end." "Is he so bad, then?" said Bertie, speaking with effort. "He is very bad indeed," the doctor answered. "The operation has been a protracted one. If he lives, it will be a success. But there is a great weakness of the heart's action. Any moment may be the last. Dr. Capper will not leave him at present. Your brother is there, too." He paused a moment. "Your brother is a wonderful man," he said, with the air of a man bestowing praise against his will. "If you will be good enough to order some refreshment, I will take it in. On no account is Mr. Errol's servant to go near." Slowly the hours of a day that seemed endless dragged away. Bertie went home to his wife in the afternoon, taking Tawny Hudson, subdued and wretched, with him. In the evening he returned, the man still following him like a pariah dog, to find the situation unaltered. Capper and Nap were still with Lucas, whose life hung by a thread. Bertie decided to remain for the night, and at a late hour he saw Capper for a moment. The great man's face was drawn and haggard. "He won't last through the night," he said. "Tell the ladies to be in readiness. I will send for them if there is time." "No hope whatever?" said Bertie. Capper shook his head. "I fear none. He is just running down, sinking. I think you had better not come in, but stay within call." He was gone again, and Bertie was left to give his message, and then to wait in anguish of spirit for the final call. The night was still. Only the draught from the wide-flung doors and windows stirred through the quiet rooms. Mrs. Errol and Anne shared Bertie's vigil in the room that opened out of that in which Lucas Errol was making his last stand. Humbly, in a corner, huddled Tawny Hudson, rocking himself but making no sound. Within the room, Capper sat at the foot of the bed, motionless, alert as a sentry. A nurse stood like a statue, holding back the bellying window curtain, and on his knees beside the bed, the inert wrist gripped close in his sinewy fingers, was Nap. The light of a shaded lamp shone upon his dusky face, showing the gleam of his watchful eyes, the crude lines of his jaw and cheekbone. He looked like a figure carved in bronze. For hours he had knelt so in unceasing vigilance, gazing unblinking and tireless at the exhausted face upon the pillow. It might have been the face of a dead man upon which he gazed, but the pulses that fluttered in his hold told him otherwise. Lucas still held feebly to his chain. It was nearly an hour after midnight that a voice spoke in the utter silence. "Boney." "I'm here, old chap." "Goodbye, dear fellow." It was scarcely more than a whisper. It seemed to come from closed lips. "Open your eyes," said Nap. Slowly the heavy lids opened. The blue eyes met the deep, mysterious gaze focused upon them. Silent as a ghost, Capper glided forward. The nurse left the window, and the curtain floated out into the room, fluttering like an imprisoned thing seeking to escape. "Ah, but Boney," the tired voice said, as though in protest. And Nap's voice, thrilled through and through with a tenderness that was more than human, made answer. "Just a little longer, dear old man. Only a little longer. See, I'm holding you up. Turn up the lamp, doctor. Take off the shade. He can't see me. There, old chap. Look at me now. Grip hold of me. You can't go yet. I'm with you. I'm holding you back." Capper trickled something out of a spoon between the pale lips, and for a little there was silence. but the blue eyes remained wide, fixed upon those other fiery eyes that held them by some mysterious magic from falling into sightlessness. 3 figures had come in through the open door, moving wraith-like silently. The room seemed full of shadows. After a while, Lucas spoke again, and this time his lips moved perceptibly. "It's such a long way back, Boney. No end of a trail, and all uphill." The flare of the lamp was full upon Nap's face. It threw the harsh lines into strong relief, and it seemed to Anne, watching, that she looked upon the face of a man in extremity. His voice, too. Was that Nap's voice pleading so desperately? "Don't be faint-hearted, old chap. I'll haul you up. It won't be so tough presently. You're through the worst already. Hold on, Luke, hold on." Again Capper poured something between the parted lips, and a quiver ran through the powerless body. "Hold on," Nap repeated. "You promised you would. You mustn't go yet, old boy. You can't be spared. I shall go to the devil without you." "Not you, Boney." Lucas's lips quivered into a smile. "That's all over," he said. "You're playing the straight game now." "You must stay and see it through," said Nap. "I can't win out without you." "Ah." A long sigh came pantingly with the word. "That's so, Boney. Guess I'm a selfish brute. Always was. Always was." A choked sob came through the stillness. Bertie suddenly covered his face. Mrs. Errol put her arm round him as one who comforted a child. "Is that someone crying?" gasped Lucas. "It's that ass Bertie," answered Nap, without stirring so much as an eyelid. "Bertie, poor old chap. Tell him he mustn't. Tell him I'll hang on. A little longer, God willing. But only a little longer, Boney. Only a little longer." There was pleading in the voice, the pleading of a man unutterably tired and longing to be at rest. Anne, standing apart, was cut to the heart with the pathos of it, but Nap did not seem to feel it. He knelt on, inflexible, determined, all his iron will, all his fiery vitality, concentrated upon holding a man in life. It was not all magnetism, it was not all strength of purpose, it was his whole being grappling, striving, compelling, till inch by inch he gained a desperate victory. In the morning the fight was over. In the morning Lucas Errol had turned, reluctantly as it seemed to Anne, from the gate of death. And while he lay sleeping quietly, the spring air, pure and life-giving, blowing across his face, the man who had brought him back rose up from his bedside, crept with a noiseless, swaying motion from the room, and sank senseless on the further side of the door. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 15. The King's Decree. For 3 weeks after the operation, Capper said nothing good or bad of his patient's condition, and during those weeks he scarcely went beyond the terrace. He moved about like a man absorbed, and it seemed to Anne whenever they met that he looked at her without seeing her. Nap was even closer in his attendance, and Tawny Hudson found himself more than ever supplanted and ignored. For night and day he was at hand, sleeping when and how he could, always alert at the briefest notice, always ready with unfailing nerve and steady hand. And Capper suffered him without the smallest remonstrance. He seemed to take it for granted that Nap's powers were illimitable. "That young man will kill himself," Dr. Randall said once. "He is living at perpetual high pressure." "Leave him alone," growled Capper. "He is the force that drives the engine. The wheels won't go round without him." And this seemed true, for the wheels went round very, very slowly in those days. Lucas Errol came back to life, urged by a vitality not his own, and the shadow of death still lingered in his eyes. He did not suffer very greatly, and he slept as he had not slept for years, but his progress was slow, sometimes imperceptible. The languor of intense weakness hung like a leaden weight upon him. The old brave cheeriness had given place to a certain curious wistfulness. He seemed too weary for effort, content at all times to sleep the hours away. Yet when Capper demanded effort, he yielded without protest. He did his best, and he smiled at each evidence of returning powers. "I guess it's just an almighty success, Doctor," he would say. "And you've given me sleep into the bargain. It's blessed to be able to sleep. I've a good many years of arrears to make up." On the day that Capper and Nap set him on his feet for the first time, his weakness was such that he fainted. but he recovered and apologized, and would even have faced the ordeal again had Capper permitted it. On the following day he went through it without a tremor and slept thereafter for hours, scarcely rousing himself for nourishment. It was during that sleep that Nap left him, went out into the spring woods, and remained absent for some time. Lucas was still sleeping when he returned, and after a brief look at him, he moved away into the adjoining room and prowled to and fro there waiting. At the first sound of his brother's voice, he was back by the bedside. Lucas smiled a welcome. "I'm better," he said, and held up a weak hand. It was the first time he had made the assertion. Nap took the hand and laid it gently down. "You'll get well now," he said. The heavy drowsiness was less apparent than usual on Lucas's face. "I don't know where I'd be without you, Boney," he said. "Do you know you're looking awfully ill?" "Shucks," said Nap. But Lucas continued his criticism undeterred. "You've spent too much of yourself on me, and I've been too damned selfish to notice. I'm going to wake up now, Boney. I'm going to play the game. You've been playing my hand as well as your own till now. I'm going to relieve you of that." "Hear, hear," said Nap. "You'll go to bed in your own room tonight," said Lucas. "Go to bed and to sleep. In the morning we'll have a talk." But when the morning came, his energy had flagged a little. He had not slept as well as usual, and though he had no pain, he seemed disinclined for physical effort. "I want a holiday today," he said to Capper. "Just let in the sunshine and leave me to bask." There had been a spell of cold and sunless weather, but that day the sun shone gloriously. The genial warmth of it came in through the open window and flooded the room with the very essence of spring. "I'm going to take a day off and enjoy it," smiled Lucas. "You take a day off too, Doctor. Make the mater go out in the car. I shall do wonders tomorrow after a good laze today." Capper looked him over keenly, pulled his beard, cracked his fingers, and yielded. "Guess a rest won't do you any harm. There's no reason to hustle you any that I can see." And Lucas spent the whole morning basking in the sunshine in almost unbroken silence. He did not sleep at all. His eyes, remote and thoughtful, were for the most part watching the specks that danced and floated in the rays of light that streamed across his bed. Nap forbore to disturb him, but he remained within call. He knew with sure intuition that sooner or later Lucas would summon him. Almost he knew what he would say. The call came at last, very quiet and deliberate. "Boney." Instantly Nap presented himself. "Come here a minute, old chap." "No, I'm not wanting anything, only a word in private." "Say, Boney, is Anne still stopping here?" He had seen her nearly every day since the operation, but he had been too drowsy to ask any questions. He had only smiled upon her and sometimes for a little had held her hand. "She is backwards and forwards," said Nap. "I believe she is spending tonight." "Ah, then, Boney, I want you to speak to her tonight." He looked up at his brother with his old kindly smile. "It's for my own sake, old chap," he said. "You know I didn't sleep last night. I was thinking about her, about you both, and I want her to know everything tonight. I shall sleep the easier when she knows." Nap stood silent. His face was set in hard lines. "Will you tell her, Boney?" "What am I to tell her?" said Nap. "Tell her the truth, dear fellow, so that she understands it. Make her realize that the dearest wish of my life is her happiness and yours." He reached up a hand to the motionless figure beside him. "Just this one thing, Boney," he pleaded gently. "Remember, I came back because of it. It will be my happiness, too. I want to feel that all is well between you. God knows I want it more than anything else on earth." Nap gripped the proffered hand and held it fast. "But she won't have me, you know," he said after a moment. "She only forgave me because of you." "Shucks, dear fellow. I guess that wasn't the reason." "I wish to heaven you'd let me off," Nap said with sudden vehemence. "Let me shunt first instead of last. It's more than I can face, even for you." "But I guess you'll face it all the same," said Lucas gently. "And when it's over, come, both of you, and tell me." He closed his eyes and turned his face to the sunshine. "So long, old chap," he said. "Don't stay indoors. I'm not wanting you. Think I'll get to sleep presently. Don't let them wake me if I do." But Nap lingered, still holding his hand. "Luke," he said. There was a note of entreaty in his voice, but for the second time in his life Lucas turned a deaf ear. The smile was still on his lips, but his eyes remained closed. "Go, dear fellow," he said softly, "and God bless you." And Nap turned with a set face and went straight from the room. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 16, The Straight Game. It was drawing towards evening on that same day when Anne, who had been spending the afternoon at the Dower House, walked back across the park. She went by way of the stream along which she and Nap had once skated hand in hand in the moonlight, and as she went she stooped now and then to gather the flowers that grew in the grass beside her path. But her face, as she did it, was grave and thoughtful. She did not seem to notice their fragrance. As she neared the lake, she moved more slowly, and reaching a rustic seat beneath a cedar that shadowed the entrance to the gardens, she sat down, her gray eyes fixed upon the water that gurgled at her feet. A brilliant green dragonfly, darting meteor-like across her vision, came presently to disturb her reverie. With a slight start she awoke, and leaned forward with an odd eagerness to mark its progress. As it flashed away through the shadows, a quick sigh came to her lips. It was so fair a thing, so swiftly gone. She gathered up her flowers and rose, and in that moment she knew that she was not alone. How she knew it she could not have said. No sound or shadow told her, no hand touched her, yet she knew. For a few seconds she stood motionless on the edge of the stream. Then, without turning, she spoke. "Were you looking for me?" "Yes," he said. He came to her side. They were close to that spot where once he had so arrogantly claimed her friendship. Today it seemed he had no word to utter. For a space she waited. Then, finding in his silence something that disquieted her, she spoke again. "Is all well? Why are you not with Lucas?" "All's well," he said, but he left her second question unanswered. He was gazing down intently into the clear water. Seconds passed. She glanced at him once or twice, but he seemed unaware of her scrutiny. He made no movement to meet it. His dark face brooded over the stream, almost as if she were not there. Her heart began to throb with thick, uneven strokes. What had he come to say to her? And why did he stand thus silent? There was something tragic about him, something almost terrible. She waited beside him in wordless foreboding. Whatever was coming she felt powerless to avert. She could only brace herself to meet the inevitable. In some fashion, though he never glanced her way, he must have been aware of her agitation, for when he spoke again there was some measure of reassurance in his voice, emotionless though it was. "I shan't alarm you," he said. "I shan't even ask you to answer me, much less to treat me kindly. But you've got to hear me, that's all. I'm not telling you for my own sake, only because Luke has ordained that you must know. I dare say you thought it strange that I should have come back so soon. It probably made you wonder." "It did," said Anne in a low voice. "I knew it would." A note of grim satisfaction sounded in the rejoinder. He jerked his head a little with a touch of the old arrogance. "Well, I am here to explain. I knew the odds were dead against me when I started, as they are today. All the same, you are to understand that I came back when I did because I had just heard that you were free, and I was mad enough to dream that in spite of everything I should one day persuade you to marry me." He paused an instant, but he kept his eyes upon the water, as if he were reading something in the crystal depths. Anne still waited beside him, her hands clasped tightly upon her drooping flowers. He continued very rapidly, as though he wished to have done. "That was my true reason for coming back. I don't know if I deceived you any on that point. I tried to. But anyway, I didn't manage to deceive Lucas. He sees most things. He knows, for instance, that I care for you." Almost angrily he flung the words. "And he thinks you ought to know it in case." His lips twisted into a queer smile. "You care for me. It's a preposterous idea anyway. I've told him so, but he won't be easy till I've given you the chance to trample on me. Guess he thinks I owe you that. Maybe I do. Well, you have your opportunity." "Do you think I want that?" Anne said, her voice very low. His hands clenched. "I can't say," he said. "Most women would, but if you want to know, I'd sooner be trampled. I've promised I'll play the straight game, and I'm playing it. I'm telling you the raw truth. I love you. I have it in me to make you know it, but—" "But you love Lucas better," she said. He nodded. "Just that. Also, Lucas is a good man. He will set your happiness first all his life, while I—" He stooped a little, still staring downwards as if he watched something. "While I, Lady Carfax," he said, speaking very quietly, "might possibly succeed in making you happy, but it wouldn't be the same thing. You would have to live my life, not I yours. I am not like Lucas. I shouldn't be satisfied with a little." "And you think that is all I can offer him?" she said. He made a sharp gesture of repudiation. "I have no theories on that subject. I believe you would satisfy him. I believe, ultimately, you would both find the happiness we are all hunting for." "And you?" Anne said, her voice very low. He straightened himself with a backward fling of the shoulders, but still he did not look at her. "I, Lady Carfax," he said grimly, "I don't fit into the scheme of things anyway. I was just pitchforked into your life by an accident. It's for you to toss me out again." Anne was silent. She stood with her face to the sinking sun. She seemed to be gathering her strength. At last, "What will you do?" she asked in the same hushed voice. "Where will you go?" He turned slowly towards her. "I really don't know. I haven't begun to think." His eyes looked deeply into hers, but they held no passion, no emotion of any sort. They made her think with a sudden intolerable stab of pain of that night when he had put out the fire of his passion to receive her kiss. He had told her once that that kiss was the greatest thing that had ever happened to him. Did he remember it now, she wondered, as she met those brooding eyes, still and dark and lonely as they had been then, unfathomable as a mountain pool. She did not fear to meet them, only a vast, searching pity filled her soul. She understood him so well, so well. "Nap," she said tremulously, "what can I say to you? What can I do?" He put out a quiet, unfaltering hand and took hers. "Don't be too good to me," he said. "Don't worry any on my account. If you do, maybe Luke will notice and misunderstand. He's so damnably shrewd." A brief smile crossed his face. "I'll tell you what to do, Lady Carfax, and when it's done you'll feel better. Come with me now to Lucas. It's his own idea, and tell him you've no use for me. Put it how you like. Women can always do these things. Make him know that he comes first with you still and always will. Tell him you know all the truth and it hasn't made you change your mind. Tell him you'd rather belong to a man you can trust. He'll believe you, Anne. We all do." He spoke insistently. He had begun to draw her towards the path. But as they reached it, his hand fell from hers. He walked beside her, close beside her, but not by word or touch did he seek further to persuade her. And Anne walked steadily forward as one in a dream. It was the only thing to do, since he had told her plainly that he desired it, since with both of them Luke must forever come first. He had drawn them together, he had linked their hands, but he stood between them to do it, and neither of them would suffer him to go. She supposed they would be friends again, she and Nap. She did not fear that he would ever again cross the boundary line. His love for his brother ran like a purifying current through his veins. It was the one streak of greatness in him. Its very selflessness made it stronger than his love for her. She knew with a certainty that naught could ever shake that he would be true to Lucas, that never again by word or sign would he betray that for which he had not scrupled to play her false. And because she was a woman and understood him, she forgave him this, for she knew that the greater loyalty had done for him that which she had failed to do. She knew that in uttermost self-sacrifice Nap Errol, the savage, the merciless, the treacherous, had found his soul. So, side by side in silence, they went back to the house. The evening was very still. Passing in from the terrace, they seemed to enter an enchanted palace, wherein nothing stirred. "He may be asleep," Nap said. "Shall I go first?" She assented without speaking. Somehow, the spell of silence seemed to hold her also. Tawny Hudson was on guard as usual in the outer room. He looked up with resentful eyes as they entered, but he said nothing. The door into his master's room stood half open. Nap paused at it a moment to listen. He turned to Anne, and she fancied just for a second that there was a shade of anxiety on his face. But it was gone instantly, if indeed it had been there. "Follow me in a minute," he said, "if I don't come back." And with that he glided through the narrow space and passed from sight. A minute later, absolute silence reigning, Anne softly pushed back the door and entered. She found Nap crouched motionless with outflung arms across the foot of the bed, and drawing nearer she saw that Lucas Errol was lying asleep with his face to the sky, all the lines of pain smoothed utterly away, and on his lips that smile which some call the stamp of death, and others the shining reflection of the resurrection glory which the passing soul has left behind. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 17. The Transforming Magic. No clamor of mourning broke the spell of silence that lay upon Barrenmead. Those who wept hid their grief behind closed doors, but those to whom Lucas was dearest shed the fewest tears. His mother went about with a calmness of aspect that never faltered. She and Anne were very close to each other in those days, though but few words passed between them. A hush that was like a benediction brooded upon the silent house. They could not weep. Once, standing in the hallowed stillness beside her dead, Mrs. Errol turned to Anne, saying softly, "The dear Lord knows best, dear. We wouldn't call him back. He wouldn't want to come." And later she told her gently that she had known ever since the operation that the end was near. "It was in his eyes," she said. "I know that look so well. Dr. Capper knew it too, and so, I'm sure, did the dear boy himself. That waiting, far-off look as if the soul were listening. Didn't you see it, dear? I only wondered that he stayed so long." Yes, Anne had seen it. She knew it now. Though he had smiled upon her, though he had held her hand, she knew that all human longing had died in Lucas Errol's soul on the night that he had gone down to the gate of death, and Nap had drawn him back. He had slackened his hold upon things earthly that night, and though he had come back a little way, it had been as a spectator only that he lingered, no more as one who took an active part in the drama of mortal life. His role was played. She realized now that he must have known it, and that he had not wished it otherwise. He had not died with that kingly smile upon his lips if he had not been content to die. That was why grief seemed to her impossible. That was why the peace in which he lay wrapped tenderly around her tired heart also and gave her rest. Of Nap during those days of silence she saw nothing whatever. He had risen from his brother's deathbed with a face of stony aloofness and had gone swiftly out, she knew not whither. Since that moment she had scarcely seen him. He spent his time out of the house, somewhere away in the woods, she believed, out of reach of any human observation, not even returning at night. Only once in the early morning she saw him cross the stretch of lawn in front of the lake and enter by a side door, but her glimpse of him was of the briefest. She did not see his face. Upon Bertie devolved all the duties of the head of the household, but his mother was ready at every turn to help him. She was more to him during those few days than she had ever been before. Capper also, remaining for the funeral, placed himself at his disposal and did much to lighten the burden. Capper indeed helped everyone, and Anne always remembered with gratitude a few moments that she had alone with him on the evening before the funeral, when he laid a fatherly hand upon her shoulder to say, "My dear, I don't know if you're fretting any, but you've no cause to fret. I know now that it couldn't have been otherwise. If you'd been his wife, you couldn't have kept him." She thanked him with a look. She believed that Capper understood, and she was glad that it should be so. She fancied also that his opinion regarding Nap had undergone a change, but she hesitated to touch upon the subject, and the moment passed. Up to the last minute she was doubtful as to whether Nap would attend his brother's funeral. She herself went because Mrs. Errol desired to go. She walked with Capper immediately behind Bertie and his mother. Neither of them seemed to expect Nap, or even to think of him. His movements were always sudden and generally unaccountable. But she knew that his absence would cause comment in the neighborhood, and though she also knew that Nap would care nothing for that, she earnestly hoped that he would not give occasion for it. Nevertheless, the procession started without him, and she had almost ceased to hope when he suddenly appeared from nowhere, as it seemed to her, and walked on her other side. She heard Capper give a grunt, whether of approval or otherwise she did not know, but not a word was said. She glanced once at Nap, but his face was sphinx-like, utterly unresponsive. He stared straight ahead, with eyes that never varied, at the coffin that was being borne upon men's shoulders to its quiet resting place in the village churchyard, and throughout the journey thither his expression remained unaltered. At the gate, Bertie suddenly turned and motioned him forward, and they entered the church together. Later, by the open grave, Anne saw that Bertie was leaning on Nap's shoulder while his mother stood apart with her face to the sky. and she knew that the feud between them had been laid at last, and forever by the man who had ruled supreme in the hearts of all who knew him. When all was over, Nap disappeared, and she saw no more of him till the evening, when for the first time he came to the dinner table. Capper was leaving early on the following day, and it was to this fact that Anne attributed his appearance. Bertie dined at home, but he walked over later to take leave of Capper. They sat together in the hall with the door wide open, for the night was as warm as summer. Mrs. Errol had gone to her room immediately after dinner, but Anne remained at Capper's request. "I shan't see much more of you," he said. They talked but little, however. Nap sat smoking in a corner and hardly opened his lips. Bertie came in late, looking worn and miserable. "I wish you would tell me what to do with Tawny Hudson," he said. "I believe the fellow's crazy, and he's pining too. I don't believe he has eaten anything for days." Since Lucas's death, Tawny Hudson had attached himself to Bertie, following him to and fro like a lost dog, somewhat to Dot's dismay, for deeply though she pitied the great half-breed, there was something about him that frightened her. "I don't know what to do with him," Bertie said. "He's as gaunt as a wolf. He's hanging about somewhere outside now. Wish you'd take him along to America with you, Doctor." "Call him in," said Capper, "and let me have a look at him." Bertie went to the door and whistled. There was no reply. "Hudson," he called. "Tawny, where are you?" But there came no answer out of the shadows. The only voice which Tawny would obey was still. Bertie came back baffled. "Confound the fellow! I know he's within hail." "Leave the brute alone," said Nap. "He isn't worth much anyway." "But I can't let him die," said Bertie. Nap looked contemptuous and relapsed into silence. "I'll take him back with me if you're wanting to be rid of him," said Capper. "Tell him so if you get the chance." "Thanks," said Bertie, "but I don't believe he'll budge. Nap will be crossing next week. Perhaps I shall persuade him to go then." He looked across at Nap. "I know you don't like the fellow, but it wouldn't be for long." "Probably not," said Nap, staring fixedly at the end of his cigar. Something in his tone made Anne glance at him, but as usual his face told her nothing. She saw only that his eyes were drawn as if with long watching, and that the cynical lines about his mouth were more grimly pronounced than she had ever seen them before. Not long after, Bertie got up to go. His farewell to Capper was spoken almost in a whisper, and Anne saw that his self-control was precarious. When he shook hands with her, he was beyond speech. She was glad to see Nap rise and accompany him with a friendly hand pushed through his arm. For nearly half an hour longer she sat on with Capper, then at length she rose to go. "I shall see you in the morning," she said, pausing. "I am making an early start," said Capper. She smiled. "I shall see you all the same. Good night." Capper kept her hand in his green eyes running over her with elusive intentness. "Wonder what you'll do," he said abruptly. She met his look quite simply. "For the present," she said, "I must be with Mrs. Errol. Later on, next month, she will no doubt go to the Dower House, and I shall go back to the Manor." "Don't mope," he said. She smiled again with a short sigh. "I shall be too busy for that." "That's so." Capper drew his brows together. "Lady Carfax, at risk of offending you, I have something to say." "You will not offend me," she answered, "and I think I know what it is." "Very possibly you do, but I guess I'd better say it all the same. You may remember a talk we had at the commencement of our acquaintance regarding Nap. I told you he was just a wild animal, untamable, untrustworthy. Well, you have proved me wrong. You have worked a miracle, and you have tamed him. Lucas himself told me about it the day before he died." "Oh, no," Anne said quickly and earnestly. "It was Lucas who worked the miracle, Doctor. The magic was his." "Guess he wouldn't have done it single-handed," said Capper. "He'd been trying as long as I had known him, and he hadn't succeeded." He paused, looking at her with great kindness. Then, "My dear," he said, "you needn't be afraid to trust yourself to him. He will never let you down again." Anne stood silent, but under his look a deep flush rose and overspread her face. She turned her eyes away. Very gently Capper patted her shoulder. "You've made a man of him between you," he said. "Lucas has left the developing process to you." "Ah," she said wistfully, and that was all, for her eyes were suddenly full of tears. She went to the door and stood there for several seconds. The voice of a nightingale thrilled through the silence. Was it only a year? Only a year since the veil that had been rent from her eyes? Only a year since first her heart had throbbed to the everlasting wonder song? She felt as if eons had passed over her, as if the solitude of ages wrapped her round, and yet afar off, like dream music in her soul, she still heard its echoes pulsing across the desert. It held her like a charm. Slowly her tears passed. There came again to her that curious sense of something drawing her, almost as of a voice that called. The garden lay still and mysterious in the moonlight. She caught its gleam upon a corner of the lake where it shone like a wedge of silver. A few seconds she stood irresolute, then without word or backward glance she stepped down into the magic silence. End of section 56. Section 57 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 18, The Last Ordeal. What impulse she obeyed she knew not, only she wanted to hear the nightingale, to drink in the fragrance, to feel the healing balm upon her heart. Her feet carried her noiselessly over the grass to that shining splendor of water, and turned along the path that led past the seat under the cedar where Nap had joined her on that evening that seemed already far away, and had told her that he loved her still. By this path he and Bertie would have gone to the dower house. By this path he would probably return alone. Her heart quickened a little as she passed into the deep shadow. She was not nervous as a rule, but there was something mysterious about the place, something vaguely disquieting. The gurgle of the stream that fed the lake sounded curiously remote. She turned towards the rustic seat on which she had rested that day, and on the instant her pulses leapt to sudden alarm. There was a stealthy movement in front of her. A crouching object that looked monstrous in the gloom detached itself from the shadow and began to move away. For a moment she thought it was some animal. Then there came to her the unmistakable, though muffled tread of human feet, and swift as an arrow comprehension pierced her. The thing in front of her was Tawny Hudson. But why was he skulking there? Why did he seek thus to avoid her? What was the man doing? The agitated questions raced through her brain at lightning speed, and after them came a horrible, a sickening suspicion. Whence it arose she could not have said, but the memory of Nap's face only half an hour before, when Tawny Hudson had been under discussion, arose in her mind and confirmed it almost before she knew that it was there. She had often suspected the half-breed of harboring a dislike for Nap. More often still she had noted Nap's complete and perfectly obvious contempt for him. He had tolerated him no more for Lucas's sake. Was it not highly probable that now that the restraining influence was gone, the man's animosity had flamed to hatred? And if he were really crazy as Bertie believed, to what lengths might he not carry it? Fear stabbed her, fear that was anguish, and any moment now Nap might be returning, and if Tawny were indeed lying in wait for him. She traversed the deep shadow cast by the cedar and looked forth into the park beyond. The man had disappeared. He must have doubled back among the trees of the shrubbery, and she knew he must be crouching somewhere in concealment not far away, for all sound of footsteps had ceased. Did he fancy she had not seen him, she wondered? Was he hoping that she would turn and go back by the way she had come, leaving him free to accomplish his purpose, whatever it might be? And then her heart suddenly stood still, for away in the distance, walking with his light, swinging gait over the moonlight sward, she saw Nap. In that moment her fear took definite and tangible form, and a horror of the thing that lurked in the shadows behind her seized her, goading her to action. She passed out into the quiet moonlight and moved to meet him. Her impulse was to run, but she restrained it, dreading lest she might precipitate the disaster she feared. Hudson must not suspect her intention, must not know of the panic at her heart. Nap did not see her at once. The background of trees obscured her, but as she drew away from them, he caught sight of her and instantly quickened his pace. They met scarcely 50 yards from the cedar, and breathlessly Anne spoke. "Turn back with me a little way. I have something to say to you." He wheeled at once with no show of surprise. Though he must have seen her agitation, he did not ask its cause. They walked several paces before Anne spoke again. "You will think me very strange, but I have had a fright. I want you, Nap, to understand and not think me foolish or laugh at me." "I couldn't do either if I tried," said Nap. "Who has been frightening you? Tawny Hudson?" "Yes, Tawny Hudson." Anne was still breathless. She glanced nervously over her shoulder. "Shall we walk a little faster? He is lurking in those trees, and do you know I don't think he is safe? I can't help thinking that he is lying in wait for you to do you a mischief." Nap stopped dead. "That's so. Then I reckon I will go and deal with him at once." "Oh, no," she gasped. "No, Nap, are you mad?" He gave her a queer look. By no means, Lady Carfax, though I believe I should be if I went any further with you. You stay here while I go and investigate." He would have left her with the words, but on the instant desperation seized Anne. Her strained nerves would not bear this. She caught his arm, holding him fast. "You must not. You shall not. Or if you do, I am coming with you. You are not going alone." "I am going alone," Nap said, but he stood still, facing her, watching her as he had watched her on that day long ago when he had lain helpless in her arms in the snow, the day that revelation had first come to her shrinking heart. "I am going alone," he repeated very deliberately, "and you will wait here till I come back." She felt that he was putting forth his strength to compel her, and something within her warned her that he was stronger in that moment than she. She did not understand his ascendancy over her, but she could not help being aware of it. Her agitated hold upon his arm began to slacken. "Oh, don't go," she entreated weakly. "Please don't go. I can't bear it. It's too much. Nap, if any harm comes to you, I think it will kill me." There came a sudden gleam in his somber eyes that seemed to stab her, but it was gone instantly before he spoke in answer. "Lady Carfax, you are not foolish, you are sublime. But be wise as well." Very quietly he extricated his arm from her clinging hands and turned to go. "Don't watch me," he said. "Go on to the bridge and wait for me there." He was gone. Blindly she obeyed him. Blindly she moved towards the bridge that spanned the stream. She was trembling so much that she could hardly walk, but almost mechanically she urged herself on. No other course was open to her. She reached the bridge and leaned upon the handrail. She thought the beating of her heart would suffocate her. She strained her ears to listen, but she could hear naught else, and for a time she actually lacked the physical strength to turn and look. At last, after the passage of many minutes, she summoned her sinking courage. Faint and dizzy still, she managed to raise her head. The moonlight danced in her eyes, but with immense effort she compelled herself to look back. The next instant utter amazement seized and possessed her, dominating her fear. Nap was standing just beyond the outspreading boughs of the cedar, a straight, relentless figure, with the arrogance of complete mastery in every line, while at his feet groveled and whimpered the great half-breed, Tawny Hudson. Nap was speaking. She could not hear what he said, but spellbound she watched, while a curious sensation of awe tingled through her. The man was so superbly self-confident. Suddenly she saw him stoop and take something from his prostrate enemy. A sharp doubt assailed her. She saw the wretched Tawny cringe lower and cover his face. She saw the moonlight glint upon the thing in Nap's hand. He seemed to be considering it, for he turned it this way and that, making it flash and flash again. And then abruptly, with a swift turn of the wrist, he spun it high into the air. It made a shining curve and fell with a splash into the stream. She saw the widening ripples from where she stood. But she did not stay to watch them. Her attention was focused upon the scene that was being enacted before her. It was very nearly over. Tawny Hudson had lifted his head, and she saw submission the most abject on his upraised face. He seemed to be pleading for something, and after a moment, with the faintest shrug of the shoulders, Nap lifted one hand and made a curious gesture above him. The next instant he turned upon his heel and came towards her, while Tawny Hudson got up and slunk away into the shadows. Anne awaited him, standing quite motionless. She knew now what had happened. He had grappled with the man's will, just as once he had grappled with hers, and he had conquered. She expected him to approach her with a royal swagger of victory, and involuntarily she shrank, dreading to encounter him in that mood, painfully aware of her own weakness. He came to her. He stood before her. "Anne," he said, "forgive me." She gazed at him in astonishment. "Forgive you," she repeated. "But why?" "I have no right to practice the black arts in your presence," he said, though as a matter of fact there was no other way. "I've frightened the poor devil out of his senses. Aren't you frightened too?" "I don't understand," she answered rather piteously. "I am only thankful that you are not hurt." "That's good of you," he said, and she heard no irony in his voice. He leaned his arms upon the rail beside her and stared down in silence for several moments into the dark water. "If this had happened a week, less than a week ago," he said at length, speaking very quietly, "I would have let the fellow knife me with the utmost pleasure. I should even have been grateful to him, and," he turned very slightly towards her, "you would have had a cause for gratitude too, for Luke would have been with you today." She shrank a little at his words. "I don't understand," she said again. He stood up and faced her with abrupt resolution. "I'm going to make you understand," he said, "once and for all. It's a rather hideous recital, but you had better hear it. I will condense it as much as possible. I've been an evil brute all my life, but I guess you know that already. The first time I saw you, I wanted to ruin you. I never meant to fall in love with you. I kicked against it, kicked hard. Good women always exasperated me. But I wanted a new sensation, and by heaven I got it." He paused a moment, and she saw his grim features relax very slightly. "I was caught in my own net," he said. "I believe there is magic in you. You captured me anyway. I did homage to you in spite of myself. After that night, the relish went out of everything for me. I wanted only you." Again he paused, but she said nothing. She was listening with her steadfast eyes upon him. "But you kept me at a distance," he said, "and I couldn't help myself. That was the maddening part of it. Lucas knew even then, or suspected, but he didn't interfere. He saw you were taming me, and so you were. So you were. But that thrashing upset everything. It drove me mad. I was crazy for revenge. Lucas made me go away, but I couldn't stay. I was like a man possessed. My hatred for your husband had swamped my love for you. You have got to know it, Anne. I am like that. I wanted to wreak my vengeance on him through you because I knew by then that I had somehow reached your heart. And so I came to you. I saw you, and then I couldn't do it. Your love, I suppose I may call it that, barred the way. It was your safeguard. You trusted me, and for that I wanted to fall down and worship you. But you sent me away. I had to go. You made a man of me. I lived a clean life because of you. I was your slave. I believe I should have remained so if your husband had died then. But the knowledge that he was coming back to you was too much for me. I couldn't stand that. I broke free." He stopped suddenly and brought his clenched fist down upon the rail as if physical pain were a relief to his soul. "I needn't go into what happened then," he said. "You saw me at my worst, and you conquered me. You drove me out of your stronghold, and you locked the door. I don't even know now how you did it. None but a good woman would have dared. Do you know, when I came to my senses and knew what I had done, knew that I'd insulted you, killed your trust, your love, made you despise me, I nearly shot myself? It was Dot who kept me from that. She guessed, I suppose, and I went away. I went right away into the Rockies and fought my devils there. I came back saner than you have ever known me to hear that you were free. Can you believe that I actually told myself that you were mine for the winning? I stretched out my hands to you across half the world, and I felt as if wherever you were I had somehow managed to reach and touch you. It was exactly a year from the day I had first met you." "Ah, I remember," Anne said, her voice quick with pain, but she did not tell him what she remembered. He went on rapidly as if she had not spoken. "And then I came to you, and I found Luke in possession. Well, that was the end of everything for me. I couldn't help knowing that it was the best thing that could possibly happen to either of you, and I was just out of it. I would have gone again that night, but Luke wouldn't have it. He suspected from the first, though I lied to him. I lied royally, but I couldn't keep it up. He was too many for me. He wouldn't let me drop out, but neither would I let him. I fought every inch. I wouldn't let him die. I held him night and day, night and day. I knew what it meant to you, too, and I knew you would help me afterwards to drop out. My whole soul was in it, but even so, I couldn't hold on forever. I had to slacken at last, and he slackened, too. I knew it directly, felt him losing hold. That was 2 days before he died, and I pulled myself together and grabbed him again. I think he knew. He tried to wake up, said he'd get well, made me let go of him, made me explain things to you. And then, well, I guess he thought his part was done, so he just let go." Abruptly he turned from her and leaned again upon the rail, lodging his head on his hands. "That's all," he said. "But if Tawny had taken it into his fool brain to make an end of me a little sooner, as I meant him to, I know very well Luke would have hung on, somehow, for your sake. Oh, I wish to heaven he had," he burst out fiercely. "I'm not fit to speak to you, not fit to touch your hand. I believe you'd be kind to me if I would let you, but I won't. I'm going away. It rests with me now to protect you somehow, and there is no other way." He ceased to speak, and in the silence she watched his bent head, greatly wondering, deeply pitying. When he stood up again, she knew that the tumult that tore his soul had been forced down out of sight. "You see how it is with me, Anne," he said very sadly. "Tawny Hudson thinks I'm a devil, and I'm not sure even now that he isn't right. That's why I'm going away. I won't have you trust me, for I can't trust myself. And you have no one to protect you from me, so you won't blame me for going? You'll understand?" His words went straight to her heart. She felt the quick tears rising, but she kept them back. She knew that he needed strength from her just then. And so, after a moment, she commanded herself and answered him. "I think you are quite right to go, Nap. And yes, I understand. Only someday, come back again." He leaned towards her. His face had flashed into a sudden vitality at her words. He made a movement as if he would take her into his arms, and then abruptly, almost with violence, he withdrew himself and gripped his hands together behind him. Standing so, with the moonlight shining on his face, he showed her that which her heart ached to see. For though the dusky eyes were fixed and still, unveiled but unrevealing, though the high cheekbones and lantern jaw were grim as beaten brass, she had a glimpse beyond of the seething, volcanic fires she dreaded, and she knew that he had spoken the truth. It was better for them both that he should go. "I will come back to you, Anne," he said, speaking very steadily. "I will come back to you, if I find I can." It was final, and she knew it. She held out her hand to him in silence, and he, stooping, pressed it dumbly against his lips. Thereafter they walked back to the house together and parted without a word. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 19, Out of the Furnace. Capper looked round with a certain keenness that was not untouched with curiosity when Nap unexpectedly followed him to his room that night. "Are you wanting anything?" he demanded with his customary directness. "Nothing much," Nap said. "You might give me a sleeping draught if you're disposed to be charitable. I seem to have lost the knack of going to sleep. What I really came to say was that Hudson will go with you tomorrow if you will be good enough to put up with him. He won't give you any trouble. I would let him go with me next week if his wits would stand the strain of traveling in my company, but I don't think they will. I don't want to turn him into a gibbering maniac if I can help it." "What have you been doing to him?" said Capper. Nap smiled, faintly contemptuous. "My dear doctor, I never do anything to anybody. If people choose to credit me with possessing unholy powers, you will allow that I am scarcely to be blamed if the temptation to trade now and then upon their fertile imaginations proves too much for me." "I allow nothing," Capper said. "That is not strictly normal and wholesome." "Then that places me on the blacklist at once," remarked Nap. "Good night." "Stay a moment," ordered Capper. "Let me look at you. If you will promise to behave like an ordinary human being for once, I'll give you that draft." "I'll promise anything you like," said Nap, a shade of weariness in his voice. "I'm going up to town tomorrow, and I never sleep there, so I reckon this is my last chance for some time to come." "Are you trying to kill yourself?" asked Capper abruptly. But Nap only threw up his head and laughed. "If that were my object, I'd take a shorter cut than this. No, I guess I shan't die this way, Doctor. You seem to forget the fact that I'm as tough as leather with the vitality of a serpent." "The toughest of us won't go forever," observed Capper. "You get to bed. I'll come to you directly." When he joined him again a few minutes later, Nap was lying on his back with arms flung wide, staring inscrutably at the ceiling. His mind seemed to be far away, but Capper's hand upon his pulse brought it back. He turned his head with the flicker of a smile. "What's that for?" "I happen to take an interest in you, my son," said Capper. "Very good of you, but why?" Capper was watching him keenly. "Because I have a notion that you are wanted." Nap stirred restlessly and was silent. "How long are you going to be away?" Capper asked. "I don't know." "For long?" Nap's hand jerked impatiently from the doctor's hold. "Possibly forever." Capper's long fingers began to crack. He looked speculative. "Say, Nap," he said suddenly, "we may not be exactly sympathetic, you and I, but I guess we've pulled together long enough to be fairly intimate. Anyway, I've conceived a sort of respect for you that I never expected to have, and if you'll take a word of advice from a friend who wishes you well, you won't regret it." The thin lips began to smile. "Delighted to listen to your advice, Doctor. I suspect I'm not obliged to follow it." "You will please yourself, no doubt," Capper rejoined dryly. "But my advice is, don't stay away too long. Your place is here." "You think so?" said Nap. "I am quite sure," Capper said, with emphasis. "And you think I shall please myself by going?" "Who else?" said Capper almost sternly. Nap did not instantly reply. He was lying back with his face in shadow. When he spoke at length, it was with extreme deliberation. Capper divined that it was an effort to him to speak at all. "You're a family friend," he said. "I guess you've a right to know. It isn't for my own sake I'm going at all. It's for hers, and because of a promise I made to Luke. If I were to stop, I'd be a cur, and worse. She'd take me without counting the cost. She is a woman who never thinks of herself. I've got to think for her. I've sworn to play the straight game, and I'll play it. That's why I won't so much as look into her face again till I know that I can be to her what Luke would have been, what Bertie is to Dot, what every man who is a man ought to be to the woman he has made his wife." He flung his arms up above his head and remained tense for several seconds. Then abruptly he relaxed. "I'll be a friend to her," he said, "a friend that she can trust, or nothing." There came a very kindly look into Capper's green eyes, but he made no comment of any sort. He only turned aside to take up the glass he had set down on entering, and as he did so, he smiled as a man well pleased. Once during the night he looked in upon Nap and found him sleeping, wrapped in a deep and silent slumber, motionless as death. He stood a while watching the harsh face with its grim mouth and iron jaw, and slowly a certain pity dawned in his own. The man had suffered infernally before he had found his manhood. He had passed through raging fires that had left their mark upon him for the rest of his life. "It's been an almighty big struggle, poor devil," said Capper, "but it's made a man of you." He left early on the following day, accompanied by Tawny Hudson, whose docility was only outmatched by his very obvious desire to be gone. True to her promise, Anne was down in time to take leave of Capper. They stood together for a moment on the steps before parting. Her hand in his, he looked straight into her quiet eyes. "You're not grieving any, Lady Carfax?" "No," she said. "I guess you're right," said Maurice Capper gravely. "We make our little bids for happiness, but it helps one to remember that the issue lies with God." She gave him a smile of understanding. "He knows about it all. He knows, she quoted softly, and Capper went his way, taking with him the memory of a woman who still plowed her endless furrow, but with a heart at peace. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 20. The Promotion of the Queen's Jester. "My," said Mrs. Errol, "isn't he just dear?" There was a cooing note in her deep voice. She sat in the Dower House garden with her grandson bolt upright upon her knees, and all the birds of June singing around her. "Isn't he dear, Anne?" she said. Anne, who was dangling a bunch of charms for the baby's amusement, stooped and kissed the sunny curls. "He's a lord of creation," she said, "and he knows it already. I never saw such an upright morsel in my life." "Lucas was like that," said Mrs. Errol softly. "He was just the loveliest baby in the USA. Everyone said so. Dot, dearie, I'm sort of glad you called him Luke." "So am I, Mater dearest, and he's got Luke's eyes, hasn't he now? Bertie said so from the very beginning." Eagerly Dot leaned from her chair to turn her small son's head to meet his grandmother's scrutiny. "I'd rather he were like Luke than anyone else in the world," she said. "It isn't treason to Bertie to say so, for he wants it too. Where is Bertie, I wonder? He had to go to town, but he promised to be back early for his boy's first birthday party. It's such an immense occasion, isn't it?" Her round face dimpled in the way Bertie loved most. She rose and slipped a hand through Anne's arm. "Let's go and look for him. I know he can't be long now. The son of the house likes having his granny to himself. He never cries with her." They moved away together through the sunlit garden, Dot chattering gaily, as her fashion was about nothing in particular, while Anne walked beside her in sympathetic silence. Anne was never inattentive, though there were some who deemed her unresponsive. But as they neared the gate, Dot's volubility quite suddenly died down. She plucked a white rose to fill in the pause and fastened it in her friend's dress. Her fingers trembled unmistakably as she did it, and Anne looked at her inquiringly. "Is anything the matter?" "No, why?" said Dot, turning very red. Anne smiled a little. "I feel as if a bird had left off singing," she said. Dot laughed, still with hot cheeks. What a pretty way of putting it. Bertie isn't nearly so complimentary. He calls me the magpie, which is really very unfair, for he talks much more than I do. Dear old Bertie." The dimples lingered, and Anne bent suddenly and kissed them. "Dear little Dot," she said. Instantly Dot's arms were very tightly round her. "Anne, darling, I've got something to tell you, something you very possibly won't quite like. You won't be vexed any, will you?" "Not any," smiled Anne. "No, but it isn't a small thing. It's rather immense. But Bertie said I was to tell you because you are not to be taken by surprise again. He doesn't think it fair, and of course he's right." "What is it, dear?" said Anne. The smile had gone from her face, but her eyes were steadfast and very still, the eyes of a woman who had waited all her life. "My dear," said Dot, holding her closely, "it's only that Bertie didn't go up to town on business. It was to meet someone, and that someone will be with him when he comes back. I promised Bertie to tell you, but you were so late getting here I was afraid I shouldn't have time. Oh, Anne dear, I do hope you don't mind." Dot's face, a guilty scarlet, was hidden in Anne's shoulder. Anne's hand, very quiet and steady, came up and began to stroke the fluffy hair that blew against her neck. But she said nothing. It was Dot who remorsefully broke the silence. "I feel such a beast, Anne, but really I had no hand in it this time. He wrote to Bertie yesterday from town. He hasn't been in England for over a year, and he wanted to know if he could come to us. Bertie went up this morning to see him and bring him back. I thought of coming round to you, but Bertie seemed to think I had better wait and tell you when you came. I hoped you would have come earlier so that I would have had more time to tell you about it. Dear, do tell me it's all right." "It is all right," Anne said, and with the words she smiled again, though her face was pale. "It is quite all right, Dot dear. Don't be anxious." Dot looked up with a start. "That's the motor coming now. Oh, Anne, I've only told you just in time." She was quivering with excitement. It seemed as if she were far the more agitated of the two, for Anne was calm to all outward appearance, quiet and stately and unafraid. Only the hand that grasped Dot's was cold, cold as ice. The motor was rapidly approaching. They stood by the gate and heard the buzzing of the engine, the rush of the wheels, and then the quick, gay blasts of the horn by which Bertie always announced his coming to his wife. A moment more, the car whizzed into the drive. There came a yell of welcome from Bertie at the wheel and the instant checking of the motor. And the man beside Bertie leaned swiftly forward, bare-headed, and looked straight into Anne's white face. She did not know how she met his look. It seemed to pierce her, but she was nerved for the ordeal, and she moved towards him with outstretched hand. His fingers closed upon it as he stepped from the car, gripped and closely held it. But he spoke not a word to her, only to Dot, whom he kissed immediately afterwards, to her confusion and Bertie's amusement. "I seem to have stumbled into a family gathering," he said later, when they gave him the place of honor between Mrs. Errol and his hostess. "Being one of the family, I guess it's a happy accident," said Mrs. Errol. He bowed to her elaborately. "Many thanks, Alma Mater. Considering the short time you have had for preparing a pretty speech of welcome, it does you undoubted credit." "Oh, my, Nap," she said. "I'm past making pretty speeches at my age. I just say what I mean." A gleam of surprise crossed his dark face. "That so, Alma Mater?" he said. Then, considering all things, again, thanks. He turned from her to the baby sprawling on the rug at his feet and lifted the youngster to his knee. "So this is the pride of the Errols now," he said. The baby stared up at him with serious eyes, and very deliberately and intently Nap stared back. "What is his name, Dot?" he asked at length. "Lucas Napoleon," she said. "Good heavens!" he ejaculated. "What an unholy combination! What in thunder possessed you to call him that?" "Oh, it wasn't my doing," Dot hastened to explain with her usual honesty, "though of course I was delighted with the idea. Bertie and I called him Lucas almost before he was born." "Then who in wonder chose my name for him?" demanded Nap. "See the church catechism," suggested Bertie. "Ah, quite so." Nap turned upon him keenly. "Who were his godparents?" "My dear Nap, what does it matter?" broke in Dot. "Be quiet, Bertie. For goodness sake, make him put the child down and have some tea." She stooped to lift the boy, who held out his arms to her with a crow of pleasure. Nap looked up at her, and for an instant only their eyes met. But in that instant understanding dawned upon Nap's face, and with it a strangely tender smile that made it almost gentle. Dot declared afterwards that the birthday party had been all she could have desired, Everyone had been nice to everyone, and the baby hadn't been rude to his uncle, a calamity she had greatly feared. Also, Nap was improved, hugely improved. Didn't Bertie think so? He seemed to have got so much more human. She couldn't realize there had ever been a time when she had actually disliked him. Perhaps we're more human ourselves, suggested Bertie, a notion which hadn't occurred to Dot, but which she admitted might have something in it. Anyway, she was sure Nap had improved, and she longed to know if Anne thought so too. Anne's thoughts upon that subject, however, were known to none, perhaps not even to herself. All she knew was an overwhelming desire for solitude, but when this was hers at last it was not in the consideration of this question that she spent it. It was in kneeling by her open window with her face to the sky, and in her heart a rapture of gladness that all the birds of June could not utter. She scarcely slept at all that night, yet when she rose, some of the bloom of youth had come back to her. Some of its summer splendor was shining in her eyes. Anne Carfax was more nearly a beautiful woman that day than she had ever been before. Dimmesdale looked at her benignly. Would her ladyship breakfast out of doors? She smiled and gave her assent, and while he was preparing, she plucked a spray of rose acacia and pinned it at her throat. "Dimmesdale," she said, and her cheeks flushed to the soft tint of the blossom as she spoke. "Mr. Errol is coming over this morning. I expect him to luncheon." "Mr. Errol, my lady?" "Mr. Nap Errol," said Anne, still intent upon the acacia. "Show him into the garden when he comes. He is sure to find me somewhere." Dimmesdale's eyes opened very wide, but he managed his customary "Very good, my lady," as he continued his preparations. And so Anne breakfasted amid the tumult of rejoicing June, all the world laughing around her, all the world offering abundant thanksgiving because of the sunshine that flooded it. When breakfast was over, she sat with closed eyes, seeming to hear the very heart of creation throbbing in every sound, yet listening intently for something more. For a long time she sat thus, absorbed in the great orchestra, waiting, as it were, to take her part in the mighty symphony that swept its perfect harmonies around her. It was a very little thing at last that told her her turn had come, so small a thing, and yet it sent the blood tingling through every vein, racing and pulsing with headlong impetus like a locked stream suddenly set free. It was no more than a flight of a startled bird from the tree above her. She opened her eyes, quivering from head to foot. Yesterday she had commanded herself. She had gone to him with outstretched hand and welcoming smile. Today she sat quite still. She could not move. He came to her, stooped over her, then knelt beside her, but he did not offer to touch her. The sunlight streamed down upon his upturned face. His eyes were deep and still and passionless. "You expected me," he said. She looked down at him. "I have been expecting you for a very long time," she said. A flicker that was scarcely a smile crossed his face. "And yet I've come too soon," he said. "Why do you say that?" She asked the question almost in spite of herself. But she had begun to grow calmer. His quietness reassured her. "Because, my queen," he said, "the role of jester at court is obsolete, at least so far as I am concerned, and I haven't managed to qualify for another." "Do you want another?" she said. He turned his eyes away from her. "I want many things," he said. She motioned him to the seat beside her. "Tell me what you have been doing all this time." "I can't," he said, but he rose and sat beside her as she desired. "What under heaven have I been doing?" he said. "I don't know. I guess I've been something like Nebuchadnezzar when they turned him out to grass. I've just been ruminating." "Is that all?" There was a curious note of relief in Anne's voice. His old magnetic smile flashed across his face as he caught it. "That's all, Queen Anne. It's been monstrous dull. Do you know, I don't think heaven intended me for a hermit?" Involuntarily almost, she smiled in answer. Her heart was beating quite steadily again. She was no longer afraid. "Nebuchadnezzar came to his own again," she observed. "He did," said Nap. "And you?" He leaned back with his face to the sky. "Not yet," he said. Anne was silent. He turned after a moment and looked at her. "And what have you been doing, O Queen?" he said. Her hands were clasped in her lap. They suddenly gripped each other very fast. "Won't you tell me?" said Nap. He spoke very softly, but he made no movement towards her. He sat aloof and still, yet he plainly desired an answer. It came at last, spoken almost in a whisper. "I have been waiting." Waiting, he said. She parted her hands suddenly with a gesture that was passionate and rose. Yes, waiting, she said. Waiting, Nap, waiting. And oh, I'm so tired of it. I'm not like you. I have never wanted many things. Only one, only one. Her voice broke. She turned sharply from him. Nap had sprung to his feet. He stood close to her, but he held himself in check. He kept all emotion out of his face and voice. Do you think I don't know? He said. My dear Anne, I have always known. That's the damnable part of it. You've wanted truth instead of treachery, honor instead of shame, love instead of... She put out a quick hand. Don't say it, Nap. He took her hand, drew it to his heart, and held it there. And you say you don't want many things, he went on in a tone half sad, half whimsical. My dear, if I could give you 1/10 of what you want, and ought to have, you'd be a lucky woman and I a thrice lucky man. But we've got to face it. I can't. I thought I could train myself, fashion myself into something worthy of your acceptance. I can't. I thought I could win back your trust, your friendship, last of all your love, but I can't even begin. You can send me away from you if you will, and I'll go for good and all. On the other hand, you can keep me, you can marry me. He paused, and she fancied she felt his heart quicken. You can marry me, he said again, but you can't tame me. You'll find me an infernal trial to live with. I'm not a devil any longer. No, and I'm not a brute, but I am still a savage at heart, and there are some parts of me that won't tame. My love for you is a seething furnace, an intolerable craving. I can't contemplate you sanely. I want you unspeakably. His hold had tightened. She could feel his heart throbbing now like a fierce thing caged. His eyes had begun to glow. The furnace door was opening. She could feel the heat rushing out, enveloping her. Soon it would begin to scorch her, and yet she knew no shrinking. Rather, she drew nearer as a shivering creature starved and frozen draws near to the hunter's fire. He went on speaking rapidly with rising passion. My love for you is the one part of me that I haven't got under control, and it's such a mighty big part that the rest is hardly worthy of mention. It's great enough to make everything else contemptible. I've no use for lesser things. I just want you, only you, for the rest of my life. He stopped suddenly, seemed on the verge of something further, then pulled himself together with a sharp gesture. The next moment, quite quietly, he relinquished her hand. I'm afraid that's all there is to me, he said. Lucas would have given you understanding, friendship, chivalry, all that a good woman wants. I can only offer you bondage. He half turned with the words, standing as if it needed but a sign to dismiss him. But Anne made no sign. Over their heads a thrush had suddenly begun to pour out his soul to the June sunshine, and she stood spellbound, listening. At the end of several breathless moments, she spoke, and in her voice was a deep note that thrilled like music. There is a bondage, she said, that is sweeter than any freedom. And Nap, it is the one thing in this world that I want, that I need, that I pray for night and day. Anne, he said. He turned back to her. He took the hands she gave him. Anne, he said again, speaking rapidly in a voice that shook, I have tried to play a straight game with you. I have warned you. I am not the right sort. You know what I am. You know. Yes, said Anne, I know. She raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. You are all the world to me, Nap, she said. You are the man I love. His arms caught her, crushed her fiercely to him, held her fast. Say it again, he said, his fiery eyes flaming. Say it, say it. But Anne said naught. Only for a long, long second she gazed into his face. Then in utter silence she turned her lips to his. They spent the whole of the long June day together in the garden. Neither knew how the time went till evening came upon them all unawares, a golden evening of many fragrances. They came at last along the green path under the lilac trees, and here by the rustic seat Nap stopped. I'll leave you here, he said. She looked at him in surprise. Won't you dine with me? No, he said restlessly. I won't come in. I should stifle under a roof tonight. But we will dine outside, she said. He shook his head. No, I'm going, Anne. He caught her hand to his lips. I hate leaving you. How long must I be condemned to it? She touched his shoulder with her cheek. Don't you know that I hate it too, she said. Then he put his arm round her. Next week, Nap, she said. You mean it? Yes, I mean it. You will marry me next week? What day? Any day, she said, with her face against his shoulder. Any day, Anne? You mean that? You mean me to choose? She laughed softly. I shall leave everything to you. Then I choose Sunday, Nap said, without an instant's consideration. As early in the morning as possible. I shall go straight to the Padre and arrange it right now. Very well, she said. I'll try to be ready. He threw up his head with the old arrogant gesture. You must be ready, he said imperiously. I shall come and fetch you myself. She laughed again at that. Indeed you will not. I shall go with Mrs. Errol. He conceded this point, albeit grudgingly. And afterwards, he said. The afterwards shall be yours, dear, she answered. You mean that? Of course I mean it. Then, Anne. He bent his face suddenly, his lips moved against her forehead. Will you come with me to Bromhurst? Bromhurst? She started a little. The name to her was no more than a bitter memory among the many other bitter memories of her life. Will you? He said. If you wish it, she answered gently. I do wish it. Then, so be it, she said. He bent his head a little lower, kissed her twice passionately upon the lips, held her a while as if he could not bear to let her go, then tore himself almost violently from her, and went away swift and noiseless as a shadow over the grass. End of section 59. Section 60 of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Claire. Chapter 21. The Power That Casts Out Devils. It was late on the evening of her wedding day that Anne entered once more the drawing-room of the little inn at Bromhurst and stopped by the open window. There was a scent of musk in the room behind her, and an odor infinitely more alluring of roses and honeysuckle in the garden in front. Beyond the garden, the common lay in the rosy dusk of the afterglow under a deep blue sky. The clang of a distant cowbell came dreamily through the silence. She stood leaning against the doorpost with her face to the night. It was a night of wonder, of marvelous, soul-stilling peace, yet her brows were slightly drawn as she waited there. She seemed to be puzzling over something. Say it out loud, said Nap. She did not start at the words, though he had come up behind her without sound. She stretched out her hand without turning and drew his arm through hers. Why did we choose this place? She said. You didn't choose it, said Nap. Then you. I chose it chiefly because I knew you hated it, he said, a queer vibration of recklessness in his voice. My dear Nap, am I to believe that? He looked at her through the falling dusk, and his hand closed tense and vital upon her arm. It's the truth, anyway, he said. I knew you hated the place, that you only came to it for my sake, and I made you come because I wanted you to love it. For your sake, Nap, she said softly. Yes, and for another reason. He paused a moment. Speech seemed suddenly an effort to him. Then, Anne, he said, you forgave me, I know, long ago. But I want you here on this spot to tell me that what happened here is to you as if it had never been. I want it blotted out of your mind forever. I want your trust. Your trust. It was like a hunger cry rising from the man's very soul. At sound of it she turned impulsively. Nap, never speak of this again. My dearest, we need not have come here for that. Yet I am glad now that we came. It will be holy ground to me as long as I live. As long as I live, she repeated very earnestly. I shall remember that it was here that the door of paradise was opened to us at last, and that God meant us to enter in. She lifted her eyes to his with a look half shy, half confident. You believe in God, she said. He did not answer at once. He was looking out beyond her for the first time, and the restless fire had gone out of his eyes. They were still and deep as a mountain pool. Nap, she said in a whisper. Instantly his look came back to her. He took her face between his hands with a tenderness so new that it moved her inexplicably to tears. I believe in the power that casts out devils, he said very gravely. Luke taught me that much. I guess my wife will teach me the rest. End of section 60. End of The Knave of Diamonds by Ethel M. Dell.